Morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Please stand by. We'll call to order in just a minute. So welcome to the December 3rd City Council meeting, which has been called to order to hear from the public on the forthcoming budget adjustments. I'll recognize that we're having today's meeting on Treaty 6 territory, the traditional territory of the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Blackfoot, and Nakota Sioux peoples, as well as one of the great homelands of the Métis Nation, a gathering place for settlers and descendants of settlers from all over this country and the world, trying to build a better city together, which is a little harder these days. And so constraint is part of what we'll have to deal with today, but while keeping the big picture in mind. So thank you in advance to all of our speakers who've registered and joined us. We have about 80, I'm told, registered at this time, so it will be a full day of hearing from folks, and this is an essential part of our process before making difficult decisions on this community's behalf. So I'll leave opening comments from the chair there for now. I'll have a little bit more orientation on the process in a minute. But before I go any further, I will roll call members of council to establish attendance. And I don't have a sheet for that handy. Oh, no, I do. Pardon me. First of all, trying to remember who I started with last time. Councillor Caterina.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Zadek.
I am here and ready to listen.
Good morning. Councillor Esslinger.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Morning.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor McKean.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. And Councillor Nicol is on deck here in chambers.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Councillor Banga, I think, had indicated that he had a medical thing he needed to attend to this morning, and he'll join us as soon as he can. So we'll recognize him when he's able to attend. Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning. So that's 12. That's plenty to get started. I need a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Essinger.
I'm happy to move the December 3rd, 2020 City Council non-statutory public hearing agenda with the following changes. Additions 6.2 attachment 5 and replacement pages for 6.1 and 6.2.
Second.
Great. Seconded by Councillor Knack. Any questions on the agenda? No? Then please vote.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm a yes as well. I'm just trying to get some technical things dealt with.
I'm a yes, Tim Cartmel.
Just missing Councillor Zaddix.
I'm a yes. I thought this technology would work, but it's not.
And that's all the votes.
Okay, thank you. Display the vote. The agenda is approved unanimously. The minutes, are there minutes before
No
us to approve?
minutes to adopt
No,
today.
there are no minutes to approve. Didn't think so. Protocol items, don't see any. Requests to speak, we have lots. So I will need a,
Mr. Mayor, we don't require a motion today because it is a non-statutory hearing.
okay, perfect. So we are here for purposes of hearing people. There are no time specifics. So we are going to get a little bit of supplemental information from administration at the front end before we hear from speakers. But right now, I will make sure that we have everybody. So the speakers have been organized into panels. At the moment, we have 5 panels. I'll just check in with the first panel in a moment and to establish that we can hear from folks and that they'll be ready to go. And I'll also now offer just some opening remarks on the process for today's non-statutory public hearing for the fall 2020 capital and operating budget adjustments. Administration will make a presentation. And for the purpose of today's meeting, neither amendments nor the main budget motion may be put on the floor or passed, and no questions will be asked of administration today. That will all happen next week. Today, our purpose is to hear from the public. So to do that, speakers will be paneled in groups of 18 and will present to council in the order in which they registered. And because we don't know how long it will take to get through each group of speakers, panels are not being given specific start times. The list of speakers will be read out shortly and posted online at edmonton.ca/meetings, so you can see where your position is on which assigned panel. And referring to this list will give you an idea of when it will be your turn to speak. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to make remarks. The clerk will run the official timer in the room. However, we encourage attendees participating virtually to use a timer at home as well. When each speaker is finished, please stay on the line as council may wish to ask you questions at the end of the panel. And at the end of the meeting, council will postpone all of the reports and begin budget deliberations at 9:30 a.m. on December 9th, 2020. I will ask that you all please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting, as it can create issues of decorum, provide unfair advantage, and it can even interfere technically with the live stream. So additionally, we'd ask that you remember to mute your microphone when you are not presenting or answering a question. If you're experiencing any difficulties, the Office of City Clerk has resources available to help. Please reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or via city.clerk@edmonton.ca. At the conclusion of each panel, we ask that speakers who have already been heard leave the meet and follow the meeting by watching the live stream on edmonton.ca/meetings. Thank you for participating in the City of Edmonton's budget process and welcome this morning. So, Madam Clerk, did you want me to read all 80 or just the first panel and go panel by panel?
We'd like to read out the 80 as we know we have people on the meet who aren't in the first panel to give
Okay.
them an idea.
Okay. First is Stephen Boudreau from the World Triathlon Series Edmonton.
And to confirm, we don't need to check everyone in at this point.
Oh,
if
just
you want
read
to
them
check
out?
in panel by panel, but just
Okay.
read it out.
Okay, can do. Speaker number 2 will be David Embury from Argyle Velodrome Association. Number 3 will be Brent Collingwood from River Valley Alliance. Number 4 will be Stephanie Smith. Number 5, Heather Mark. Number 6, Steve Hogel from Hockey Edmonton. Number 7, Julie Kuzik. Number 8, Brian Torrance from the Edmonton Sport Council. Number 9, David Henning from the Edmonton Sport Council. Number 10, Gary Sheltoun from the Edmonton Sport Council. Number 11, Chris Galloway. Number 12, Stephen Dufresne, though Mary Dunnigan may speak in Stephen's place, from the Society of St. Vincent de Paul Edmonton Central Council. 13 will be Greg Mady from the Edmonton and District Labor Council. Number 14 is Amy Nugent. Number 15 is Cindy Gordon from the Canadian Hard of Hearing Association Edmonton branch. Number 16 is Hans van Ginhoven from Strathcona High School. Number 7 is Kader Jama, Horn Youth Services Foundation. Number 18 will be Connie Varnhagen from the Alberta Helping Animals Society. Panel number 2 will have Corey Longo. Number 2 will be Gemma Dunn from the Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organizations. Number 3, Richard Moreau from the Lewis Estates Grand Condominium Corporation. Number 4 will be Janet Riopel from the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce. Number 5 will be Michael Barnard from EFCL. Number 6, Steve Bradshaw from Amalgamated Transit Union Local 569. Number 7, John Mervin from CUPE Local 30. Number 8, Ryan DeBoer from Strathcona High School Swim Team. Number 9, Maya Bamber, and Melina Zawaduk may speak in Maya's place, also from the Strathcona High School Swim Team. Number 10, Tate Erickson from the Strathcona High School Swim Team. Number 11, Greg Holobowicz from the Edmonton Firefighters Union Local 209. Number 12, David Wilson from Civic Service Union 52. Number 13, Joe Childs from Civic Service Union 52. Number 14, Lanny Chudik from CSU 52. Number 15, Connor Medill. Number 16, Kate Reed. Number 17, William Langenberg. Number 18, Laura Cunningham Shepley from the EFCL. Panel number 3 will be Rick Fulmer. Number 2 on panel 3 will be Neil Stevens. Number 3 will be Elaine Solis from Friends of Scona Rec. Number 4 will be Lisa Brown from the Oliver Community League. Number 5, Kim Clegg from Friends of Scona Rec. Number 6, Mike Shiplack from Bellevue Community League. Number 7, Eric Flame. Number 8, Derek McDonald from Oliver Community League. Number 9, Ben Penner, Queen Alexandra Community League. Number 10, Cindy Law, Derek Skating Club. Number 11, Ryan Barber from EFCL. Number 12, Steve Serdachny from Power Skating. Number 13, Charles Kelly from Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board. Number 14, Karen Nelson from Voice for Animals Society. Number 15, Alan Clay, Edmonton Down Syndrome Society. Number 16, Mark Stevens, McKernan and Garneau for All. Number 17, Orange Hub Tenants Association, Todd Janes, Donald Buzik, Kara Bedford, and Vicki Smith. So that's 4 individuals.
They're working as a group to monitor the feed, and so when that time slot comes, one of them will speak on
Okay.
behalf of the group.
Understood. And number 18 is Ken Crutchfield from the Edmonton Adult Ice Users. Panel number 4 will start with Chris Goss, and followed by Jim Huco from Innovate East Glen. Number 3 will be John Stradwerka from Innovate East Glen. Number 4, Mona Marshall, also from Innovate East Glen. Number 5, Elvira Falconer from Innovate East Glen. Number 6, Jacqueline Misiak. Number 7, Joshua Semchuk from the Alberta Avenue Steering Committee / District Council. Number 8, Jesus Gonzalez from Alberta Avenue. Number 9, Christy Morin from Alberta Avenue. Number 10, Amanda Nielsen from Alberta Avenue. Number 11, Jessica Vandenberg from Alberta Avenue. Number 12, Glennis Lieb from Alberta Avenue. Number 13, Clinton Carew from Alberta Avenue. Number 14, Randall Fraser from Alberta Avenue. Number 15, Mark Henderson from Alberta Avenue. Number 16, Gaetan Benoit from Alberta Avenue. Number 17, Nathan Carroll from Alberta Avenue. And number 18, Robin Patches from Oliver Community League. Panel number 5 will start with Carrie Diot, followed by Sean Waddingham from the Edmonton Student Alliance and the Students Association of MacEwan University. Number 3 will be Andrew Ritchie from Paths for People. Number 4, Christine Kowalchuk from the Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition. Number 5, Matthew Broussard from HSL. And number 6, Herb Flewelling from the Aquatic Council of Edmonton. And so that'll be a full day. And but before we start to hear from folks, we'll hear a little bit of supplemental information presented from City Administration, and then we'll dive into the first panel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and members of the public. We do have a short presentation, and it's to provide a bit of context as it relates to current discussion that's planned for today and another report that will be coming out later today. Today's public hearing continues the conversation about budget adjustment priorities and preferences. The insights shared from registered speakers are critical inputs to understanding how to balance the many needs against what is affordable. This is a budget of difficult choices. There will be compromises and decisions made that will impact the delivery of city services in 2021 and beyond. As we listen to the issues raised by residents, businesses, and stakeholders, there are some important facts to consider for that context. Edmonton has the highest unemployment rate among Canadian cities. It was 12% in October. Recovery back to previous levels is not expected in the short term. The region is in an economic depression that is amplified by the pandemic. Our 4-year budget is aligned with the vision and goals that Edmontonians have defined. The long-term sustainability of the city is connected to these strategic drivers. The budget enables the city to take steps towards their achievement. As we explained when we first presented the budget on November 18th, we are proposing a multi-pronged approach to budget adjustments. First, administration recommends dealing separately with the one-time adjustments that are required to address COVID-19 financial implications. This report will be published this afternoon and will be presented to Council on December 7th. Mary will discuss the strategy shortly to give a sense of what we are proposing. Second, the fall supplementary operating budget adjustment recommends ongoing budget adjustments to the tax levy with a new fiscal reality that is expected to continue in the longer term. Third, we are also looking at a long-term change which will come forward in future budgets and adjustments. The work ahead for next week, however, is for Council to discuss recommended actions to achieve a 0% tax increase for 2021. To prepare for those deliberations, we took the same principle-based approach to ensure that we had a strategic lens on every recommendation. Mary will now provide details on the differences between the ongoing adjustments that will be discussed today and the one-time pandemic-related adjustments that will be discussed on Monday. Mary?
Thanks, Adam. To build on what Adam was saying, there are 2 key financial frames being brought forward for 2021. COVID-related one-time costs and changes to the base budget to reduce the 2021 tax increase. For the COVID adjustments, because we don't know exactly what the future holds, we propose to deal with the COVID costs and revenue reductions on a one-time basis and will release the report today with details. But I want to highlight that we forecast the pressure for 2021 budget to be $152 million. That's $125.5 million in revenue reductions and $30.5 million in additional costs. To address these challenges, we will present mitigating strategies which will include one-time expense reductions as well as the use of public or provincial and federal funds. But we will also outline risks and additional pressures created regarding COVID, such as the Explore Edmonton request. We will keep that separate from the discussions of ongoing reductions, but it is important to know what is coming. Ongoing reductions. The current focus is to achieve a 0% tax increase to recognize the fiscal realities of businesses and citizens. Permanent reductions or reductions to evaluate and or then reintroduce a program in the next budget cycle or options. This requires a reduction of $64 million from the approved budget. 56.5 is related to the reduction strategies that departments put forward, and the rest is achieved through other financial strategies. We have the reductions framed in categories noted on the screen, but there are some details that Council may wish to keep in mind. For the grant reductions, in proposing these reductions, we focused on making our overall grant spending more effective. The Community Investment Grant is an operating subsidy that provides to 300 of thousands of nonprofits in the city. On average, it makes up approximately 5 to 6% of an organization's revenue, with subsidies ranging from $250 to $16,500. Other grants, such as the Community League Infrastructure Program, have limited uptake. There's been less than 1.6 million in grant applications each year since its beginning in 2011. This reduction will allow the city to focus on rehabilitation and renovation projects and pause our investment in new projects until we review the current approach to the program. The pool and rink closures are recommended as there are unfunded future obligations for capital renewal, as well as lower use and higher use subsidies per user. On average, over the past 5 years, the tax levy subsidy per user in use has been between $5 and $20. Transit fee increases were in the 2019 budget, and these increases have remained in the 2021 operating budget. ETS has also proposed a small number of frequency reductions for certain bus routes, but these will not have a major impact on riders. For example, a rider might have to wait an additional 2 minutes for a bus. We are still very confident the goals of the bus network redesign will be achieved when it is launched in April. FTE reductions are embedded in most of these categories. So service level reductions will lead to some position reductions. So while workforce strategies includes items like vacancy management, the overall net reductions in personnel related costs are $34.7 million across all categories. We used priority-based budgeting to frame many of our reductions, examining services critically and asking if we, as a city, have to provide the service, and does it serve all Edmontonians? With that lens, we have not put forward any recommendations to reduce the city's support to expanding affordable housing and reducing homelessness. Likewise, there are no reductions to the Safe and Healthy Communities budget in the Social Development branch. There are also very few reductions to the budget in fire rescue, and no permanent reductions in DAT services, snow and ice control, and traffic safety. Again, these were difficult choices, but we have worked hard to minimize the impacts on Edmontonians and preserve funding through the services that are fully within our mandate. I'll put it back to Adam.
Thanks, Mary. The next slide has a graph on it and it provides more context to the 0% proposed tax increase for 2021. The tax increase has been trending downward since 2019. The trend here is also reflected by each component of the municipal tax increase in the fall 2020 supplementary operating budget adjustment. A larger portion of the tax increase each year goes towards amounts directed for specific purposes such as Valley Line LRT, neighborhood and alley renewal, and the Edmonton Police Service. This reflects conscious choices of council. The red and yellow portions are for the Valley Line and alley renewal. The portion in blue for EPS is related to the council-approved funding formula. Municipal services shown in the green portion have been gradually decreasing as a portion of the tax increase, down to negative levels in 2020 and 2021. Before I close, I'd like to note that the city recognizes that the COVID-19 pandemic has put financial stress on many households and businesses. To find out more about Edmontonians' perspectives, we offered an online survey between November 4th and 15th. Responses were crowdsourced through numerous communication channels and we received a total of 4,400 responses. The full survey report has been added as an attachment to the supplementary operating budget adjustment report. But I'll flag that 42% of the respondents indicated their financial situation has become worse over the past 12 months. Setting the tax levy for 2021 at a 0% increase is preferred by 45% of the respondents, followed by 31% who would like to see an increase to the tax levy, and 17% who would like to see the tax levy decrease. We understand that we are proposing budget changes that will impact Edmontonians, and we know the decisions will be difficult. I want to stress that we put forward the options in the context of priority-based budgeting and reimagine, as well as with a recognition of the urgency of the current economic climate. We look forward to hearing the perspectives of Edmontonians on these important decisions today and to our conversation with Council next week. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the context before we start the public hearing.
Thank you. I think that's very, very helpful, including the distinction to the one-time changes and the order of magnitude for that, which we'll talk about later. So, again, a welcome to our first panel. I will now just check to make sure that we can hear from each of the panel members. So please get ready to unmute yourself. And also, please, again, make note of the order of who is speaking before you, so you're ready to go when it's your turn. So Stephen Boudreau, are you there?
I am, yes.
Great, thank you. Stand by, we'll come back to you in a moment for your piece. David Embry?
Good morning, Council. Yes,
Good morning, thank you. Brent Collingwood?
Hi, it's Christine Archibald. I'll be speaking for Brent Collingwood. Thank you.
Okay, noted. Christine Archibald, subbing in Stephanie Smith. Stephanie, are you there?
Stephanie did not check in with us this morning either.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see if she joins us in the next moments, in the next 15 or so. Heather Mark, are you there?
Good morning.
Good morning, welcome. Steve Hogel?
good morning.
Morning. Julie Cusick?
I'm here.
Good morning. Brian Torrance?
Good morning.
Welcome. David Henning?
Morning, everyone.
Thank you. And Gary Shelton?
Good morning.
Good morning. Chris Galloway?
Chris did not check in either.
Okay. Stephen Dufresne or Mary Dunnigan?
I am here.
Mary?
Dunn.
Okay, I see you there, thank you. Greg Mady?
Here.
Good morning. Amy Nugent?
Amy did not check in.
Okay, noted. Cindy Gordon?
I'm here.
Good morning, welcome. Hans van Ginhoven?
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
Morning.
Kader Jama?
Yeah, I'm here, Mayor. Thank you.
Welcome. And Connie Varnhagen?
I'm here.
Welcome. Okay, so that's panel one. Now that we've all met, Mr. Boudreau, the next 5 minutes are yours. Go ahead. Just a warning, actually, before you all start, I really do encourage you to run your timers because I will be a bit merciless about the 5 minutes. And not to pick on you, Mr. Boudreau, but for everybody, just so that we can hear from everybody fairly and equitably today. So, Mr. Boudreau, your time starts now.
Okay, I've got my timer going. So good morning, members of council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Stephen Bordeaux. I'm the general manager of World Triathlon Edmonton and the president of the Edmonton Triathlon Academy. I'm here with Dave Embry of the Argyle Velodrome Association. I'll be speaking today only, but Dave and I will both be available for questions. We're here today to provide an update on the Project Sport Partners' ongoing efforts with regard to the Coronation Community Recreation Centre, and to provide our public support moving forward with Scenario 2, Build to Program. Since 2014, actually since 2011, the surrounding community leagues, numerous stakeholders, sport partner groups, and the city's administration have worked together to develop the current program for this facility and have brought the design almost to completion. Over this past decade, literally thousands of volunteer hours and dollars have gone into this project to build this vision. Administration has been extremely supportive and open to all of our feedback and guidance while we work through the design and operations of the facility, and we truly thank them for that. It is apparent that Scenario 2, Build the Program, is the only option to realize our collective mission to build this facility for Edmonton that meets the strategic goals of the community as laid out by leadership. Both sport partners and our respective communities remain 100% committed to this project and our obligations to see the CCRC become a truly world-class facility for Edmonton, the region, and the nation. In these dire times, it's important that we continue to look towards our long-term recovery while balancing our immediate needs. We understand this is no easy task, and we know the difficult decisions that are before you. All we ask is that the future opportunities not be ignored, such as jobs for Edmontonians and Edmonton businesses, a positive for the communities in the surrounding area and the future user groups, future major hosting opportunities that provide tangible economic and community benefits for Edmonton, tourism to the region through training camps, continued leadership in our core sports of cycling and triathlon, amongst others, volleyball, basketball, and such, and the national and international reputation building a facility like this presents. We're also pleased to report that our sport partner fundraising efforts have raised over $900,000 to date of our $4 million commitment. And once the project is approved for construction, we'll resume this campaign in earnest. So in summary, we the partners are fully supportive of the recommendation to proceed with scenario 2, continuing the project as envisioned. As well, we remain steadfast in our fundraising and operational commitments to see the project move forward into construction as soon as it makes sense to do so. David and I are both available for any questions that anyone on council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And we'll note that David is questions only, so appreciate that. Stand by. I'm sure there'll be some questions. Christine Archibald, subbing in for Mr. Collingwood. Go ahead, Christine.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson, for allowing us to address council on the funding for the Northeast Pedestrian Bridge we currently refer to as the Quarry Footbridge. My name is Christine Archibald. I'm the incoming Executive Director for the River Valley Alliance, effective January 1st. Brent Collingwood is here with me as well. He's outgoing director. Many on council know of the River Valley Alliance, whose mission is to help coordinate regional planning and funding of a fully connected 100-kilometer trail system along the North Saskatchewan River from Devon to Fort Saskatchewan. Working together, the RVA has helped its 7 municipal shareholders build some amazing infrastructure, including the Terwillegar Footbridge and the 100th Street Funicular. Currently, we have over 75 kilometers of trail built. Our current priority is to advance the planning, development, and final funding of the Quarry Footbridge in Northeast Edmonton. The RVA has secured and earmarked $16 million of federal and provincial funding and await final funding approval from both the City of Edmonton and Strathcona County for their 1/3 share of the project, and that would be a split share of the 1/3 between them. Today, we're here to ask Council to support administration's request to fund the $2.9 million for concept and preliminary design. It's critical that this work proceeds as access to the $16 million of federal and provincial grant dollars expires on March 31st of 2025. This means there must be a physical, tangible asset substantially complete and open to the public by December of 2024. From administration's Gantt chart, this timeline can be achieved, but only if the concept and preliminary design work is funded and continues to move forward. Thank you for hearing our position, and I'd be happy, and Brent as well, to answer any questions that you have.
Well, thanks, Christine, and congratulations on your new gig, and thanks to Brent for his work with RVA over the years, and thank you for being here both this morning. Was Stephanie Smith able to check in?
We've not heard from her.
Okay, well, we'll move on to Heather Mark. Heather, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll start my timer. Good morning, councillors. My name is Heather, pronouns she, her, and I am presently settled in Spomitapi. Thank you all for taking the time to listen to the public today. In the spirit of good relations, I want to acknowledge that we are all here out of shared compassion for the community. And I hope this common ground will serve us well moving forward to find creative solutions to the problems that we face. The supplemental operating budget adjustment proposes that we cut back on active living outlets, which I think is counterintuitive to mental health concerns in the midst of a pandemic. Proposals on scaling back services for youth, like the Green Shack program, give me pause. It is imperative for the development and health of our youth that they have equitable access to community resources. After having been sent back into public schools without adequate support against this pandemic, As a municipality, we really owe it to the youth to demonstrate that they haven't been abandoned by their leaders. I know where council can instead source the $64 million reduction that it seeks to make. So I spoke to you all in June during the non-statutory hearings on policing. I see online at edmonton.ca that the expenditure budget for 2019 to 2022 remains at 15.3% for EPS. I understand that council already agreed to an $11 million cut to a budgetary increase for EPS in early July. I say this respectfully. When community members were asked to come forward and relive police trauma publicly, council demonstrated poor allyship by not applying the same cutthroat attitude towards the police commission's budget as it is presently with social programming. So if council is serious about a 0% tax levy increase, then the police budget should be top of the list to rescind. Ultimately, and you all know this, the budget informs the lived experiences of community members. Put simply, either we don't invest in the community and then we wait to see the subsequent social problems that policing only reacts to, or we can invest in community and witness policing increasingly become obsolete. So since June, we've seen the fruition of the Police Commission's 2017 purchase for a $500,000 armored vehicle. I also witnessed personally the excess of some 30 officers tear elderly houseless persons from the prayer camp Pekawewin, and this was to appease the privileged property owning classes that called the cost-effective community solution to houselessness an eyesore. I saw the flip side of the coin when a property owner pointed a rifle at houseless community members on the Aboriginal burial grounds, then be validated in their murderousness by the equally violent police response to poverty. So as settlers, we cannot continue acknowledging our treaty obligations exclusively in the footnotes. The budget adjustment is the perfect opportunity to put our money where your mouths are in terms of eliminating houselessness and facilitating social good during these turbulent times. So best of luck with the budget adjustments, and thank you very much for taking the time today. Take care.
Thank you, Ms. Mark. Next is Steve Hogle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Council. And I am the freshly minted General Manager of Hockey Edmonton. More importantly, I'm here on behalf of 600 teams, thousands of players, coaches, volunteers, and parents. We purchase about $4 million worth of City of Edmonton facility time every year. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about community investment, operating grants, and ice arenas. Derek Wynn is a 15-year-old who has led a life few, any of us can imagine. His father abandoned the family, money is extremely tight, and the extended family loves drugs. But mother, April, refuses to let her kids go down Party Alley. Besides, Derek wanted to do something else. Derek grew up dreaming of playing hockey. He made a hard life, but he never complained. He just dreamed about playing hockey. Hockey is revered in Canada. Kids want to play. They love to play, and why should they not be able to play? April knew hockey was not just her son's dream. It was a way for him to connect with a stronger family, solid friends, and a loving community. She was determined to make it happen. Last season, Derek suited up for the Maple Leaf Athletic Club U15 AAA team. Next slide, please. It is in one of the best leagues in Alberta that Derek saw action. He was able to realize his dream because you made an investment in him. Next slide, please. Your grant also enabled the Maple Leafs to help 4 other families who could not otherwise afford hockey for their children. April says the experience is having a profound effect on Derek. He's a happier boy, a better student, and a stronger teammate. Next slide, please. And there is Derek and April. Next slide, please. Confederation Hockey utilized its grants to reduce fees for recreation hockey for families in need, getting almost 200 youth skating. Next slide, please. North Sierra used the grant to stage special events to introduce the game to girls who had a ton of fun with their work ethic, integrity, leadership, and compassion. Next slide, please. All our teams also work together off the ice, giving back to equipment drive like this one for Sports Central. Your grants are helping us to help thousands of Derricks get out from behind their screens, get off the streets, and get into arenas where they grow and develop. Next slide, please. This is not only for their bodies, it is critical to their mental well-being, their self-acceptance, and their growth. Next slide, please. The last thing we want to do is take away the opportunity or the arenas from these kids who become future leaders in businesses, communities, and homes around Edmonton. Next slide, please. You're looking at closing Oliver and Tipton Arena production strategy. Earlier this year, administration notified us you're shuttering Coronation Arena, delaying the Lewis Farms Recreation Center, and closing Collingwood Twin Arenas next year for maintenance. That would be a reduction of 5 ice surfaces for the first half of the season and 3 ice surfaces in perpetuity. This at a time when we're running at capacity. That would be catastrophic. There's not enough ice to go around to all the groups who need it. All of us are already being forced to shrink our programs. Next slide, please. We want to step up to the plate to help at no cost to the city. Hockey Edmonton is willing to operate Oliver and Tipton, and we have the expertise, with 2 of our clubs currently running their own arenas. Also, our rich history with the City of Edmonton includes our ice allocation team working closely with administration. We can put all that good into an operating partnership with the city. We will work with other user groups to ensure everyone is taken care of rather than watch the devastating impacts of these closures. Hockey Edmonton has historically looked after the other arena users. When a rink goes down, we cover our team, sure, but we also make sure other sport groups have sufficient ice time as well to get through the closure. We lead because we have the expertise, but we lead for everyone's benefit. We will cover the city's projected operating loss for Oliver and Tipton arenas, so there is 0 cost to the city. Any additional revenue could be directed towards those community investment operating grants. Today, I ask you to protect those grants and also direct administration to sit down with us to talk about an operating agreement for the Oliver and Tipton arenas. We believe in the rich, diverse fabric that makes up our great city, the arts, the culture, the sports. Hockey is a critical, big, and strong piece of that fabric. And Derrick, next slide, please, is evidence of that. We are a home to every kind of player, elite, recreational, black, white, boy, girl, gay, straight, rich, poor. We don't care. We have a place for you to play. And for all those kids, we need to make investments and ensure we have enough arenas moving forward.
Thank
so
you.
We can have the future for the Derricks of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hogle. Next up is Julie Cusick.
Good morning, Mayor and City Councillors. My name is Julie Cusick, and I'm the president of Queen Alexandra Community League. You've heard me speak many times before on Scona Pool and Rolling Miles Rec Center, and I'm happy to take any questions you have on those items should you wish. I've also emailed you the slides and recording of our recent community conversation on the issue, including an 11-year history of community advocacy on it. Kim Clegg, who's in a later panel, will also present results of 2 surveys we conducted recently. Today, I'd like to present to you on the incredible solidarity we've created alongside community leagues, businesses, and other organizations around the issue of Scona, Oliver, and East Glen pools, Tipton and Oliver arenas, and Rolling Miles Rec Center. We unfortunately didn't organize ourselves in such a way that we're speaking sequentially, but you can hear from the other speakers in a later panel: Elaine Soles, Kim Clegg, Lisa Brown, Robin Patches, and Mike Shiplak. We've developed 5 short-term and 3 long-term actions for City Council to consider in order to deal with the issue in a more sustainable and long-lasting way. Short-term suggestions. Number 1, continue to operate Scona, Oliver, and East Glen pools. This signals that City Council is serious about being consistent. There is a reason for Edmontonians to choose urban, more densely populated neighborhoods for their home, because we are committed to the 15-minute community idea outlined in the city plan. Number 2, communities need transparency in decision-making. User numbers have been an ongoing issue for all of us. We need a transparent and clearly communicated user number threshold set for each facility. To say that user numbers are low isn't good enough. Number 2, we need access to those user numbers. Number 3, Those user numbers should be reported and interpreted consistently across conversations, not used in certain ways in certain conversations. Short-term action number 3. Core neighborhoods need reinvestment as populations increase with densification. So a note about those renewal costs that administration suggested earlier. The $16 million for Scona Pool is money that council never intended to spend. Same goes with Tipton and Oliver Arenas. Our communities have known for years that these facilities would not be renewed. So I don't understand why those are being represented as savings. Short-term action number 4. The city requires a new model for recreation and community hubs in Edmonton, and Rolly Miles Rec Center that will one day replace Scona Pool represents that opportunity. It's the opportunity to shift to a more sustainable and affordable model. It will pilot both a smaller scale model that can be replicated across other densely populated neighborhoods in Edmonton, such as Oliver. It will also pilot alternative financing mechanisms for the construction, maintenance, and operations of such a facility. Number 5, while all facilities are important, our priority is to keep the pools open. We just heard from Hockey Edmonton. That is a proposal that I, for one, would be willing to entertain in regards to Tipton Arena. Now, we came up with 3 long-term goals, or long-term actions. Number 1, East Glen Pool is rehabilitated and it remains open for future generations. Number 2, Oliver has better pedestrian, bike, and public transit connections to the existing recreation in the area, and a new community hub is put up. Number 3, Scona Pool is replaced with Rolly Miles Rec Center and as a pilot for social and recreational community opportunities throughout Edmonton. I am aiming for that to be built within the 2023 to 2026 capital budget, which means we need design funding today. All of this represents a shift from each neighborhood, facility, and user group advocating for itself to a coalition of individuals, communities, businesses, and sport organizations who want to work together to ensure our rec for years to come. I'll leave you with 2 other thoughts. Number 1, keeping these rec facilities open and moving forward with a more sustainable, long-term recreation model is a test of council's ability to weather the storm of today while keeping our eye on maintaining a city that is there for its residents, a city that follows through on our vision of the city plan. Number 2, I believe that the Thrive YAG project I did 2 years ago regarding the city budget is still relevant. What can we do to maintain the things that really matter in concrete ways to Edmontonians? Do we actually need to look at a small tax increase? Or do we keep it at 0% and explain where else cuts can happen? For me, a 1% tax increase would only be $3 a month. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Next up is Brian Torrance from the Edmonton Sports Council.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. The Edmonton Sport Council is a nonprofit organization with a dedicated volunteer board of volunteers that advocates for sport, physical activity, and recreation in Edmonton. That all leads to wellness. To begin, I'd like to thank Council for being a voice and of showing leadership in building a healthy, active city. I'd also like to applaud the city on initiatives during COVID-19 that have made a difference to the well-being of citizens, that have reduced barriers such as access, cost, and transportation. These initiatives live all over the city and are contributing to the well-being and smiles of Edmontonians. Canadian Tire Jumpstart Playground in Clairview, the Shared Streets Initiative, reopening playgrounds, parks, and recreation facilities to the best of your ability, and also infrastructure projects that have been accelerated, such as River Valley Stairs and Recreation Center maintenance. Not all of these initiatives make the headlines or Twitter, but they should be commended. The last time I had the privilege of speaking was in support of the city plan, which asks, what choices do we need to be a healthy, urban, and climate-resilient city of 2 million people? Now is our first chance to see the steps towards our city plan. More than ever, upstream health and wellness needs long-term strategies, needs to be prioritized, and needs to be planned for. Wellness also needs leadership, which is what we're asking you to maintain today. We are most pleased that a healthy city is one of the 4 strategic goals of the city plan. As a healthy city, as an active city, and everyone, all Edmontonians, need to have an opportunity to be involved. I stress the word everyone, as many Edmontonians have barriers to sport and recreation, and we need to solve this as we all need to be given the opportunity to participate. The city plan talks about a community of communities. It's about welcoming new residents and developing housing, recreation, schools, employment, all in our districts that could be better accessed through various forms of transportation. To echo Ms. Kuziak's comments, Scona Pool, Oliver Outdoor Pool, and East Glen Pool, the Edmonton Sport Council recommends that we do not close these facilities. Further, investing in local recreation, such as the proposed pilot at Rolling Miles Rec Center, is a good idea. The city plan also refers to encouraging healthy and active living by supporting community-focused recreational, leisure, social, and cultural programs, and also providing services, programs which reduce barriers for low-income residents to community recreation facilities. To that point, the Edmonton Sport Council would support maintaining the community investment operating grants to those nonprofits and social agencies that are doing such important work. We have great empathy for the difficult budget choices that lay ahead. This is not easy and hard decisions are being made, and our request to you is that you make these decisions with a focus of wellness and active living. It is real that the pandemic has intensified another pandemic, that of declining active living, personal fitness, which results in physical, mental, and further social illness. The pandemic is a grand challenge. It's today's grand challenge, but the health and wellness of our city is tomorrow's. We need community sport, physical activity, recreation more than ever. It will be a foundational cure for our challenges during COVID, and sport and recreation are not nice to have, they're essential. A key goal of the Live Active strategy is important, is opportunity and accessibility for all Edmontonians to experience sport, active living, and active recreation opportunities, and through these activities, wellness. Green Shack is not a nice to have, it's essential. As winter approaches and the pandemic grows, Edmontonians continue to be less physically active. The consequences of this inactivity are lengthy and include social isolation, low employment morale, increased absenteeism, and reductions in community cohesion. In conclusion, to further invest on sport, physical activity, recreation as a vehicle to citizen well-being is what is needed at this time. These activities will be part of a coping, resiliency, and recovery, and they are essential services to maintain Edmonton as a healthy city. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next is David Henning.
Good morning. I'm new to the Edmonton Sport Council board, but I'm also on the board of directors for the Edmonton Area Corporate Challenge. And I've been a participant and a coach and a supporter of sport and active lifestyle my entire life. The second point that we wish to raise is as you've heard some of this earlier this morning, is the closure of the 5 smaller community-based recreational facilities. Now, forgive me, but this is short-term thinking and contrary to the Big City Move number 3 in the city plan, which states that it's about welcoming new residents and developing housing, recreation, schools, and employment in all of our districts that can be better accessed through all forms of transportation. We believe, as the plan states, that Edmonton fosters wellness and mental health by providing opportunities for all people to engage in community life and supporting those who are isolated, marginalized, or at risk. Edmonton must promote personal and community wellness and connection through inclusive and welcoming places, and encouraging healthy and active living by supporting community-based recreational, leisure, social, and cultural programs. The facilities recommended to close and the other pools and arenas were built in the 1960s and 70s, and they're largely adjacent to senior high schools. The vision at the time was to enable greater use of taxpayer-supported facilities in one's own neighborhood. This type of cooperative facility building between the city and Edmonton school boards has been repeated in Terwillegar and Clairview, and it's planned to be repeated in Lewis Farms and the Dr. Ann Anderson High School. Some of the indoor pools that have been talked about this morning have undergone a major retrofit in the past decade. Recently, the Jasper Place Leisure Center reopened after 3 years of renovations. The Fred, Broadstock, Queen Elizabeth, and Borden Park outdoor pools have also all been upgraded. Approved in October 2018, the approach to recreation facility planning in Edmonton states that the city should maintain the current level of service for indoor aquatics, indoor ice, and outdoor pools. As the city grows and as the new areas develop, additional indoor and outdoor amenities may be considered. Now, heard from Mr. Hogle this morning already on and the concerns related to the arena closures, and Edmonton Sport Council is certainly supportive of Hockey Edmonton's position. But with these closures, that's 5 of 31 ice surfaces lost for at least part of 2021, with no replacement facilities in sight, except for the Lewis Farms Recreational Center. As a result, Edmonton will have a shortage of indoor ice. The Edmonton Sport Council is aware and supports the Edmonton community's deep dive joint position, which will be presented by the communities who surround these facilities. We know that others, including Hockey Edmonton, who you heard from this morning, have or will be approaching the city. All options must be explored. However, the facilities need to remain operational in the short term. The city plan states that Edmontonians feel safe and secure in their communities and benefit from public spaces and infrastructure that supports health and well-being. And Edmontonians live closer to what they need and are supported by walkable communities, active transportation networks, and a greater connectivity across all travel modes. For this to become a reality, we are going to need more smaller community-based recreational facilities, not fewer. City partnerships with other service providers will be essential. Therefore, we do not support the elimination of the Community Facility Partner Capital Grant Program, which in 2019 leveraged $619,000 of city funding to enable 10 new projects with a value of $4.7 million. Rather, we recommend to pause the program for at least 2 years, as the current conditions cited by administration as to why the grant should be eliminated may not hold true in the mid to long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Gary Shelton.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. The third point the Edmonton Sport Council wishes to speak about is the focuses on advancing Connect Edmonton, the strategic plan for 2019 to 2028. It's a goal that Edmonton is a neighborly city with community and personal wellness that embodies and promotes equality for all Edmontonians. Therefore, we recommend that as we emerge from COVID, it's important that the Green Shack programming continue, youth drop-in programs continue support for central lines, and that children and youth be kept safe at skateboard and spray parks by not reducing supervision. We believe that spraying for mosquitoes should also not be reduced so that all Edmontonians enjoy being in the outside more often next spring and summer. Modification of the turf program should not include sport fields, especially during May and April, as this is when the health of grass is established for the year. And we believe that outdoor pools should not be closed entirely from May and June, and that splash parks should remain open and from mid-June and close on the Monday of the September long weekend. These investments do, as per the city plan, encourage and support the use of public space in formal and informal ways throughout the year and increase opportunities for Edmontonians to be physically active throughout all seasons. We also recommend that the Community Investment Operating Grant Program for sport, recreation, multicultural, and social service organizations not be eliminated, as it too advances Connect Edmonton. The supplemental budget adjustment states that the grant is provided to 300 of approximately 6,000 nonprofit organizations. This is because many groups are ineligible. This includes organizations whose primary mandate is the responsibility of other orders of government, organizations that receive a grant for operational funding from other sources in the city, and those which have a budget of over $2 million. As to the matter that it only represents 5 to 6% of an organization's budgets, know that once it was higher with a maximum grant of $20,000 given out in 2007. And that while the number of organizations applying and their budgets growing, the total amount of the funds available in this grant program have not been increased except for the cost of living since 2013. This year, $1.7 million was awarded to 136 sport, active recreation groups who utilize the funding for coach education, essential equipment, subsidizing those in financial need, and other ways as permitted by the grant. With this said, we recommend that the discussion started earlier this year to explore reforming the operating grant program continue, and that others be engaged in this conversation. While we know we can only have our say and not our way, we believe grant funds directed to sport and recreation organizations should focus on meeting the needs of targeted populations, beginning with children and youth who are economically disadvantaged, New Canadians, ethnocultural populations, and First Nations. There is also a travel and hosting grant through the Community Investment Grant Program. In 2019, $133,000 was awarded. The travel grants assist Edmonton's up-and-coming champions to participate at Western Canada national and international events. These champions commonly have a very short window of time in which to fundraise to compete at the next level of competition. A travel grant makes a difference. These champions are not carded athletes and are not otherwise supported by any other level of government. These athletes, if successful, go on to higher levels of competition, including the Olympics, which brings recognition to Edmonton. A second benefit is that Edmonton often then bids on and hosts provincial to international events. The hosting grant program is very small and is for those that aren't eligible for corporate sponsorship. Thus, the community investment grants to support the city plan, and in that Edmonton fosters wellness and mental health by providing opportunities for all people to engage in community life and supporting those who are isolated or marginalized is happening. We believe that the budget adjustments we have identified will especially negatively impact the most vulnerable Edmontonians in their ability to live active. In closing, we hope that you make budget decisions based on the health of all Edmontonians through, as Edmonton Connect states, strategic actions, partnerships, and collaboration. Now should be the time to increase, not decrease, physical activity, and now should be the time for more collaboration and partnerships. We thank you for your opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. Next is Chris Galway, who I gather has been able to join us now. Chris, are you there?
He did contact our office and say that he would be interested in speaking and was following along.
Mr. Galway? Okay, well, we'll try to contact him offline, see if we can get him before the end of the panel here. We'll go next to Mary Dunnigan in place of Stephen Dufresne for the Society of St. Vincent de Paul Edmonton Central Council. Go ahead, Mary.
Good morning. I have 8 slides to convince you. I am the past president of Society of St. Vincent de Paul. Our current president is having a medical procedure today which could not be rescheduled. So if you've not heard of SSVP, many of the poor in Edmonton have. Next slide, please. As I say, Stephen is not available to speak with you today, so I will be doing it on his behalf. Slide 3, please. Why should you support and appreciate us? Why should you invest in SSVP? Because we are invested in Edmonton. You'll note on the slide that in 2019, the 720 Vincentian volunteers at our distribution center and in our 19 geographical area conferences within the city used 74,000 hours of their time and effort to make Edmonton a better place. If we were to pay them minimum wage, it would cost you over $1 million to do that. Please note at the bottom, ours is entirely a voluntary organization and no one receives any money. If we were to take that and then look at the number of donated resources that we give to clients in need through our distribution center and the conferences, that's also another $1 million. So the total of, next slide, please. The hours that are spent give you that combination of over $2 million that we as an organization reinvest in Edmonton. Next slide, please. What do? We service those in need through home visits, free clothing to all people of all ages, delivery of donated household goods, furniture, and food hampers. In 2019, we assisted 2,700 households, assisting over 6,000 individuals. Next slide, please. The loss of the grant, the CIOG, would be important to us. This reason is, even though you're facing challenging financial issues, we too are facing them. Our two major fundraisers of the year, our charity sales, are not able to operate this year due to COVID. We need to find that money so that we can continue to serve the poor in Edmonton. Next slide. The Society of the Council is asking you to continue with this distribution of the CIOG grant to many of the organizations that are helping. An important aspect of the CIOG is that it gives us operating funds. It's easier to get someone to say, I want to buy 12 tables, will you help me? It's more difficult to say, will you help me pay the insurance? Will you help me put gas in the trucks so that our volunteers can serve the poor? So I'm asking you to help us, help Edmontonians. Let us be your hands to help the people in need. And you can do that by continuing to support us through the CIOG grant. Next slide, please. Thank you for this opportunity to present. We have positive hopes that people like Scott McKean and our mayor know we do good work, and you will help us continue this by continuing the CIOG grant. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Dunnigan. Next is Greg Mady.
Thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank the 45,000 hardworking Edmontonians who have provided me the opportunity to express their views with you today. While going over the documents and listening to the discourse around these recommendations, one issue stuck out like a sore thumb. A 0% increase in the tax rate means no accounting for inflation and no accommodation for population growth, which really means a cut in services for Edmontonians. I would ask all councillors to do a better job of communicating what we are actually talking about and what it actually means for the people of Edmonton. What you are asking and advocating for is a cut to the things that people rely on, while you pretend they're getting a deal. Stand up and say pool closures and even less accessible bus services are among the price we have to pay for privatizing revenue sources and giving sweetheart deals to the richest Edmontonians for exclusive access to our river valley. While these actions alone will not see the reductions in services you are looking for, they are emblematic of the lack of the willingness to lead and act in the ways we need to ensure Edmonton's viability into the future. It's not a deal and it's not cheaper. It's just easier for you to make it look like that money is off the books. But the costs become hidden, and it's far higher than any of you will admit or even bother to know. I don't need to tell you that we have a provincial government willfully reducing their own revenue to give handouts to their friends and then crying poor when they refuse to adequately fund municipalities. At the same time, they control and limit our ability to increase revenue streams while simultaneously creating a narrative of municipal fiscal mismanagement. It is shocking that at this point, we haven't heard anything about expanding our revenue streams with programs like property transfer taxes or increasing the idle land speculation tax. Instead, we are focusing entirely on limiting our already dwindling revenue sources through one-time gains of selling capital assets for pennies on the dollar through privatization. We are in a crisis that requires real leadership, not the easy, beaten path of austerity that has crushing consequences that takes years, decades, and even generations to try to build back from. We cannot afford that. The future is too uncertain. We need leaders that are willing to question the status quo and push for better. The issues we face require you to be thoughtful and purposeful. The fact that it is dogmatically assumed by so many of you that privatization leads to cost savings, despite the mounting evidence that across municipalities showing that in fact it does not, is troubling to say the least. The profit motive means that corners are cut. Workers are treated as disposable, city equipment is trashed, citizens pay more out of pockets for less. And on top of it, the public dollars feed the wallets of international shareholders instead of supporting local buying power here at home. Instead of divesting of services and shying away from new opportunities, the city should be looking at better ways to leverage revenue tools to fund the things Edmontonians need and the things that draw people and businesses here. There is no reason that profits need to be funneled into private hands and squirreled away into offshore bank accounts when there are city programs and services that Edmontonians rely on that money could help. Yet, this is the trajectory that council and administration has led us down, making this crisis all the more dangerous for Edmontonians. Expecting the private sector to voluntarily invest in Edmonton when our own government won't is a ridiculous assumption and should be challenged outright. Obviously, the provincial government is leaving you to do the heavy lifting on so many issues while they take away more and more of the resources that are needed for you to do it. You can't keep sitting there and taking it. You need to act. This should be the start of a discussion that should be happening right now on how cities can be more self-sufficient. The Reimagine document understands this, but fails to bring anything to the table that hasn't already been tried and failed in other jurisdictions. While cuts may be required for now, we need to make purposeful steps to position the city to launch an aggressive post-pandemic strategy that provides Edmontonians with the city they deserve. Let's not ruin our chance to show that Edmonton can come out stronger and better as a result of this crisis, instead of a mere shadow of what we once were. We need you all to do the right thing, not the easiest thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Was Amy Nugent able to join us? No? Okay. Then next up is Cindy Gordon from the Canadian Hard of Hearing Association Edmonton branch. Welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to express our need and our concern today, especially on the day, the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. And I will say I recognize the gravity of this request. CHA Edmonton is a nonprofit self-help charitable organization by the persons who are hard of hearing. Hearing loss is the fastest growing disability in Canada. In Edmonton alone, we have 100,000 Edmontonians. There's no other agency that works with those with hearing loss in our city. Hearing loss interferes with our most vital link to people, which is communication through language and sound. The effects of this invisible disability can be profound. Like many charities, CHA Edmonton is struggling during the COVID-19 pandemic. The loss of fundraising events, like our annual golf tournament, where we raise funds to provide hearing aids to individuals that might otherwise not be able to afford them, to the loss of our casino, which we use to offset costs to our organization. We have not been receiving grants that we typically do. Donations in the past year due to COVID-19 have dwindled. Without the assistance of the CIOG, we are not able to provide Edmontons the help they need, and the greatly challenges CHA Ed to keep our doors open. Our staff hours have been reduced, actually eliminated for some months at a time to reduce the strain of lack of funding. The programs we offer are the key to the mental health of our members. Nonprofits contribute $9.6 million in revenue to the Alberta economy. Do we really want to lose that? If our doors are shut, we will not be able to reopen. This is a challenge that would be too great for us to start again. Today, I ask you to reconsider putting charitable organizations on this chopping block off. Keep the community operating grant viable. We rely on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Next is Hans van Ginhoven from Strathcona High School.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor Iveson and councillors. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak on these important issues. And I'm wearing two hats today, one as principal of Strathcona High School and the other as a long-term resident of Highlands, East Glen's home community. You know, Scona Pool has always been an integral part of Scona and the community. And for Scona, it's allowed us to build a swim team with close to 100 members and allowed us, through an annual private donation of $3,000, to make swimming available to all 1,600 students. We would say the pool has helped to shape the leaders of tomorrow. Two of them will be speaking later today. You know, way back in 2008, when the pool was threatened with closure, the community and the school asked the city what would be needed to keep the pool open. And this is what came up: find an operator. So we did, River City. Increase the usage. So that took a lot of time, but the community persevered. They did events like the White Avenue Parade, the Canada Day Barbecue, the auction in the pool, and all of these events served to the point that the pool became more sustainable. In addition, special needs students from Avamore and L.Y. Carnes found a home at the pool. Also, scuba, synchro, and kayak clubs that could not find pool time elsewhere also found a home at the pool. All increased usage of the pool. And we were asked to participate in the design of replacement facilities, which both the community and the school invested lots of time, and I think showed our commitment to the project. And as you can see, the criteria for keeping the pool open were met, displaying a strong commitment to the ongoing operation of the pool. And while we were working on meeting these criteria, the City of Edmonton began focusing on building walkable, sustainable communities, revitalizing older neighborhoods, infill policies, bike lanes, and neighborhood renewal projects are all outcomes of this vision. And it's kind of neat that I can ride my bike from home in Highlands all the way to Scona High School, right across town, and almost all the way on the safety of bike lanes. So the city's efforts have paid off, and the communities around Scona began to densify and thrive. The same is the case for Oliver and Highlands, and it seems somewhat regressive now to take away vital services from these communities. Some additional facts. Operating most of these facilities is not excessively expensive, particularly as a percentage of the budget. It's a proverbial drop in the bucket. Usage has grown in these facilities, and they do fill a niche. Mothballing or demolition of these buildings could be more expensive in the short term than keeping them open. And finally, something the president of the Queen Alex referred to, the city documentation mentions millions of dollars for renovating the pool. No one's asking for that. Our ask is simple: keep the pool open till a long-term viable solution be found. You know, and also, as a resident of East Glen area, I appreciate the work the city has done around Ada Boulevard. But when you live in an inner city neighborhood, things are often taken away, and they're not easily replaced. The closure of Rexall and Northlands leaves a huge hole in these neighborhoods, which will take years, probably decades, to fill. Now is not the time to create another empty city facility in an area that has already faced so much closure. You know, I heard our mayor talking about his vision of a sustainable city last week versus urban sprawl, a vision I support. And I'm thankful, Mayor Iveson, for your leadership in shaping our city for the future. I think you've been instrumental in helping prepare Edmonton for the 21st century. You will have a great legacy. However, I'd say keeping these small community centers open is supporting a sustainable city with a strong core rather than supporting an older vision of urban sprawl. Thank you so much. I know you have a busy day ahead of you. I just wanted to point out that you're 20% through all the presentations. So appreciate it a lot, and good luck with your deliberations.
Well, thanks, Mr. Van Ginhoven. Next up is Kader Jama.
Thank you very much, Mayor and the councillors, for inviting me today to speak to you. My name is Kader Jama. I think I can speak the way Hannes speak before me. Apologize for that. And I'm representing from Horn Youth Services. I'm the Executive Director of Horn Youth Services. And I'm here to express my concerns about the Community Investment Operating Grant budget decisions related about the TIC. As a recent recipient of community organization is from last year to this year, we are having a difficult time of the years, and a lot of community members, businesses, and community other organizations that we build the relationship could not able to donate any financial assistance. And the GIC budget and the money that we rely on to serve for the community in Edmonton, particularly for Somaliland community in here. When you compare from last year to this year, only this year what we serve is more than 3,000 community members. 1,375 families receive food hampers from us with the help of the city of Edmonton and the government of Alberta. And 225 families also receive a brand new and a second-hand computers and internet services, while we also donated 365 children in Edmontonians to back-to-school kits, including backpacks, headphones, and books, pencils, markers, and everything they need for 365 children in Edmonton. So in this year, for the last 6 months, we recruited 12 volunteers to help us every single day to assist vulnerable community in Edmonton, particularly those who are, particularly the seniors when they are isolated and then living by themselves to go housekeeping, cleaning, drop their foods, go for shopping, and medical and assistance also when they need for medical assistance. We recruit many volunteers. So the GIC give us the opportunity, that we serve for the Somaliland community, which we hear estimated sometimes 11,000 community members lives in Edmonton only. So I'm here to request for the council and the mayor to reconsider the GIC programs that we rely on it, and we expect you to at least give us the opportunity at least to receive that funding, and so we have to continue to serve us for the community in Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you, and you did great, Mr. Jama, and all voices are welcome here. So thank you for being part of today's public hearing. And last but not least on this panel, though I will check again with the other folks who were not present before, but in terms of who's registered here, I have Connie Varnhagen from Alberta Helping Animals Society. Looks like you may need to take a break from whatever it is you're doing. Connie? Oh, you're on mute still, I think.
Sorry.
No
in
worries.
The middle of surgery.
We'll start your time.
My name is Connie Megan. I'm a professor emerita from the University of Alberta, where my latest research was on the human-animal bond. I'm also president of Alberta Helping Animals Society, a charity that provides advice, counseling, and no-cost veterinary service for the companion animals of low-income people living in Edmonton. I'm in the clinic providing care, so I'm glad I was able to speak. I've also provided a letter in case things go bad really quickly. I speak against the cut to the Animal Care and Control Center spay and neuter program. Animal Care and Control spayed and neutered about 1,200 dogs and cats in the past year. These animals are then transferred to the Edmonton Humane Society and to nonprofit animal rescue groups to find new homes. Canceling this very small program will have three important, far-ranging, and long-lasting effects on animals and the City of Edmonton budget. First, I address the transfer system with the Edmonton Humane Society. When animals are transferred to the Edmonton Humane Society, Animal Care and Control also transfers money for housing and, if necessary, for spay and neuter surgery at Edmonton Humane Society. It costs Animal Care and Control, and therefore the City of Edmonton, less for them to spay or neuter an animal prior to transferring it to EHS than to pay the Edmonton Humane Society to spay and neuter the animal. Canceling the spay and neuter program budget for animal care and control will end up costing the City of Edmonton relatively more in the long run to pay for EHS to spay or neuter the animals before putting them up for adoption. Second, I address the relationship between animal care and control and animal rescue groups. Many animal rescues take some animals that Animal Care and Control has spayed or neutered that Edmonton Humane Society does not want these animals. If rescues have to spay or neuter the animals at their own expense, they will either be able to take fewer animals to find them homes, or they will have to adopt out animals that have not been sexually sterilized. If rescues take fewer animals, then the only outcome for those animals left behind is euthanasia. Mass euthanasia of unwanted animals does not sit well with the public. Animal Care and Control has a good and improving relationship within members of the City of Edmonton, helping increase the number of pet licenses sold, and therefore increasing the funding available for their programs, including spay and neuter, education, and animal protection. Third, I address what will happen if animals are adopted before they are spayed and neutered. A large body of research, as well as the failed volunteer spay and neuter program at the Edmonton Humane Society 15 or so years ago, demonstrate the vast majority of animals adopted while sexually intact never get spayed or neutered. Sexually intact animals lead to animal overpopulation, as well as to public nuisance and public health concerns. Intact cats roaming the community affect the bird ecosystem and are responsible for the majority of bird and small mammal deaths in a community. They also spread zoonotic diseases such as internal parasites that affect children in the playgrounds that the cats consider to be one big litter box. Intact dogs are more likely to bite, and children are most at risk for dog bites. These intact dogs also escape out of yards, roam the community, bark, fight, and transmit zoonotic disease, including the Echinococcus multiocularis parasite that can be deadly to humans. For the small sum of $100,000, the City of Edmonton can minimize mass companion animal euthanasia, community animal overpopulation, and grave public health risks. Please do not cut the spay and neuter program that has helped so many helpless companion animals and spread so much community good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Connie. I'll loop back around to see if Chris Galloway has been able to join us.
We've been told he will no longer be joining.
Okay. And Amy Nugent?
We haven't heard from that
And
speaker.
Stephanie Smith, back at the beginning, still nothing? Okay, then that's, we'll conclude panel one there and open the speakers list for members of council to ask one round of questions from the panelists. Councillor Walters. Councillor Walters, you might still be.
Yeah, sorry.
There you are.
I'm here. I was surprised to be first. Thanks. So thanks to everybody for the presentations today and the time to prepare them. I have a question for Mr. Van Ginhoven, if he's still there.
I'm still here.
Yeah. Hey, sir. How are you?
Yeah, quite well.
Good. So my question is, I haven't been completely clear yet about the operating dollars for the Scona pool. You know, there's a portion that we contribute. Can you enlighten me a little bit more about the whole picture? You know, the school board put some in, presumably the fundraising that you did. Maybe as much as you're aware, what is the component parts of the whole operating pie there?
Well, I'm certainly not an expert, and I think maybe Julie from Queen Alexander Community can help as well. It's my understanding that the city pays about $300,000 to River City Rec to run the pool. And so it's the only private operation in the city. And that's where as this was formulated, to help support the pool, given that it's such a unique arrangement, the Friends of Scona Pool were created. Right. And they did many of those fundraisers, and particularly went on a visibility campaign to make people in the area understand the nature of the pool and how close it was, and that's the visibility. Through that visibility, increased the usage of the pool. And as to the actual dollars, I see Julie's on the line. She could probably answer.
Yeah, I'll go to her next. But the school board contributes some, presumably.
The school board does not contribute. Other than that, we are part of what you would call all public schools are in the joint use agreement.
Right.
So our facilities are made free of charge to the general public. And if I could speak for Scona High School, in non-COVID times, it's our building is used all the time.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for that. Ms. Cusier, do you have just a little more clarity in terms of where the money's coming from currently? Just a reminder for me, and I know you've told me this in the past, so forgive me.
Okay, so my understanding is that according to the documents I have here from the city, that community and recreation facilities, it costs about $226,000, and fleet and facilities is $137,000. I understand that the high school parent council pays about $3,000 annually for their students to be able to use the pool. There's also community programs set up with the operator, River City Rec, where community league members get a certain number of free swims. The community members go and use it, and River City Rec invoices the community league. And the school board itself does not fund the pool, although, and I hope it's okay I mention, I have heard rumors that there was some potential opportunity to discuss a motion to that effect at the school board level. I don't know whether they'll be able to do that given their tight budgets, but at current, there is no direct funding coming from the school board. In the past, we have also as a community raised funds to do renovations at the pool, including the party room. And all of that is in the history document that I emailed to you guys.
And I did get that. So thank you both for that. I mean, with my last minute, I just want to ask Mr. Holbol, have you made overtures to city in the past, or has Edmonton Minor Hockey made overtures in the past to operate these arenas as a not-for-profit society and to pay, and then your capacity to actually run them and pay for the operating and maintenance costs?
I'm unaware of any offers in the past, so I did talk to administration about the concept within the last couple months about how we could make this work moving forward. So very preliminary discussions, but we do think that there could be a way forward. And as I mentioned earlier, we just can't afford to see these two sheets shut down. It would be a critical loss of ice.
Okay. And you have the stats ranked per 100,000, whatever that metric is, just a kind of yes or no?
No, not the per 100,000. I do not. I've looked at previous arena studies where it showed that the arena's building, the replacement strategy fell behind, and we never got the necessary replacement arenas that the city had planned at one point.
Well, I'm out of time, but we'll chase that number down. But thanks, everybody, again. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger's next.
Thank you, and thank you to all the speakers. I don't have time to ask everyone questions, but I'll follow up with Mr. Holbol there. We're looking at 2021. Are you, or would you be able to quickly turn around something with the arenas if we had to go that way?
We would be able to. We'd have to work in very short order with administration and do some heavy lifting, but a preliminary crunch of the numbers looks like we could make this happen, and we would look to ourselves and other users to help see it through and buy us time, essentially, until we can get some replacement arenas such as Lewis Farms on the go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Boudreau from the ITU. Just clearly, you want to go to scenario to build a program. You want to preserve it for that future build. So the design is what you need right now.
Yeah, I ideally, we would move forward into construction, but we know times are difficult at the moment. But what is really important for us is that we don't undo all the work that's been done over the past dozen years and go back to trying to establish a program that's already been built with the community and the different stakeholders and meets everyone's needs is what we want to make sure that survives and doesn't get lost.
And I heard the same from the Woodruff Community League. They want scenario 2 and they don't want to go back to the drawing board. Thank you very much. I'll go to Mr. Torrance. Still with us? Brian, are you here? Then I'll move on to Mr. Sheldon. You talked from the Sports Council the value of many of the programs, the Green Shack, the skateboard parks, the spray parks, etc. Could you rank them for me in what you would think is the most valuable compared to if we had to make some difficult choices?
I think if you start looking at it as from utilization numbers, I think the spray parks and the outdoor pools would be ahead of the Green Shack. And I think that, we're in dark times right now with COVID. Many city facilities are shut down. Hopefully they'll reopen soon. But I know outdoors is possible next spring and summer. And we need for Edmontonians to have enjoyable outdoor experiences at the very least.
Okay. So you would suggest we look at the utilization and then prioritize that way?
I think that's a good place to start.
You also talked about the community investment operating grants, and you have obviously made, and I think you said, look at better criteria to move forward. Based on your criteria, did you evaluate how many would be left?
I suggest that it needs to be repurposed for sport and recreation so that it serves target populations. And I know it would make a bigger impact. The programs that could be run would be along the line of Free Footy, where it's an organization that's specifically for vulnerable populations, but also other organizations like Hockey Edmonton that could run a program for target populations.
Okay. And my final question will go to Ms. Gordon. Are you still with us here? Just about the community investment operating grant. Hello? All right, so that'll be all my questions then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Councillor Caterina is next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to all the speakers. I know there's many others, but I want to zero in on hands, Mr. Van Ginhoven and possibly Julie as well too with this. So, in particular, to the East Glen circumstances, your recollection, how many times has this come as part of a budget reduction? You recall?
For East Glen, I'm not sure. It seems quite often. I think for Scona, it's number 5.
Number 5.
Julie could...
So Skona's been 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, and 2018. East Glen, according to the website of Bellevue, is 4 times in the last 5 years.
Correct, and I'm not aware of the number of times Oliver has. So this is reoccurring, and I think I can, whether you agree or not, that this has been explained, the benefits over and over again, and community involvement being asked to participate in all these discussions, and we still end up at the same place. That's how I see this, and I see agreement there. So just maybe they're all important. They all have different benefits or functions that maybe they don't all have, but This certainly fits into the new city plan. You both would agree. 15-minute communities, a healthy city, a health city. The GBA lens to the one particular to East Glen is the women's only swim dedicated to Muslim community, Muslim women that cannot go anywhere else. So that's an additional benefit that we're providing as a city to that particular group. So would you both agree that that's important to maintain?
Yeah, I would say so, and I can speak for East Glen too. I believe, and I could be wrong here, I'm not an expert on pools, but I believe it's the only saltwater pool in the city. So
I understand as well too, and the health benefits to that for many people cannot be replicated anywhere else at this point. So I know there's other speakers coming forward, but I think Julie, asking you the question. So given the number of times that we've gone over this in the years past, what would you like to see happen at this point in time? Not just the fact that they remain open for the next year and then have to come back again for the next budget cycle. What would you like to see happen this time around at supplemental budget?
Well, certainly what I'd like to see happen is that we don't have to do this again next year and the year after and the year after. So that probably means putting these back into the base operating budget and saying hands off unless there's a major mechanical failure at any one of these facilities. I think the community deserves that at this point. We've been here too many times having the same conversations. The second thing that I think needs to happen is we do need to look at a long-term model for rehabilitation and replacement. I do think Rolly Miles and moving forward on that is the right way to go. Design funding is only $2.3 million in the capital budget at this time. So if we can get that on its way, then we have an opportunity to test out a new build replacement in the Scona Pool situation, maybe in the Oliver, one day when Oliver Arena gets replaced, something in that area. And then in terms of the alternative financing pilot, that can be applied both to Oliver and to Rolly Miles, and potentially even to what East Glen might look like in a rehabilitation type of scenario where we're rehabilitating it, maybe using some of those alternative financing tools that we've already tested at Rolly Miles. So if the city wants to get out of this repeated cycle, at budget time, I think Rolly Miles is the way to move forward at this point.
Okay, Hans, did you want to add anything to that, or maybe speak a little bit to the circumstances with East Glen High School? And I would imagine there's similar benefits to that school as to the school your principal at Scona, that it would be more or less the same benefit.
yeah, absolutely. And I think you can just look at it in terms of, over time, our city has evolved, and we've really, council has really put an emphasis on these walkable, sustainable communities. And I think that's where East Glen Pool fits in very, very nicely. And I think we can, years ago, we used to focus on the big rec centers, and you can see our philosophy as a city is evolving to exactly what Julie talked about, these smaller scale things that really serve the niche of a community so that nobody really has to jump in a car and travel far. So I think it's very applicable to the East Glen situation.
Thank you very much, both of you, and to all the speakers. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nicol is next.
Thank you very much. Let me start with Mr. Hogle. So, Mr. Hogle, let's just talk about the offer of the operational model for Oliver and Tipton. So, there I see Mr. Hogle. So, you've looked at the cursory numbers. You can assume the operating costs. This is not a long-term solution as a model, or is this? What is your perspective? Is this a carryover that till we get back on our feet?
Yeah, it would be a stopgap. It would be an interim measure to keep those sheets of ice open and available to the kids while the city gets on its feet financially, and we can move forward with some replacement arenas. So we've got some great people running our ice users group. They've looked at those operating costs. We think we can share those costs in the interim amongst all of the users to get us through this difficult time.
So, Mr. Hogle, I'll ask you, because I always like to ask for a little more. Would you consider other facilities as well, or would that be beyond your capacity?
I did broach that very question with the wizards behind the scenes, and we would look at it. We are not as firm in the offer, but we would certainly entertain it.
Okay. My next set of questions goes to Mr. Maddie. Greg, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So, Greg, I think you've raised some really good issues with regards to a couple of things that even, people perceive that because it's labor, they have one perspective and business has another. I think there's a couple of points here that I want to discuss with you. First of all, I would be in total agreement with you, because I'm from the business community, that inflation is killing us. Real inflation is, and you've raised that point quite clearly. But there's also a discussion that's going on about comparing apples to apples between the private sector comparators to a public sector comparator. And I think you've made an argument, and there is an argument to be made with regards to, they're not really apples to apples, are they, with regards to the provision of service, when we just privatize out randomly, or perhaps without a proper contract and so on?
No, not at all. And in fact, I do have a study that I've made available to all councillors on this matter. It is clear across in a lot of jurisdictions in the States, as well as comparators here in Canada, that this has been attempted many, many times, and the services that you get are never the same.
And I think that's a really important point to make, because I think everyone's on the same page, is that we just want value for the provision of service that we get. And that very often I find that the public sector in certain areas gets, well, let's literally run under because we don't have those proper comparators. But there's a discussion that's also going on in the business community about strategic insourcing and self-sufficiency in terms of the Edmonton marketplace, which other people argue is just a buy local program. And I guess your argument is also today is there is an argument to be made for the city keeping a capacity to do what's essential for the city to do.
Yeah, of course. And I've already been, I know a couple of things that's going on there at City Hall as well, and discussions with some multinationals from France and all sorts of other things to supply different services potentially here in Edmonton. I know that the city can provide it. They have been providing it, and they can do a lot better job if they're given the proper funds to do so. And outsourcing these to potential clients might also cause, again, increased issues for the city on the back end, like you said, in regards to what the contracts might actually end up looking like at the end of the day, and not to mention to the citizens.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Next is Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I really wanted to thank everybody this morning. Maybe it's a good reminder to me and maybe the rest of us on what is essential in our budget to the community. Mr. Mady, I wanted to ask you about, you're very frustrated about privatization. Are there specific areas in our budget where you see that about to happen?
Yeah, I mean, I can say that even up until this point in our conversation, there's been talks about selling off assets, or at least allowing them to be run by other people. That's been the predominant question that's been being asked to the speakers on this panel. That is just obviously one part of it, and I'm not saying that. I mean, obviously there are hierarchies of ways we can handle this. I mean, nonprofit organizations are obviously a better way to go than strict privatization, because at least you know that the money's going back into the facility instead of, again, somebody's personal pockets. But there are plenty of opportunities, and as I've been in this position over the last 2 years, I've seen the city do this in at least 3 occasions that I'm aware of, if not more, on major contracts. So, I mean, I don't want to take up all your time by answering that question, but yes.
Yeah, no, thanks, Greg. I appreciate that, because, I mean, there might be some opportunities for community-led nonprofits, as Mr. Hogle just suggested, to take over some of the burden on the budget. So, yeah, I don't know if we're looking at multinational, international corporations to look after anything. Kuziak, I wanted to ask you, and is that something that you see an opportunity in, is community partners to help shoulder some of the burden here on the budget?
I think that's something that can be looked at, but it's really important to do that very carefully, because one of the experiences that we've had is that there can sometimes be disconnects in the type of service that community members get at facilities when it's not all run by a single entity. So I think there's certainly a way that we can be working through that, and I think now is the time to be creative and be having those conversations.
Thank you. And I apologize to our speaker from St. Vincent de Paul. I wonder if she's still on the call.
I am here.
Thank you. And my screen, Mary, thank you. I apologize for not writing down your name, Mary. So it's $16,500.
Correct.
Is the grant that you would normally be receiving. What does the loss of that mean on the ground for the programs that you do in Edmonton?
What that means is we need to find the funding that we have to have from other sources. And as I mentioned, the real challenge is to find operating grant funds from you, because people are willing to support us for something that they can see and touch and feel. It's more difficult to get them convinced that an operating grant is necessary. You know how it costs money to run an organization, even if there are no funds going to staff, to volunteers, and it's all going to the people we serve. It still costs money to work. Can we operate without your funds? We will find a way to try and do that. But as I said, our major fundraiser, the charity sales, cannot be held because of COVID. So your money becomes extra important.
So, because the way we're looking at our budget this year is that we cannot impose more financial strain on taxpayers because of COVID. And we've lost a lot of revenue because of COVID. And you're here to say that because of COVID, there's a lot of need with agencies like yours out there to be able to do the work you do. And your specific services are in dealing with people with poverty challenges, yes?
Yes, absolutely. Immigrants, women coming out of shelters.
Right.
People
Mary, thank you. And I want to again thank all the speakers. It was eye-opening again. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Mr. Van Ginhoven, and you may not have the answer to the questions, but you're the person who's most likely to have them of everybody that we're probably going to hear from. So I wanted to ask you, because it struck me yesterday, listening to the debates about what we're going to be doing in the north to try and replace maybe the YMCA facility up there, that we're looking at partnering with the school, that we've got now the new project in the south, which is partnering one of our centers with a school. And that's something we're now doing as a way to try to come up with efficiencies in this. So Scona and East Glen are old examples of exactly that. Do you know if the funding models are any different in those new situations than they are in the Scona situation? In terms of the relationship with the school board, I'm guessing the advantage was that we shared a building, and that by sharing a building, we could also share activities. But that probably in those situations, the operational costs fall to us, not to the schools.
Yeah, it's my understanding that you're correct in that. The advantage is that they're connected to each other and the facilities can be shared, but the costs are totally separate.
Right. So in this case, I mean, obviously, I think we know from the building condition that keeping that connection to Scona Pool, it's an older building, isn't going to happen. But if we can, but the recommitment, you've been actively involved as well, so we don't lose that connection to the recommit to a small rec center that can replace the pool, correct? it's not going to get disconnected from your ability to be able to, those kind of synergies still exist from your end, I would presume.
Yeah, not at all. Actually, it probably could be enhanced. And you just need to know that we were actually asked to participate, and we appreciate that the city asked us about, I can't remember, about 4 or 5 years ago, along with the community to be involved, to make sure that the facility particularly met the needs of the community, but that we could also use it.
So the other thing, interestingly enough, is that we've known, I think Scona Pool, I think we now have an idea, can keep on running for a while longer, but eventually there was a recognition for structural reasons that it's not really, doesn't make any sense to repair it in the long term. But something's going to have to happen to that space. So if there's something hanging over our heads that's going to have to get covered in terms of cost, it's going to be probably taking that space down, not refurbishing it, correct? If that's got
and it wouldn't be cheap because the actual pool is woven into the fabric of the high school. And why they did that all those many years ago, I don't know, but that's the reality.
So if there's an avoided cost, it's in not having to take the building down right away and keeping that pool running. And I'm guessing East Glen's probably in the same boat. I don't know. I'm less familiar with that.
East Glen is in much better shape. I think it had a mini renovation a few years back. So
yeah, but if you close the pool, you have to do something with the building. It's not.
You definitely would. This is not a building that you could leave empty. Put it that way.
Yeah. And I guess sort of and linked into that, Mr. Hogle, I think, again, for both Tipton and Oliver, we've known in the long-term plan that probably those buildings, they probably can be repurposed, but keeping them going as rinks doesn't make sense in the long term. But your point, if I understand correctly, and it's similar, I suppose, to the pool argument, is until we have a replacement, we're going to have a big hole in we already know we're short ice time and ice space, and the point has been not to close those until we have replacement, and there's no replacement. We had hoped to have some replacements up and happening by now, but they're not in the cards, I don't think, correct?
Right, and we are anxious to see those facilities as well, Councillor. This would be buying us more time until we can get to that point and get those replacement arenas in place.
Yeah, and Ms. Kusick, that's your point as well. You know, this is about buying time until we can get a better replacement. Scona Pool's not the ultimate answer. Everybody recognizes that, true?
Yeah, 100%. Let's get Rolling Miles going. Until then, let's keep all 3 of these other pools going. And I really like the proposal of let's keep these arenas going from Hockey Edmonton. Let's look at that kind of thing. Yeah.
Great. Thanks. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I've actually been getting a lot of feedback from seniors who use these pools as well. And they don't know what they would do otherwise. But I actually want to ask a question of Mr. Mady, Greg. And you referenced this idea of privatization, and that the studies that you have show that it doesn't actually end up saving money in the long term. I'm just wondering if you would expand on that so we could get a better picture.
Yeah, I mean, back when the city privatized their commercial waste pickup, I had sent out the package to everybody willing to talk about it. If anybody wants it again, please do get in touch with me. There is a lot of, I mean, essentially, it can be broken down as this. Even in America, where privatization is the norm, they are finding that they are, in fact, spending more money on these services being delivered privately than they were when they were being delivered in-house. And many of them are bringing them back in-house. It just seems like we are just a little bit behind the 8 ball here and thinking that we will save money when, in fact, it ends up costing more, both in capital renewal and in maintaining assets, as well as even just the contract. So it goes well beyond that. And unfortunately, we don't get a lot of the details made public through administration here and in other jurisdictions, but as much as we can find, that's what is detailed in the report. So again, anybody wants to see it, let me know.
Yeah, sure, that'd be great. It's just because there is sort of talk that maybe these community pools could be maybe run by private operators, but You're saying if we can't make it work, it's unlikely they can make it work while maintaining the same services, salaries or wages, and upkeep and fees. Is that right?
Yeah, precisely. I mean, it would just be obviously increased cost for anybody who wants to be involved. I mean, the city already has obviously the apparatus to run these pools, and that would be an increased cost to start that up for a private organization, and not to mention continue to run it. And so, I mean, I do live in the Highlands neighborhood. We do go to the East Glen pool. I do know that we've got Borden, and then there's the Commonwealth pool not too far away, but those are entirely different pools, and they serve an entirely different group of people. And as far as accessibility is concerned, I think the city of Edmonton's responsibility is to serve all of its citizens.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cusack, Julie, I'm just, we have the numbers that say that the cost per person for operation for these smaller community pools is higher than at some of our rec centers, and so that would be part of the rationale there. For shutting them down. I'm just wondering, how would you respond to that? And also, has there been some sort of effort in the community to do sort of a, I guess, maybe an annual membership drive for rec centers to prove the value to the community?
Yeah, so as part of the I Swim SCONA campaign several years ago, we did get some contracts going between the private operator River City Rec and area businesses, area community leagues to do that sort of thing. Kim Clegg later on is going to be talking about a survey we did about whether community members would buy annual memberships to the new Rolling Miles Rec Center when it's built. And about the user numbers, this is one of our issues, is those user numbers haven't always been very available to us. And in terms of the SCONA pool numbers, those have been collected by the operator, and I've had community members email me over the years saying the lifeguard wasn't taking down our numbers the same way that they used to. So there's been a lot of back and forth about that. And around the subsidy piece, again, Oliver Pool was closed in 2019 because of a crack, didn't open again in 2020 because of the pandemic. At SCONA Pool, again, I've had emails from people over the years saying, I went to go show up, the doors weren't open. Why isn't the pool open? The website says it should be open. Now, overall, the operator has been good, but there's been enough inconsistencies that people drop off eventually unless we keep on that community push for those user numbers. So that's why when we talk about getting a private operator in there potentially, we really need to make sure, whether it's this facility or any of the other facilities, that we're being really clear on what those expectations are in the contract for public access.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's not lost on me that services for seniors probably aren't always going to be profitable for the city, and maybe we should be taking that into account. And not just seniors, but a lot of marginalized groups as well. So I'm just wondering if you could maybe speak to that a little bit as well.
Yeah, I think, as other speakers have mentioned, these pools offer unique programming that can't be accessed by people in other places. Same thing with the arenas. I've had emails from people with autistic children who can't access these larger facilities. It doesn't work for them. Same thing with some seniors who say don't drive anymore. They need to be able to walk there. So I think if we are serious about being a city that is for everyone, where we say this city includes you too, it's really important to continue to support these.
All right, I'm out of time. Thank you. And I like that your initials are behind your head.
Nice.
Thank you. Councillor Zadig?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all the speakers. I'm going to ask a general question and anyone can chime in on, but while I heard your submissions, I'd appreciate it maybe if you don't just respond with the example that you came here to speak about. But I want thoughts about, are we being short-sighted in our effort to respond to current budgetary pressures, our desire to get to zero? Of course, I want to get to zero or even lower perhaps. But from a visionary perspective, from a city building perspective, and from the perspective that this is a temporary pain that we're in, who here wants to just chime in on our approach? Is it too knee-jerk, our reaction right now? And Julie has her hands up. And so to my initial request, try not to speak about the example you already spoke about, just because I want some more thoughts brought forward. But if, of course, you're here for that. So then I see Mary just according to my screen. So if you both, Julia, go first and then Mary, please.
Right. So I think, you heard me back in 2018 with the Thrive YI campaign. There are city services, infrastructure, and programs that are really important to people that make a really big difference in their mental, their physical life for the city. And yes, we have to be cognizant, excuse me, of the financial situation we're in, but maybe zero isn't the answer. Maybe it is like a 1%. And like I said, for me, that's $3.39 a month. Or maybe, the city does have charitable status. I don't know whether this sort of thing is allowed, but maybe there's a fund that gets set up where Edmontonians who can pay do pay into a one-time fund to help us get through this budget. To shut down things that make a really big difference in people's lives that can't easily be undone is certainly short-sighted. And I think we need to remember that, to look past just this one really big hill that we're on.
Thanks. Mary, do you want to chime in?
I would say that we're all facing challenging times, and those challenging times are often just reduced to numbers. I'd like to point out that we're talking here about people and people's lives. We're making a difference because you're allowing us to do that, and it's people that have to be the focus of all of the decisions we make. I'm pleased to hear what councillors are saying. I'm pleased to hear that you're open to this idea. It's critical to making Edmonton the viable community that we want it to be.
Thank you. And I see the EDLC president wants to chime in.
Thank you, Councillor Zadig. I will just make a quick comment that in my presentation, I didn't talk to anything specific. I was focusing exactly on this question, and that it's shocking to me that the discussion isn't around, hey, how can we expand our revenue streams? How can we make this happen without necessarily jacking up property taxes? Nobody's even talking about that. That hasn't even come in. It's like, well, what can we cut? Where can we cut? What can we privatize? The fact that that is the conversation shows that nobody's really interested in looking into alternative means of getting through this. And I do think we're in a critical position where we need to prepare ourselves to launch out of this this recession and this pandemic and do it with a plan in mind. I'm really shocked that actually we're only looking at this from one perspective, and a perspective that has been proven to fail time and time again.
So can you maybe just expand on sort of from a union perspective, what a municipality could do to achieve the type of budget that's not going to impact taxpayers too drastically, but while still respecting everything that from workers' rights to keeping you're outside of the organization, but keeping our culture strong and respect for employees and respect for the work being done and support to the core services. Just some high-level thoughts, because I think you're in an interesting position, one step removed, but with the relevant knowledge to inform us.
Well, I mean, that's nice of you to say. Ultimately, what I'm talking about is that there are different ways that we can do things. One thing we're advocating for, like I said in my presentation, is the property transfer tax. That's one way that we can get money. Well, it's kind of one time, but you will look into it. There is property that's continuously being transferred, and the opportunity for the city to get money there without depending on businesses directly or citizens directly. I do think that you can't find any more, nationalists for municipalities, I don't know, cityists, than you do find in city employees. And I think a lot of them know where there are issues that can be fixed. A lot of them work tirelessly to make sure that our city is seen in the best light possible. And I do think that there are ways that we can help them, they can help us, and we can help each other as a city without, just coming down on the property tax again. And I think we do need to start exploring these ideas, because these are unprecedented times, as everybody likes to say, and I don't know why we're depending on very precedented moves and actions.
Thank you. Well received.
Any other questions for members of our first panel? I don't see any at this time, so thank you all for your presentations. Appreciate it. And we'll now move into, at least starting with the second panel. By my calculations, we've can probably hear from half a dozen or so at the outside before the lunch break. So I'll just call the first 6 to see who's online here so far, and then we'll pick up the panel in the afternoon. So Corey Longo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Welcome. You'll be up in a moment. Gemma Dunn from the Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organizations.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. Richard Moreau from Lewis Estates Grand Community Condominium Corporation.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. Janet Riopel from the Chamber. Are you there?
I am here, Mr. Mayor.
Morning, Janet. Michael Barnhard from EFCL.
Yeah, I'm here.
And Steve Bradshaw from ATU 569.
Yes, I'm here, Mary.
And John Mervin from QP Local 30.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'm not sure we'll get to all 7 of you who I've just listed. If folks use their full 5 minutes, we may only get to 4 or 5 of you. But first up is Corey Longo. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Happy to be here. Great conversation, great discussion so far. So I'm happy to be here to share with you my perspective from myself and my family, but also many of the residents of Ward Métis that I've spoken to recently. So this pandemic has shown us many vulnerabilities within our city. Income inequality has widened. There's a lot of people suffering and suffering bad. There is also those who have profited as well. So this pandemic has shown me that we must always prioritize our health and well-being above everything else. We must always have a people-first solutions. Everything that we do, everything that we talk about, always talk about the people. So I know we're dealing with budget and numbers and data, but I just want to urge council to always consider the people in your mind. We're talking about residents and kids and seniors, their parents. We're talking about equity-seeking groups, the vulnerable amongst us, who are most impacted by your decisions. It's not just about numbers, it's about people's lives and their health in a pandemic. So I want to be clear that I stand opposed to the community, to the cuts to the community services that are being discussed. I've heard numerous stories of how people are reliant on these services. So just last week, I attended the East Glen Public Swimming Pool, and I heard from Louisa, who spoke really passionately about how she relies on the East Glen pool and how it impacts her health, how she relies on it for community engagement and to, interact with other community members. And same as, Joe and Mona, other people that are speaking later on today, they rely on these facilities. So when we're looking at facility cuts today, they may save a few dollars now, but in the long run, we're looking at heavy financial costs. So we are in a historic period. We're dealing with a situation that we could have never predicted, a global pandemic. And we need to look at solutions that we've never thought of before. We need to put people first in these solutions, and they must be creative, modern, and innovative. So within the budget, there are options that I see that could be looked at, like inefficiencies. So examining community social needs and who is the best to address those. So just in Calgary, they're looking at redirecting money from the police budget to spend on crisis and outreach services in the community. And I'm really proud of this example here in Alberta Ave. It's Bear Clan Patrol Group. It's an Indigenous-led initiative. It's a group of people who walk around in the evenings in our neighborhood patrolling the streets. But they're not just patrolling the streets, they're meeting a need. They're handing out bannock and stew and gloves and jackets, those are sort of things. So they're solving like harm reduction, but they're also giving people what they need. But the thing with that group is that it's reliant on volunteers. The volunteers are the ones who are forking over the money to pay for the food. So we can look at really inspiring examples like that help to reduce costs and reduce social disorder in the communities. So let's shift the money around to get people what they actually need. People are hurting. We're in a pandemic. We need to give them access to proper services that they rely on. So we're talking about, getting to zero, reducing the strain on taxpayers. But when we're looking at cuts, that's exacerbating the situation for taxpayers. That's hurting taxpayers. By investing in people, we're actually saving costs. So another example is providing mental health and social supports at community hubs. That's being done in other municipalities. They're being put into community hubs like libraries where people actually are. And in the long term, this is reducing the social disorder and also helping people. So outside of the budget, we need to continue communicating with the senior levels of governments, both provincial and federal. So the FCM has been talking a lot about the permanent expansion of the federal gas tax fund and increasing the annual escalator involved in that. So that's an option. Also looking at the Investing in Canada plan as an option that focuses on public transit. So in St. Albert, I know just outside the city, they've looked at a way to increase ridership. So once again, it's a people first approach that will save us money. And then additional revenue streams, like Greg was saying, we need to expand what we're talking about, revenue streams. We must look at childcare. The federal government is talking about moving on childcare. As a city, we need to incentivize the development of childcare centers. So approve permits that have childcare built into them. Like every condo in Edmonton should have a childcare space built into it. We know that childcare, for every investment, every dollar that's put into childcare, $6 comes back. This is going to stimulate the economy. This is going to give us what we need to recover from the pandemic. Permanent housing is another option, which I know the city's moved on. So I just want to reiterate that, yeah, creative, modern, innovative solutions, and the city should be, the community has the answers. Edmontonians have the answers. We should be hosting town halls, budget simulations. We should be expanding and looking at things that we haven't thought of to get out of the situation. So we need to find those new revenue streams, and we need to...
Sorry, Ms. Longo, that's,
I see that.
the
Thank
5
you so
minutes
much.
goes by fast. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you.
Ms. Dunn is next. Ms. Dunn?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm the Executive Director of the Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organisations, and I want to thank council and city administration for being such a great partner with the non-profit and voluntary sector. I'm here today to speak to the importance of maintaining the Community Investment Operating Grant Programme and its large impact on the non-profit sector in our communities. In recent weeks, the Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organisations has had many conversations with organisations about the impact of this funding. Contrary to the findings from the audit of the Social Development Branch, which was conducted more than a year ago, organisations have painted a very different picture of the importance of this funding. You only need to look at the missions and visions of the organisations who are funded to see that the work of these organisations is in line with the outcomes of the Social Development Branch. Before the impacts of COVID-19 were being felt, many organisations were already facing reductions in funding due in part to a global recession and an economic downturn here in Alberta, yet non-profits continuously answered the call to do more with less. Quite simply, non-profits are past the point of being able to do more with less effectively, and the impacts of COVID-19 have only pushed organisations farther past the brink. At a time when funding is more precarious than ever, many of our most vital non-profits face the very real possibility of reducing programmes or even worse, closure. In dollar value, these grants may seem small, but their impacts are often much larger. These grants are especially unique in that they are operating grants. The majority of funding available to the sector is often programme or project-based. These grants provide the additional flexibility organisations need to evolve and adjust their programmes and missions to better suit the changing needs of our communities. And they are also very easy to apply for and report on. You've already heard this morning some of the impacts that this grant has on community. One of the organisations that we've spoken to, Cultural Connections Institute, the Learning Exchange, whose mission is to provide English language training and promote cultural exchange with the newcomer community. The Executive Director there explained that their $16,500 grant is the equivalent of providing 4 weeks of language training and community connections for 275 adult newcomers. This is just one of the many stories that we've heard about the CIOG, and just one example of how this funding, however modest, creates a huge impact for organisations and communities. It is important to note that the organisations who receive this funding are at the front lines of maintaining physical and mental health for Edmonton's most vulnerable citizens, which is especially crucial during COVID-19 and the ongoing effects of social distancing. We recently surveyed Alberta's nonprofits around the impacts of COVID-19. Respondents reported that financial resources, such as funding for core organisational challenges, are integral to being able to deliver on their mission in the next 12 months. The majority of respondents reported that their revenues have decreased, and the average decreases in revenues is higher in Edmonton than the provincial average. This is the environment for non-profits right now. Every single dollar counts. We also believe that these funded organisations are an essential piece of the ecosystem in meeting the success indicators outlined in the Connected Edmonton Strategic Plan for 2019-2028. These include several healthy city indicators such as reduced discrimination and racism, a greater sense of community, higher volunteerism, and more engagement with arts and culture. What I've spoken about here today has led us to two primary recommendations to City Council, which we previously outlined in our letter to Council members. That City Council vote to maintain the Community Investment Operating Grant Programme in full, continuing to provide 300 charities and non-profits with crucial funding which benefits many Edmontonians, and that City Administration establish new and ongoing lines of communication with the non-profit and charitable sector focused on ensuring the impacts of CIOG are in line with the outcomes of the Social Development Branch and are accurately reported to Administration. In the case of the latter recommendation, we recognise that it's not enough for the programme to continue business as usual, but rather that there are opportunities to improve the programme for the betterment of both our non-profit and charitable sector and City Administration. Like my colleague Gary Shelton, Executive Director of Edmonton Sport Council, shared earlier, we're eager to work with administration in ensuring these grants support Edmonton's most vulnerable populations and reach the outcomes of the Social Development Branch. Community serving community is always the best option. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Council today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dunn. Mr. Moreau.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and I thank you, Mr. Knack, from previously our discussions we've had. Currently, I'm the president of the Lewis Estates Grand Condominium Corp, of our Business Condominium Corporation as well. I'm a small business owner and a commercial pilot, all of which have been heavily impacted by the COVID and the current situation economically going on in Alberta and Canada. What I want to talk to you about today is having an urging City Council to look at the bylaws in regards to condominium corporations' waste removal program. We currently have to utilize the city's waste removal program, and in the condominium complexes, we pay the same as what a house does. In this, it becomes exceptionally expensive for the owners of the different condominium corporations and moving forward. We currently pay over $62,000 a year for waste removal. As you know, you've probably heard about the current issue going on with the insurance industry in Canada for condominiums. We've gone from $86,000 a year to over $435,000 for the insurance on our condominium corporation. The people living in these condos can't afford this anymore. Many people are out of work. As you know, the high unemployment, the COVID-19 work losses, the poor economy that we have going on, the massive job losses, massive insurance costs. I've gone out and we've researched, I did have some information on a background that was presented to everybody. And I had brought forward just the letter as well as different appendices showing our costs. We've shown and we've proven that we have to pay EPCOR through the city $62,000 a year. Let's move on to Appendix A, please. And I've also gone out and I've quoted out what it is we would have to be paying if we contracted out the waste removal under guidelines by the city, of course. And we would be paying on 3 bins, which we currently pay the city $62,000 on. If we would go through and, as you can see, the $51.99 per month equates to over $62,000. Go to the next slide, please, for Appendix B. If we had 310 dump come in, they would in turn charge us just under $20,000 a year for 3 bins, 2 dumps per week. Currently in the condominium corporation that I'm at from the business, and as you'll see here, there is the proof of what the quote would be. If we move on to the Appendix C, is what we currently pay with 7 bins in our industrial for 1 dump per week. And we would be paying $17,000 a year. I just got another quote yesterday from GFL for our condominium corporation. We would be under $20,000 a year. People in these condominium corporations or condominium complexes, a lot of them are on fixed budgets, seniors, many are out of work. If we were allowed to get our own waste contracts, we would be saving over $40,000. It's also my understanding that the waste removal is going up $10 per household in the city of Edmonton. That would put us over $82,000 a year in waste removal for our complex. People cannot afford this anymore. We have over 14 condos now up for sale because people can't afford it because we have to increase our condo fees. My condo alone, I'm paying over $700 in fees, and when I went there, I bought it 2.5 years ago, I was paying $399. These increases due to insurance and these other factors are what really are killing people living in these complexes. We're asking the city if they would look at allowing condominium complexes to go and contract out their own waste management. Those of us that use the large bins, we have 3. We've proven we could be saving tremendous amounts of money and put that back to the owners. On a per square foot basis, we pay more in taxes, the area we are in, than what the same number of houses in our area would. We pay the city approximately $342,000 in taxes. 25 houses would cover in the same area that we are, you'd only get 125. We've lowered the footprint. The green footprint we have. So when we're looking at elderly people who are on fixed incomes, and we keep jacking up these condominium fees due to insurances, we have a big building envelope issue as well that we have to address, which is going to be between 5 and 7 million. And this is due to poor workmanship. That was approved for completions back in 2004 due to the same situation Vancouver had back in the 90s, but nobody else listened to it and changed their building codes. We're dealing with this as well. So we are going to be, what we're asking, that the city council seriously reconsider that bylaw and immediately allow the condominium complexes and corporations go out and to access their own waste management. We've proven it is less expensive. If you want to utilize us for 6 months to a year as a private project, we'd certainly as a test case, we'd certainly like to start up on this tomorrow. We've got the quotes and we know it can be done very effectively and done the same matter of waste.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moreau. I've got to stop you there.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure there'll be some questions for you, though. So for all of you to come back after lunch, we do have time for one more before the noon break here. Janet Riopel from the Chamber. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Iveson and members of City Council. I'm Janet Riopel, President and CEO of the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce. The Edmonton Chamber supports and enhances the business community in the metropolitan region by advocating for conditions that ensure competitiveness. It's what we do, and we've been doing it for over 130 years. We thought 2020 could be the year we finally saw things turn around, when we'd see some lift, some hope on the horizon, and instead we've been hit hard. 80% of Edmonton businesses have seen their cash flows drop. 58% of businesses have reduced hours of work. 46% have laid off staff, and another 25% expect to be doing so in the coming months. And this at a time when our unemployment rate is already the highest among major Canadian cities. We've seen so many businesses close their doors already, and we all fear that many more will permanently do so. We thank you for your work to diligently respond to the challenges of job creators, bringing in requirements for face coverings, launching new support programs and recovery grants, speeding up processes, and finding efficiencies to deal with the city's revenue shortfalls. You know, initially, initiatives that would normally take months to develop have been rolled out in a matter of weeks. In past years, we suggested several ways to create further efficiencies, and we're pleased to see the city is acting on many of our recommendations. This includes implementing priority-based budgeting, commencing a review of the city's debt policy, and exiting the commercial waste collection business. We've heard some discussions surrounding potential partnerships to operate recreation centers, partnerships with nonprofits and the private sector. It's the right move, and it would reduce the cost burden on taxpayers. The city has shown flexibility and adaptability in their approaches to reducing regulatory burden. The accelerated process to approve outdoor patios is a great example, made it easier for businesses to operate, and we encourage the city to make these kinds of temporary processes permanent in all seasons. Now, we commend the recommendations of the city auditor, who identified a number of issues that must be addressed. We've long advocated to bring operational spending increases back into alignment, as they far outpace the rate of inflation and plus population growth. And the auditor highlighted this need. The city cannot expect to constrain operational spending growth unless it addresses employee wages and benefits. We support addressing the rapid growth of your labor force. And we echo the call to develop a benchmarking system that would identify best practices from other municipalities. And we believe this system should be public, so citizens can clearly understand how the city is reimagining its operations. Our recovery will be slow. We all know we can't return to the way things were. Instead, we must forge a future of long-term stability, of competitiveness, prosperity, and a quality of life for all. We have so many unique advantages to build upon as we imagine this new future. We have a low cost of living in a vibrant city with a high quality of life. We have world-class educational institutions, phenomenal arts and culture resources, and a highly skilled workforce. We have incredible expertise in sectors like energy and agriculture and forestry. And we're building new strengths in artificial intelligence and machine learning and health innovation, to name just a few. Above all, our entrepreneurs are demonstrating incredible flexibility and resiliency throughout these times. No matter what comes next, they'll always seek to find a way forward. The City of Edmonton should be no different. We need you to continue to dig deep to find efficiencies and cost savings, just as businesses and families across our region have been forced to do during these really challenging times. Mayor and Council, we applaud your commitment to a 0% tax increase. We know it's not a decision that's been arrived at without a considerable amount of thought and care. We urge you to stay on this fundamentally important path towards transformational change, towards recovery, towards a more competitive future for Edmonton businesses and the families that they support. Thank you.
Thanks, Janet. We'll now pause until 1:30, and we will pick up then with Michael Barnard from EFCL and carry on with panel 2 from there, and then questions. So those of you who've just spoken, thank you for your comments. Please come back because by 2-ish, once we've heard from the balance of the panel, there will be some questions for you, I'm sure. So we'll pause there and reconvene at 1:30. Thank you. We'll roll call in 30 seconds. Stand by, please. Good afternoon. Welcome back, and I will roll call now, starting with Councillor Zadek.
I'm here and happy to be back.
Good afternoon. Councillor Esslinger.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Councillor Henderson.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Fine afternoon it is.
Looks that way out the window. Councillor Banga.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome. Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Councillor Caterina.
Yes.
Great. That's everybody. So we will resume panel number 2, having heard from the first 4 speakers who hopefully are with us still for questions when the time comes. Next up, and I'll just make sure that we have everybody on the line and can hear them properly. Michael Barnard, you'll be up next.
Yeah, I'm here.
Super, great. Steve Bradshaw.
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Still there, great, thank you. John Mervyn.
Yes, I'm here as well.
Welcome, thank you. Ryan DeBoer.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Maya Bamber.
I'm here.
Welcome. Tate Erickson. Is Tate Erickson there?
I can see them on the Meet and unmuted. If they are speaking right now, they may need to leave and rejoin. And we can have our office reach out to them as well.
We'll follow up. Great, thanks. Greg Kolobowicz.
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome, Greg. David Wilson.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome. Joe Childs.
Present.
Thank you. Eleni Chudik.
Present.
Welcome. Connor Medill.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Kate Reed.
Hello.
Thank you. Willem Langenberg.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. And Laura Cunningham Shepley. Hopefully we can get Laura on the line by the time we get to her, but okay, so reminder, you each have 5 minutes. Please use a timer to track your own time and stand by for questions once we've heard from all the members of the panel. Mr. Bernard, you're next.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Mayor Iveson and councillors. On November 9th, I spoke in front of the Executive Committee on behalf of the EFCL in support of continued funding for the Green Leagues program. Given the proposed budget cuts for the Economic and Environmental Sustainability branch, I'd like to again emphasize the importance of this program and ask that support be continued for Green Leagues in 2021. The Green Leagues program represents a low-cost way to help the City of Edmonton reach its climate goals, engage with citizens on the energy transition strategy, and save money by contributing to Community League energy autonomy. With our large network of 162 community leagues with 149 facilities across the city, we continue to connect with our members and lead climate initiatives at a local grassroots level, aligning our work with the energy transition strategy. Prior to the inception of the Green Leagues program, our members were interested in climate action but little was being done. Funding programs existed at the provincial and municipal levels, but without EFCL support, our members were largely unaware of the programs or lacked the technical knowledge to pursue commercial energy transition projects at their halls. Since the founding of the Green Leagues program, we have supported 32 community leagues across 11 wards to install 26 grid-tied solar photovoltaic systems and complete 21 energy efficiency retrofits on their facilities. More than 330 kilowatts of solar PV has been added to Edmonton's utility grid, resulting in an estimated 409 megawatt hours per year of renewable electricity production and lowering GHG emissions by an estimated 389 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year, the equivalent of taking 84 passenger vehicles off the road. The emissions reductions due to energy conservation measures implemented at community league facilities are not currently being measured, but are likely higher than those resulting from solar installations. As a nonprofit, we do this work at a high level of efficiency, representing a small investment for a large return. The program currently costs just $80,000 per year to operate, while inaction related to climate is expected to cost Edmonton $8 billion by 2050. As you are aware, community leagues are funded in large part by government investment. This means that savings to a community league translate to savings for the city. Investment in solar energy and energy efficiency has been shown to pay back over time by saving money in energy costs. That savings will then go toward further programming for the community. Lower operating costs to leagues also reduces risk of a community league financial crisis, thereby reducing risk to the city. In addition to this, there's an environmental savings for the city due to the future environmental costs associated with continued building emissions. So investing in community league energy transition has the potential to save the city of Edmonton money on two fronts: reduce financial risk associated with more stable league finances, and reduce environmental costs associated with emissions. We will continue to help community leagues in using funds from other areas for this work. This includes leveraging the Community League Infrastructure Program grant, as well as funding from other public agencies and private funders dedicated to addressing climate change, though this may be impacted by the proposed reduction to CLIP. Public engagement plays a vital role in the energy transition strategy. Section 4 of the most recent plan states that the goal to establish a long-term awareness and education campaign to inform citizens about the benefits of green buildings and to establish a demonstration program showcasing products, services, and behaviors that achieve energy efficiency in buildings. We see our organization as being central to that effort. We can spread information quickly across the city, and with 149 aging buildings owned by 122 community league managed directly by residents, we can show residents firsthand the benefits of energy efficiency and on-site generation. Climate goals cannot be achieved through government action alone, but must involve citizens and local organizations like community leagues. Of community league members surveyed who have adopted energy transition technologies in their own homes, 58% responded that their community league played at least some role in their decision to adopt the technology. We currently have limited information regarding league-owned facilities. In 2021, we hope to remedy this with a concerted benchmarking approach going beyond the city's building energy benchmarking program by partnering with a local company, BuildSense. If I can get the next slide, please. We currently know the number of league-owned facilities, their age, and their self-reported general use. Next slide, please. By energy benchmarking, we hope to learn in 2021 the size of each facility, the annual energy consumption of each facility, and the annual energy consumption of the entire citywide league-owned portfolio of buildings. Next slide. This will allow us to set citywide reduction targets for all community league facilities, monitor our progress in reducing those emissions, and effectively reduce emissions by targeting the least efficient buildings for energy audits and retrofits, as well as illustrating the success of past projects completed by community leagues. This work can only be achieved with the ongoing vital support from the City of Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnard. Next would be Steve Bradshaw. Steve?
Yes, I'm here. Mayor Iveson, councillors, thank you very much for the opportunity to represent the interests of the roughly 2,200 members of ATU and their families and the transit riding public. I'm Steve Bradshaw, President of the Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 569. I have some thoughts I'd like to share with you about specific proposals for reducing costs for the city and some general thoughts about how proper funding could be approached. But first, the specific proposals to reduce cost. Item 6 in the proposals talks about reducing costs by $1.2 million by completing a review of cleaning processes at ETS, at Transit. We are not apprised of how exactly completing a review saves money at all, let alone such a specific amount of money. It would appear the administration has some specifics in mind that they're not sharing in this document, and we don't wonder why. We urge you to put an end to this so-called review, and let's move forward with transparency. At item 22, the administration proposes to reduce the already nearly eliminated employee recognition program. With morale in our workplaces at an all-time low, taking away what little employee recognition there is sends a message that the administration truly does not care about its employees. In this environment of fear for our livelihoods and fear for our health and that of our families, we should be supporting recognition and morale now more than ever. Item 56 proposes to end the Police Service Transit Peace Officer pilot project, which showed a joint security force face on the LRT. That program was well received and very effective, and to suggest that eliminating it will not affect citizen experience surely demonstrates a lack of understanding of what the LRT experience is. And item 63, a proposal to eliminate 25,059 hours of transit service at the same time as the bus network redesign will be inaugurated. During the discussions and debate about the BNR in the first last kilometer, the administration and subsequently council made a clear commitment to transit users and to transit employees to roll over all service hours from the existing service into the redesigned service. To renege on this commitment at this time is an acidic wash that erodes the foundation of our working relationship and undermines what has been a great collaboration with the branches as we try to find our way through the pandemic times. Now is the worst possible time to erode transit service and transit users' trust. As the branch and the workers work together to rebuild the ridership and rebuild confidence in the system, now is the time to strengthen it, not reduce it. A fare increase at this time will drive people away and cause unreasonable hardship for too many people. Reducing service is abdicating the city's responsibility to provide safe, reliable transportation. We urge you to abandon this poorly thought out proposal and to refuse any attempt to raise fares. And finally, in terms of specifics, I want to draw attention to an item that is not in the proposals, but maybe ought to be. The initiative to develop a regionalized transit system is starting to get off the ground. Already, the posting is out to hire a CAO for the new organization. ATU continues to be shut out of the commission meetings and is treated like an interested bystander instead of a valued stakeholder. Taxpayers' money is already being spent to support this initiative, and maybe it's time to consider a moratorium on this spending until meaningful public consultation can be held. Mayor and councillors, drive to a zero tax increase is laudable, and as taxpayers, we appreciate that council is careful with our money. However, keeping in mind that zero is just a number like any other number, we want to remind you that City Council exists for the purposes of delivering services for our tax dollars. As taxpayers, we do not want fewer services. As your employees, we do not want a work life filled with anxiety about who will get the next axe, what contract workers will be doing our jobs tomorrow. Our morale is in deep depression, and that affects our productivity. It's time we work together, as we did last winter, to spring the tax pinball back where it belongs. The provincial government still holds the purse strings on federal money that was meant for municipalities. What kind of a system is that? And the federal government needs to be reminded of its responsibilities as well. It is way past time for dedicated federal funding to operate transit systems across the country directly to the municipalities. We want to join with you, as we have before, to ramp up the pressure on these other orders of government to do their jobs. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Next is John Mervyn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and esteemed councillors. The members of Canadian Union Public Employees Local 30 we share the concerns and compassions of our fellow Edmontonians, and our members have been proud to work for the city and been working hard to keep our city running through these trying times. The city is an ecosystem, and like all ecosystems, it needs to find a balance for it to work. I'd like to talk about how some of the proposed reductions presented to you by administration will affect that balance. So the current levels of service that have been developed through years of listening to the citizens of Edmonton are already minimum levels of service. This is what the citizens expect and have demanded throughout the years. We saw what the response was when grass cutting was halted. The citizens came out and took on the costs themselves to get the grass done. Reduction in services doesn't eliminate the costs. In many cases, it transfers the cost to the individual citizens. they still need these minimum services and would have to pay for them privately. For facility closures, our arenas and pools were funded and built by taxpayer dollars. They were built to provide our citizens opportunities for fitness, sport, and recreation, not to make money. Fitness and recreation are very important to Edmontons, especially right now, and they'll be needing them to help them get through these difficult times. Closing facilities will prevent many citizens from being able to maintain their healthy lifestyle. They aren't able to get to the places they need to go, which will then increase the support that they will need from the city and the province. Having functioning facilities is vital to a functioning city ecosystem. So with regards to, some of the options on expense reductions and efficiencies, one area that's not being looked at is a review of our contracted services, which is a primary for savings, as we have many contracts that, while they look good on paper, are costing the city more money. For example, we used to have a tire shop. The city vehicles would go in to get a flat tire fixed or to get a leak fixed, but now it's contracted out. So when a vehicle gets sent to have a tire fix, it comes back with 4 new tires rather than just having one fixed. Or we have an asphalt contract for filling potholes that guarantees a minimum number of loads per day. So on days when it rains or something else is happening, the city is still paying for those loads of asphalt that aren't being used. Another option, the city had a contract with regards to earning money. The city had a contract with EPCOR to replace all the sidewalks and road surfaces after the work was done. This work was generating profit for the city, but the area was closed down, and now EPCOR has to contract out that service. So we see much evidence of people being pulled out of revenue generation activities. Workforce strategies. Over the last number of years, middle and upper management growth has outpaced the other areas. Even after the entire drainage department was transferred to EPCOR, management and workers alike were transferred over. There was still a disproportionate increase in management for the city of Edmonton. I applaud that there was an audit done on the supervisory positions, but the overall process was flawed. And I'd like to use an analogy. Say you're concerned about the food available to all the animals in the forest. So you send out an auditor. They come back and say they found that the moose are overpopulated and they're eating all the food. So you go to the moose and you ask them for a solution. Moose go away, do some really good work, come back and say they have a solution. We can get rid of a bunch of deer. That'll leave enough food for the rest of us. Management evaluate themselves isn't going to get you the real answer. ELT asks their direct reports for options, who then ask their direct reports for solution, etc. And it's uncommon to find somebody willing to say, yes, my job isn't needed, let's eliminate it. So they're naturally going to go to the people underneath them. Laying off frontline supervisors will have further negative effects. These are the people who assist with the work that is happening. These are also the people who know how the work is supposed to be done and do a lot of the training. Having less frontline supervisors means less people to inspect the work and to assist what's going on. And transferring that supervision up a level won't work because those people don't know what the job is and how it's being done. If this overpopulation of middle and upper management continues, the city's ecosystem will be further out of whack and will have long-term effects. Frontline supervisors, they make less than middle and upper management. So to achieve a certain level of savings, you'd require more frontline supervisors laid off than if you laid off middle and upper management. This would be proportionately more people out of work, adding to the 12% unemployment. These are the people who have less money and would have more drastic impacts on their lives. All right, I urge council to consider all of the repercussions of your choices. Thank you for letting me have the chance to talk to you today.
Thanks, John, and I think you win the COVID Beard of the Year award so far in this hearing. Thanks for those comments and perspective. Next is Ryan DeBoer from the Strathcona High School swim team.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson, and for city councilors for giving us the opportunity to be able to chat here today and just have a voice on these kinds of issues. My name is Ryan DeBoer. I'm the lead teacher on the Strathcona High School swim team, and I wanted to be able to share my more kind of unique personal perspective on how Scona Pool has been able to impact a lot of kids in our community in a very significant way. To give maybe just a little bit of background on our team, we're very well known within the Edmonton competitive swim community and amongst the high school athletics communities, partially for our just competitive success. We've had a very strong team. We've won 34 straight city championships. And last time we lost, I was in diapers. So it's been a long time, got quite a streak. But also, we're also known well for our mass involvement of students. We had about 90 kids last year who made it to city finals, but we had 180 kids from our school last year who were kind of part of our team and in the water for us throughout the season. So very, very big involvement from our students. We're, I think, without question, one of the biggest student groups, athletic or otherwise, in the city, in high schools. That's kind of how our team is seen from the outside. But from within SCONA, within our walls, within our school, it's something that's a little bit different. Even for our non-swimmers at our school, you can't help but take pride in your school when you've got that kind of a tradition of excellence in your past. And these are all great things. They're all things that are worth protecting by keeping the pool open for students to be able to continue to swim at. But what I'm excited to try to share today is my perspective as a teacher who's worked really closely with these kids and with this team over the years, just to see the significant impact it has on a lot of students in our community. I didn't start this team. This responsibility, this credit goes to teachers like Don Richards and Jeff Goldie, community coach Kirby Fang, worked for decades now, being able to build a team that's built on the philosophy of we do what we do to try to be able to help these kids become better people. The competitive side, the winning is just sort of a nice consequence, but swimming is a really excellent vehicle for this kind of a vision for a team. It's largely an individual sport. You're not really concerned about dropping a teammate's pass or anything like that. It's setting personal bests and then trying to continue to be able to improve on your personal best. And students learn very, very quickly that there's a causal relationship between how much they practice and how they practice, listening and having the humility to listen to your coaches and try to learn from them, and the kind of success that they're going to see in the pool reflected in their best times. The swim teams in the city are fairly unique. We're one of the only no-cut athletic teams in the city. So students of any grade or gender, athletic ability, socioeconomic status, physical size, anything, it doesn't matter. We've got them all. And we give them a place where they matter and where they can contribute. And we really focus on community building on our team. So it gives these kids a place where they belong in our school. And this is important, I think, to all of our students on our team. But there's definitely a subset of kids where this becomes makes a very big difference in their lives. Especially kids that come in grade 10. They're nervous. They're just starting high school. They might not know anybody. And swim team gives them a place where they matter. And they can make friends there, they're valued there. And especially by the time, if they continue with our team, by the time they get to grade 12, sometimes these kids are just completely different people. The way that they set up that sense of just self-worth and the drive they get from being on our swim team is something that persists, and it turns into impacts on their academic life. They become better students. Their social life, they have a much bigger social net, I guess, in the school, and feel like they belong. It's really been an honor as a teacher to be able to watch this kind of thing happen over the last 6 years as I've been part of this. It's definitely been a highlight of my career as an educator, seeing these kinds of transformations that happen on our swim team. We've looked into other alternatives if the SCONA pool was to close, for other places where we could practice. There really aren't any. The Kinsman is close, but they don't have any pool time for us. We practice for 8 hours a week. That kind of pool time is just not available there, which is unfortunate. And if our pool was to close, we unfortunately are pretty aware that our swim team would have to fold, which is a shame because it's something that's got a lot of continuity. Older siblings get their younger siblings to join this team because of the success and the positive experiences that they've had. So I'm running out of time here. So just to close, on behalf of all of our students, but really especially for that one group that I mentioned there, the ones who this makes a huge difference in their lives and the people they become, please keep this pool open until there's a suitable replacement to be able to continue this program. It really does make all the difference in the world to these kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeBoer, and appreciate the subliminal message of the equation over your shoulder. Basic math there. Next is Maya Bamber.
Hi, my name is Maya Bamber, and I'm going to present the student perspective on why SCONA pool shouldn't be closed. I'm a grade 12 student, and I'm also a captain of the SCONA swim team. I've been a member of the swim team since I started high school, and in my time on the team, I've come to realize the importance the swim team has not only in my life, but the lives of all Strathcona students. I would like to use this opportunity to speak to you today to explain the severe impact the closure of Scona Pool will have on the Scona swim team community. The Scona swim team is one of the biggest teams at Scona and the biggest high school swim team in the city. The primary reason our team is so big is because the legacy the Scona swim team has created in our high school for being a winning team, but also an inclusive one. This is because, unlike many other high school teams, we are a no-cut team, as Mr. DeBoer previously mentioned. Not only do we allow swimmers of all levels to participate on our team, we encourage all students to give swimming a try and join our community. This aspect of our team is incredibly important to students who would typically shy away from more intensely competitive sports. In my time on the swim team, I've seen many people join for many reasons. Some students join purely out of the promise of competition, but most just want to find a place to belong in high school, and the swim team provides that. In fact, the swim team is so good at providing a sense of belonging, many Scona alumni who are ex-members of the swim team come back as coaches to ensure that the experience of what it means to be on the Scona swim team is not lost. Because of this, we have a volunteer coach team of 36 coaches who care just as much about the swim team as the students. I believe that one of the most devastating things that will come from the closure of Scona Pool is the loss of this community. If Scona Pool is closed this year, that will mean Strathcona High School will go, in a best-case scenario, several years without an accessible swimming pool. By the time that these years have passed, there will be no more remaining Scona students who know just how important the swim team was to our school, and the years spent turning the swim team into what it is now will be lost. Even if we are eventually able to run again, the legacy that Scona Swim once had that enticed so many students to join will also be gone. Ultimately, this means that losing Scona Pool will not simply be a temporary setback for Scona High School athletics, but rather the death of an extraordinary opportunity that has given many students, myself included, the ability to push their limits and gain skills to succeed later in life. We representatives of the swim team ask that you keep Scona Pool open so we don't have to face this loss and deprive so many future Strathcona students of the positive impacts the swim team has had in our lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Tate Erickson.
All right, is my sound good to go now?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thank you for allowing us to speak on the topic. My name is Tate Erickson. I'm a captain of the swim team and a grade 12 student at Strathcona High School. I'll keep it short since there have already been so many great voices advocating for the pool already. So prior to the Scona Pool, I had never swum competitively and wasn't a particularly strong swimmer. A stark contrast from now, in grade 12, I'm a captain of the Strathcona swim team, certified as a lifeguard in aquatic emergency care and as an open water diver. The Scona Pool has directly made this happen, providing an environment for me and others to grow. A similar message is frequent among the 180 students on the team, ranging in abilities from never taking their feet off the bottom of the pool to competitive swimmers. Some students even came to 76 practices in 3 months last year, spending countless hours before and after school in the water and demonstrating their passion for the activities that the Scona Pool houses. Others are making equally important steps using our large volunteer coaching team who have devoted time to help them learn to swim. It's an invaluable life skill that the Scona Pool is critical in providing. To close the pool would be to remove this experience and growth from the community. Scona Pool is a key part of this community, with Strathcona Swim Team just one of many groups that use the space, needing it in order to exist. Thank you.
Thanks, Tate. Next is Greg Holubowicz.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor Iveson and City Councilors. My name is Greg Holubowicz. I'm the president of the Edmonton Firefighters Union, Local 209, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Mr. Mayor, your work has always been about building a better city for the next generation, and I suggest that the fire service of today aligns with yours and Council's vision. Due to this proactive planning, I'm proud to say that the Edmonton Fire Service is meeting the needs of its citizens during this unprecedented pandemic. COVID-19 has presented emerging and constantly changing challenges on a daily basis that our firefighters are adapting and responding to, thanks to the vision and continued support of Council. We are honored to help Edmontonians in their time of need. Edmonton Fire Rescue Services is recognized domestically and internationally as a fire service that is constantly working to achieve and or maintain the highest level of professionalism and efficiency on behalf of those it serves, the public. As a union, we're proud to partner with the city to support and contribute to Edmonton, continuing to provide its citizens with a leading fire service that provides a high sense of safety and security. How did fire rescue services get to this point? Quite frankly, it came from years of diligent planning, consulting with stakeholders, and studying the latest industry data and analytics and emerging technologies. Additionally, the council-approved Fire Rescue Master Plan is a key document that guides the fire rescue strategic and business planning, including long-range operating and capital requirements. The master plan outlines response targets and staffing levels, fire crew sizes that are based on the principles of scientific research and industry standards established by the National Fire Protection Association. It is imperative in moving forward that these principles remain as key components of fire rescue strategic and business planning processes. As members of council, we understand it is your responsibility to ensure that you steward tax dollars in a responsible way. The Edmonton Firefighters Union recognizes the current financial situation the city is faced with and continues to strive for a collaborative and positive labor management partnership with administration. EFFU supports the proposed 2021 operating budget reduction strategies given the context of the current economy. As a reminder, the percentage of the City of Edmonton's operating budget expenditures allocated to Edmonton Fire Rescue Services has declined from 9.1% to 7.5% over the past decade. With all that noted, the Edmonton Firefighters Union Executive Board does feel compelled to comment on some concerning information that has been shared by administration with our membership in relation to the Reimagine Services project. As part of the fall 2020 supplementary budget adjustment presented to council on November 16th, fire rescue has been identified as one of the 5 services that will undergo a review with the objective of achieving cost savings. Some concerns that our executive board has with the amended process of this review is that there will not be a challenge panel comprised of industry experts to provide feedback on the report recommendations, and that the City of Edmonton has made it clear that the Edmonton Firefighters Union participation is limited to updates only, and that any feedback provided by the union and its members, unless cost savings are realized, will not be considered. While we appreciate the challenges faced by council during these difficult times, it needs to be stated that 85 to 90% of the Fire Rescue Services operating budget is allocated towards personnel costs, with the objective of the Reimagine Services project being to achieve cost savings. The Edmonton Firefighters Union is concerned that proposed recommendations will result in staffing reductions that will negatively impact service delivery levels. We urge you to ensure that the Edmonton Fire Rescue Services can maintain the standard of excellence that the public expects and that has been recognized internationally as a leader in the field. The FFU commits to keep you updated on the Reimagine Services project from our perspective to the best of our ability. The FFU has worked with administration to ensure public and firefighter safety by striving to meet industry standards that are based on science and research. As we all know, the world is relying on science to help us through this pandemic, and it is the standards and science that are the foundation when it comes to the safe delivery of the service we provide to our citizens. It is important that the standards and science continue to be recognized as part of the defining future modern fire service in Edmonton, together with the evidentiary-based information. Any reduction in staffing on units means a reduction in service. These types of changes will reduce our ability to provide timely and efficient service to the citizens of Edmonton and put our firefighters and therefore the public at a greater risk. Thank you. I appreciate Council's ongoing support of this core service and the essential work delivered by our members.
Thanks, Greg, and likewise. Next up is David Wilson.
How was that?
Good afternoon, Mayor Iveson, City Council, and today's participants. My name is David Wilson. I'm a Labor Relations Officer for CSU 52. CSU 52 wants to know if Council is being given all of the data and facts it needs to make cost-effective budget decisions. We understand your decisions are tough, but we also believe you need to do it on an evidence-based approach. The city's administration is growing the numbers of non-union management staff while reducing the numbers of frontline union workers. This means residents and businesses get less frontline service when you have fewer workers. The city auditor stated the city added 20% more supervisors in the past 3 years, the equivalent of 232 management positions. Only they define management as, at the supervisory level, as 80% union-based. Our analysis for the period of 2015 to 2019 shows the city added almost 250 FTEs, non-managers and non-union managers and non-union professionals at an estimated cost of $50 million per year. After 2015, the operating budgets no longer have the specific data showing management, exempt, and union FTEs. We would like to know why. Going forward, we found that the city, in that same time period, has deleted almost 400 union FTEs at an estimated cost savings of $48 million. By not filling the few vacancies, the administration then has the funding to cover those new non-managers and the fewer frontline services. The city really needs to look at other cities to assess the services provided and the numbers of non-union and union staff employed for those services. Halifax, Ottawa, Winnipeg, Vancouver all seem to have fewer managers and provide more services. Winnipeg, as an example, has 50% of the managers in comparison to Edmonton, and they also provide way more services. The city and EPS have unilaterally converted senior union jobs into non-union jobs, generally at a cost of $25,000 or more per year. We believe the minimum cost has probably exceeded $2 million per year, and is probably higher if we could get the real numbers. Over the last few years, the city's data in the audit report said that the city operations added 95 new non-union supervisors, deleted considerable numbers of union staff. In Parks and Roads, those jobs used to be CP Labor Foreman 3. The job descriptions between the 36 plus non-union operations supervisors and the Labor Foreman 3 are essentially identical. So why do the conversion to make them management? For the 95 non-union supervisors added in city operations, cost estimate is $2.9 million, and we're not even certain those jobs needed to be non-union. Executives at the city have also reclassified selected management jobs in the past 3 years, particularly in cases where they wanted to hire somebody from outside the city, but the city wasn't paying enough, so they reclassified the jobs. Yet, we tried to get the jobs reclassified where the jobs are 30% behind the city of Calgary, and the city won't even talk to us. The city, we believe, has also overpaid and wrongly allocated or classified non-union managers and supervisors. We believe a number of those managers and supervisors should belong to the union based on ALRB management criteria. We suspect the city knows that those managers should be ours, but they don't seem to be doing too much about it. The city has too many managers, too many management layers, very narrow spans of control, and unions know that, but so do the residents and businesses and community groups. Historically, in 1997, when facing tough times, City Council deleted an entire level of management to save millions and keep services. They also had fewer city executives. Cutting a layer of management, increasing spans of control, and reducing layers of management could save the city in excess of $75 million per year. Other cost savings put forward by CSU 52 could save a potential of $100 million or more per year.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Next is Joe Childs.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor Iveson, City Councilors. My name's Joe Childs, and I'm the Director of Labor Relations at CSU 52. I just want to add a few points regarding the city's organizational design and the auditor's report, city productivity and performance report. Adding to what Davis has said, I think the excessive numbers of managers, the decreasing span of control, and the increasing number of management layers is really where your budget issues lie. And as David said, there's cost savings to be had there of approximately $50 million. The last 0% increase in 1997, the city reduced layers of management down to 4 levels of management, which widened the span of control. And they also moved 312 management jobs into CSU 52, which they were all lower paid jobs. They were probably making upwards of $25,000 more in a management position than they would have been making in a CSU 52 position. So today's city council needs to consider alternative options for cost savings rather than cutting at the front line and reducing services to Edmontonians. The U.S. government has a span of control of 1 manager to 14 employees. Business guru Tom Peters recommends 1 manager to 24, as opposed to the city's one-on-one in some cases, in the extreme cases, and probably averaging 1 manager to every 6 or 7 employees. The city meets most, if not all, of the 8 symptoms of a poor managerial, organizational design or practice. And this is demonstrated in the city's own corporate surveys. Symptoms: high management costs, low productivity, slow decision-making, muddled communications, more paperwork, more meetings, poor staff morale, and low employee satisfaction. So with a higher ratio of staff per manager, an organization can improve its performance and achieve better organizational results. There's a need to reduce the excessive number and layers of non-union managers and increase that span of control. The city auditor provided a report, and I won't call it an audit because they didn't go and obtain source documents. They were using information that was given to them, or as they said, some of the information they couldn't find because there's been so many reorganizations in the city of Edmonton that even the auditor couldn't follow an FTE from one organizational design to the next one to the next one. So they kind of sat back and said, how do we do this? Let's cut and dice and see what we can come up with. Well, they said that any person that supervises another person is a manager. Hence, you have non-union managers and you have union managers or supervisors in their report. This is diametrically opposed to the academia on this, and the Alberta Labour Relations Board provides criteria under Bulletin 22 as to specifically who is and who isn't in management. That criteria was used in 1997. And I'll just give you an example. If we take a clerk 4 who supervises maybe 1 or 2 other people, perhaps up to 10% of their time, that person has now been included as a union manager. A person is not a union manager. They spend the majority of their time providing services to Edmontonians. So from my perspective, I would ask council to be very cautious of the information that they're receiving and how they're interpreting it, because the report from the auditor, even the auditor's operation, I believe is flawed and doesn't represent what's going on in the city and doesn't show the relationship between the growth of managers and the decrease in FTEs, union FTEs.
Thank you, Mr. Childs. I'm sorry, Mr. Childs.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Chudik?
Good day, Mayor Iveson, councillors, and participants in today's public meeting. As Joe and David have previously presented the financial data argument on city management numbers and structure, I'm I'm going to be less data driven. I'm here today on behalf of Civic Service Union 52 to discuss issues resulting from proposed property tax cuts. There will be significant ramifications resulting in cuts to core frontline service to the public. I'm here today representing not only my membership and their concerns, but the communities in which we live, work, and play. My members, your civic employees, are parts of these communities. My members, along with the memberships of other civic unions, provide these services to the citizens of Edmonton. The proposed 2021 operating budget notes approximately $85 million in savings need to be found. CSU has proposed ways for the last 2 years to find these savings without slashing or deleting much relied upon frontline core service. The cuts to transit service, proposed closing of older rec facilities, pools, and older arenas are generally cuts that affect older, lower income areas and lower income demographics. CSU 52 believes that the real problem with the operating budget is too many departments, too many levels of non-union managers. We continue to add departments and branches to an organization that is extremely top-heavy with high-level managers and actually manage less lines of business than other comparable cities. The recent auditor's report identified union supervisors as a major part of the problem by suggesting they were middle management. This representation is unfair and at the very least extremely misleading. Union supervisors generally spend anywhere from 10 to 20% of their day on minimal frontline supervision. Their duties and responsibilities are clearly defined by the Alberta Relations Board, as are what a manager's duties and responsibilities are, and they are different. Council needs to seriously look at the out-of-scope management structure that they preside over and demand efficiency and cost-effective management. This would result in at least deleting one level of management in each business area and possibly two in some areas. And I haven't even addressed the addition of strategic advisors that are being attached in droves to many of these management areas. Instead, politicians, councillors, and you, Mr. Mayor, are being provided with self-serving advice and information from the administration that is actually designed to protect their interests. Clearly, there's too much to address comprehensively in 5 minutes. And in regard to Bulletin 22 and the differentials between supervisors and managers, I am committed to sending a copy of that bulletin to Council and to you, Mr. Mayor, for your review so you can clearly see what the differences are. Let me close by once again stating CSU 52, as it has continued to do over the last few years, will try to work with both Council and the administration to identify and effect savings to the citizens of Edmonton, because at the end of the day, these services are designed to serve the citizens of Edmonton. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chudik. Next is Connor Medill.
Hello, members of the board. Thank you for letting me speak today. I just want to touch on how I think Scona Pool has personally impacted me, as well as many others, both within and outside the Scona swim team. Scona Pool has been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. When I was 5, I started doing my swimming lessons there, and frankly, I was just awful. But thanks to the hard work of multiple swim instructors, I grew, and eventually completed level 10, allowing me more opportunities than I could possibly imagine. Anyone who is involved with swimming will tell you that it is above all else a survival skill. And the fact that I had a reliable pool close by allowed me to develop these skills, and I believe has saved my life on several occasions. Without Scona Pool, there is a good chance I would not have developed these skills to the level that I currently have. The dedication that these teachers showed me has encouraged me to become a swim instructor myself, and I spent the last 6 years teaching swimming lessons, and has been one of the most rewarding experiences of my life, allowing me to help my students develop confidence, strength, and safety awareness while around and in the water. And I hope positively impact their lives, as many of my teachers did for me. It is a job that has served me well, allowing me a steady source of income while completing my education undergraduate degree. A big reason that I wanted to become a teacher in the first place was because of my experiences as a swim instructor. which likely would not have been possible without the opportunities that were presented to me through Scona Pool. I returned to Scona Pool in high school as a member of the Scona swim team, which I was a member of for all 3 years of my high school career. Despite the fact that I was actually originally forced into it by my mother, joining the Scona swim team was probably the best decision that I made in high school, as it gave me the opportunity to be part of a lasting, decades-long legacy. This legacy cannot be underrated. And through the work of head coach Kirby Fang, as well as dozens of other volunteer coaches over the years, have allowed Scona to win over 30 years of city's championships. This has provided swimmers with another reason to get up early every morning and go to better themselves in the pool, giving them pride in their school and their community. I was lucky enough to be competing on the swim team when we won our 30th consecutive city championship, which was an amazing experience I will never forget. After graduation, I returned as a volunteer coach, which has been an amazing opportunity to give back to the community and help continue the legacy of Scona victories. It is easy to recognize the powerful impact this has on the team and the pool has on the swimmers. It has opened new opportunities for me, such as discovering my love for scuba diving, helping me to develop new skills and improving my fitness, and most importantly, helping me make friendships that will last a lifetime. I can safely say that the opportunities that this pool has provided has had a profound impact on who I am as a person, and without the pool, these same opportunities will be lost to future generations of swimmers. While we have an amazing group of swimmers and coaches, without a reliable, close pool to practice, the legacy of Scona swim team will end. As Kirby, and as well as Mr. DeBoer touched on, without a pool, there will be no swim team. I'm sure you'd agree that it would be a real shame to lose an over 30-year legacy because we don't have a pool for practice. More importantly, the amazing culture that the swim team has would be severely diminished, and it would be felt both throughout the school as well as the local community. Like I said, future generations of Scona swimmers, regardless of the reason that they are at the pool, deserve the opportunities that were provided through me through having access. For these reasons and many more, I implore you to keep Scona Pool open. Thank you for your time and for listening to my concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Medill. Next is Kate Reed. Oh, we're having a little trouble hearing you there, Kate. Sorry. Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, awesome. Thanks everyone for the chance to speak. My name's Kate Reed. I actually just moved to Edmonton a month ago from California, so you can imagine the shift in climate has been interesting.
Let me say welcome. Let me say welcome to the city of Edmonton. You've chosen very wisely. It's very cool here.
Oh, it's been fantastic so far. But yeah, I just want to lend my voice to all the great speakers that we had today around the pool closures. A big part of me convincing my husband to move to this neighborhood in particular was that it was just a couple blocks away from the East Glen pool. My husband would swim laps in the outdoor pool in San Jose. So this way, this is a way for me to convince him. Obviously, it's closed right now for COVID, but when I heard that it was in jeopardy, I just wanted to make sure that I was lending my voice to the chorus here. I'll keep it pretty short, but I just wanted to say, for myself, I have a very high stress job, and so having that facility nearby with the steam room and the hot tub, I was really looking forward to using that post-COVID. And I think just in terms of the community, it's just to where we live right now is kind of surrounded by liquor stores and not a lot of things that you really want to walk to. But the community center there, I feel like is a really bright spot in the neighborhood. And I just think about Edmonton becoming a more walkable place. I think more small communities like this that serve some of the communities like the elderly or other folks that maybe aren't calling in right now. I just know it's a great spot. And I would just like to say thanks for the time. And it's been great so far in Edmonton for the 1 month I've been here. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thanks, Kate, again, for choosing Edmonton and for tuning in as a new citizen to this process. Next is Willem Langenberg.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about 47 years of bicycle commuting. And there's a PowerPoint here, but I don't see it. But anyway, I've been commuting for 47 years in Edmonton.
Willem, our staff have it here, and we'll pull it up and present it.
Okay.
So you just let them know when you want the slides advanced, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, carry on.
The lessons from 47 years of bicycle commuting after doing 26 years in the Netherlands. So I'm Willem Langenberg from Landrum, and there I'm on my bike in the Landrum community. Next slide, please. Well, the Amsterdam bike roads now, as you can see, it's very organized. The pedestrians are on the sidewalk. The bicycles are on the bicycle paths, and the cars are on their own lane, and so are the public buses. Next slide, please. It's been a bit chaotic in Edmonton for the 47 years, but I have to say, 47 years ago, I wouldn't have dreamt that there were beautiful bike lanes on 100th Avenue and 83rd Avenue. I really love those bike lanes, and it's been really good because we have councillors and the mayor who do bicycle commuting, even in the winter. But unfortunately, the shared pathway is really a bad idea, in my opinion. Here we are looking at these two of the shared bike pathways just 2 days ago, and one is near the university LRT station, and you can see it's beautiful where the buses go, where the shared bike path is, and the poor people that have to walk. It's just almost impossible. I crashed my bike, you can see. Also along Saskatchewan Drive, it's just bad, and it's been better, but for some reason it's been fairly poor. But I would say cyclists and pedestrians don't mix. Next one. In the Netherlands, again, they have winter cycling too, and again, the pedestrians are on the sidewalk and cars are in a different lane. So next one. In Edmonton, we have winter cycling, and so there's kind of we have ice roads there. And next one. But it's a fairly poor ice road in general, because there's lots of gravel on it. The city puts gravel on. But here you've got a beautiful ice road in Horlack Park. There's a kilometer ice road, and you can cycle on it as well. Unfortunately, it takes 3 months of -20 weather to be skating there. But we're working on it with Ben Henderson to get it earlier in this winter. So next one. In the Netherlands, they have built a 5-kilometer artificial ice road. They built it for 35 million. And if you go there, these people, they all say, well, why are you skating here? Why don't you stay in Canada? You've got lots of ice roads there. So next slide, please. This was this year, October the 18th. We built our own 1-kilometer ice road, and it was lots of muscle power, but it wasn't 35 million. It was quite a bit cheaper. And all people that looked at some of these pictures, they're in Europe, they're really jealous at us skating so early. Next slide, please. So, there's the idea too. There's one of the members of our speed skating club has made this, in Rossland, has made this ice road, has used a Zamboni, and it really works. Actually, the freezeway in Victoria Park is fairly unskateable for speed skaters because it's too bumpy, and it needs a Zamboni. Next slide, please. Edmonton, the natural ice road is our river, and it would be a perfect connection to downtown. But unfortunately, there is federal legislation there. But also the university tries to melt the river. They're wasting an enormous amount of energy by putting hot water in it, and some of our power stations as well. So next slide, please. A natural place where we could try an artificial ice road is along the LRT, and it's between near towards the Commonwealth Stadium, and it's beautiful because there is no level crossings and there wouldn't be any dirt on it. So, and we could use CO2. Lots of people want to put CO2 underground in carbon capture and storage. Well, this would be a better way of using CO2.
I'm sorry, Willem.
So next slide, please.
I'm sorry,
I've got to. Here. Yeah, it's so we can make a livable city by just using volunteers clearing the ice and clearing our sidewalk. We volunteer to make.
The 5 minutes is up, sir.
Yeah, it's up.
Yes. I think we get your drift, though. Thank you. And there may be some follow-up questions for you, so stand by. Next is Laura Cunningham-Shepley.
Good afternoon, Mayor Iveson and City Councillors. This budget is a tremendously difficult one for this council. The EFCL recognizes that we all must play a part in supporting the city through one of its most difficult times in recent memory. The Community League movement has endured the many ups and downs alongside the city. Leagues have provided opportunities for Edmontonians to rally together and provide support to neighbours through very difficult times for almost 100 years. To quote the city plan, Edmonton's communities are its lifeblood and will continue to provide us with the opportunity to turn our time and attention to things that really matter, like connection with each other and to the greater good. The proposed cut to the Community League Infrastructure Program, a grant that was a result of the last tripartite renewal in 2011, is seen by the EFCL as short-sighted. This grant was created during a time where it was identified that league facilities were deteriorating rapidly, and an infusion was needed in order to mitigate risk and support league infrastructure. The EFCL requested at that time that the City of Edmonton administer this grant, and we have been updated yearly on the grants that have been provided. In 2018 and 2019, there were $2.7 million invested back into community league infrastructure. We don't have the information yet for the 2020 grant distribution. Currently, there are 3 categories of grants that leagues can apply for. However, over the years, depending on the need, these categories have flowed to meet the needs. This grant is a matching grant of 50%, which is likely why it has mainly been used for small to medium-sized renovations and upgrades, as it is easiest for leagues to use casino funding to match this. For a league to receive a larger grant of $250,000 to $400,000 requires a tremendous amount of work and dedication by its volunteers, as often leagues would have to apply for CFEP funding from the province for this match. We know now that CFEP funding has changed, and there is currently much less opportunity for leagues to obtain this grant. Now more than ever, leagues are looking at this time to be able to do minor renovations and upgrades to their facilities. As we know, it is often these small to medium upgrades that are important to maintaining a facility. They have experienced significant loss of revenue this past year, and many leagues have grave concerns for their finances. We hope that with council support next week, we can have an amendment to the tripartite license agreement that will provide greater opportunities for leagues to explore new options in how they animate and use these facilities across the city. With this will likely come additional needs for upgrades and renovations in order to make the facility more welcoming to these opportunities that will support the city's drive to the 15-minute neighborhood. We have hopes that this might also lead us to conversations around opportunities for new operating models for leagues. At this point, neither the city nor the EFCL has a current assessment of the state of repair of the capital assets of leagues on licensed land. The EFCL is proposing to create a database in 2021 alongside its leagues to ensure there is an updated capital inventory to support funding decisions with the city. Currently, we do not have that data to inform any decision-making that warrants a cut to this fund. In other parts of this budget, we see cuts to neighbourhoods, including the closure of recreation amenities in core neighbourhoods that have experienced and are expected to experience greater density over the coming years. Again, these cuts have a great impact on the neighbourhood, and you have heard clearly from people today. The EFCL's new vision is vibrant communities, community leagues, vibrant city. This is so timely for our city. This plan is committed to championing leagues in everything that the EFCL does, and a priority pillar of the plan is to support leagues in increasing their reach and diversity. The EFCL continues to expand its network of connections across Edmonton's nonprofit organizations and businesses, many of whom are struggling during this time. With a cut to funding to the Community Investment Grant, we know the important work of community nonprofits will be significantly impacted and will ripple through our city and leagues. The EFCL is supporting conversations amongst its membership around how to engage all neighbors in the league movement, how to ensure everybody feels welcome to have a place around the table. EFCL is well positioned to continue this work of supporting leagues to build more connected communities, one block at a time. We know that Edmontonians want connection and community during this time as they reimagine their lives and turn to their neighborhood for more than ever before. Our league movement is here to support that, but they are struggling right now. EFCL is committed to ensuring leagues have the tools, the resources, and the supports during the good times and the bad. Through all of the ups and downs, we have a long history and an inspired community to launch us forward as we look at all of these new opportunities to animate our city and support Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. And thank you to all members of the second panel. I'll open the speakers list now for members of council to register to ask questions of our panelists. Councillor Katarina, take it away.
Didn't realize I was that fast, but thank you. And thanks to all the speakers for this panel as well, too. So 5 minutes isn't a long time for questions. But first of all, Mr. Bradshaw, I'd like to ask you a question on the pilot that was made permanent, having EPS and transit security work together, and the proposal now of possible elimination of that. One of the major drivers of ridership, either more ridership or lack of ridership, is safety and security. And we know that. So in your opinion, how does this affect that drive for increased ridership and getting others onto the system?
Councillor Katarina, thanks for that question. It's a good one, and we appreciate it. But a correction first, I should note that the police service has declined to continue its participation in this. So it's not currently operating, but we think that it should be. And the reasons we think that it should be operating are exactly what you expressed on that. Safety and security on the line is an incredibly important consideration for riders. And the more that we can do it, the more that we have out there, the more that people feel comfortable on our LRT system, the more they will ride. We're in a time right now where we're working very hard to recover our ridership. To reduce security on this system right now is a move in the opposite direction.
Thank you for that, Steve. And there's been a lot of history on the pilot and where it ended up and where it is now. So to John from 30, and this possibly Lanny as well too, from 52, and Joe, and I guess the definition of supervisor or supervisory positions is sort of there's different opinions of what that definition should be. And you've said that you have information, Lanny, on that you'd be able to provide before next week?
Absolutely, Tony. We will send that over to you first thing tomorrow morning. The Alberta Labor Relations Board Bulletin 22 clearly defines what a in-scope supervisor is as opposed to an out-of-scope true manager.
Terrific. Lanny, if you could provide that to all of council, that would be welcome. And to Mr. Holubowicz, Greg, on the fire service and given how essential it is and the type of work that you've actually added to this time of with the pandemic going on, you're responding to many new circumstances you would have had to respond to before. And given that the city is still growing, given that we've annexed part of Leduc County, the growth still continues on in mature neighborhoods with densification. The prospect of less service pretty surprising at this point. So I just want your take on this. On the expansion of your service is necessary, but yet we're considering lowering it.
Well, I think what we're mostly concerned about is the, I'm going to say, if we reduce the staffing on each of the trucks, that is, it's a very, person-intensive exercise when we get into fireground tactics. And one of the things that council has always supported over the course of time is the growth piece based on those standards and the science that's behind us. Very good observation, Councillor Katerina, in terms of the densification. It's much more difficult to fight fires in our high density communities, which we're building these days. So as the growth continues, we've been responsible over time growing with the city. We're probably 2 to 3 fire stations behind right now, recognizing that, but we also recognize the financial challenges that you as councillors and the city of Edmonton has. So our concern moving forward through the Reimagine work is that we're losing a couple of processes in regards to challenge panels and our ability to have more input, and reducing crew sizes is not the answer.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I'm out of time, unfortunately.
Thank you. Councillor Banga is next.
Thank you. Mr. Bradshaw, let me start off with you. First, you stated that morale in your workforce is all-time low. Could you be able to tell me how do you make that statement? For what reason? How can you say that? I mean, were there any surveys done or what happened?
No, Councillor, and thanks for that question. Good to see you back in your seat. No, we don't have surveys. This is an anecdotal assessment. We make that assessment based on the kind of calls we receive from our members, the kind of interpersonal interactions and trouble that crops up in the workplace. Currently in transit fleet maintenance, that area is undergoing workforce rehabilitation because of morale issues. There are a number of pointers that go to that. And what can we expect in the kind of times that we live? This is incredible. And at a time when we need to be supporting our workforce the most, we're talking about contracting out work. We're talking about all kinds of high anxiety issues in our workplace. It is driving problems.
Thanks, Mr. Bradshaw. I got other couple of questions, and then I got to move on to the other speakers. So my next is regional transit consultation. This is in still pretty early stages. Could you tell me how ATU can contribute in these discussions?
Sure, we'd love to be at the table there, Councillor. And we have met with Councillors Walters and Broadhead, who are respectively the Vice Chair and the Chair of the Regional Transit Service Commission, the RTSC. When we put the question to them about the vision for the business model of the regionalized transit, they're unable to give us a clear answer. They're not even sure. And yet we're at a position right now where they're expecting to have rubber on the road within 2 years, in less than 2 years. So a CAO is being hired. The posting is out there. The headhunters are doing their jobs. There's a lot of interest in it, we're told. But it's only in the past month that we've actually had any kind of outreach from the board. We've reached out to them before, and we've had meetings with Councillor Broadhead before, but only very recently, and only on a sort of surface level. they've made it clear that we're not welcome at their council meetings, their commission meetings.
Thank you. Mr. Bradshaw, one more question for you. Could you comment on dial-a-bus from the union perspective?
Yes, I think you're referring to the dial-a-bus that the union proposed back during the discussion about the network redesign and contracting out for the first last kilometer work. And to be honest with you, it's a perfect example of how trust can be eroded. And it goes back to what I was saying earlier in my presentation, that the clear commitment from the administration was that all of those hours would be rolled over into the new network redesign. And at the same time, the union backed away from the debate over whether it should be a contracted service or the dial-a-bus service, which we preferred, and having our members behind the wheel of those dial-a-buses. We're in a position right now where we're planning to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to redevelop Terwilliger Road to save commuters, car commuters, 3 minutes of their commute time. And we're asking bus riders, transit users, to give up 5 minutes of their commute to save $1 million.
Thanks, Mr. Bradshaw.
That makes no sense at all.
Yeah. Another question for Mr. Hubovich, and it's about EFS. You expressed some concern about fire services, I guess, review. Isn't it a good thing?
As far as having good fire service? I'm sorry, Councillor Bank, I don't understand the question.
I was saying a review of the fire services. Should it not be a good thing?
As far as
find out whether we are doing the things the way we are supposed to.
Yes, having a review of the fire service is always good, but the parameters put around that review are so important. Again, when the parameters put around it just to compare ourselves to other municipalities only, and not to consider the science and the standards that are put in place in which Edmonton has been developed, it really can turn out to a race to the bottom, rather than other cities that I would say struggle to meet any standards in terms of response times. And I'm talking in particular with the response time where a full complement of firefighters arrives on the scene to do an interior fire attack and hopefully rescue somebody and minimize the property damage and spread of fire, especially in the high density housing. And so Edmonton has done an excellent job over the years, managing the growth of their city, as well as the changes to the building construction and the high density housings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Way over time.
Councillor Knack is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everyone for taking the time to be here today, as well to anyone who's still here from the first panel. I guess my question relates, or would probably be best answered by anyone from CSU 52. It had been raised during the discussion about 1997. So I've heard the infamy of City 97 in 1997 many times. It was suggested that at that point in time there was a layer of management removed, which I'm hearing was a good decision. Can somebody maybe spend a bit of time just elaborating on the differences? Because I hear there was a lot of concern, let's use that word, about the changes that occurred back in City 97. So is it that most was bad, but this particular change back then was good, or I just don't have as much history as others might?
So, Andrew, it's Lanny Chudik, CSU here. I'll make a couple of general comments on it. Sure. I wasn't on our board of directors at the time, but of course I was very aware of what was happening. I believe whenever you are going to pare down an organization and cut services, and in City 97, there were significant numbers of unionized positions cut. And of course, we as union members were concerned about that. But the City 97 exercise began with from the top down. cleaning up a bloated, at that time, oversized, inefficient, ineffective management structure, because there were so many layers of managers that by the time you got a decision made, time on something that needed to be done expeditiously had dragged on and on and on. That City 97 exercise started at the top, and it was decided that 4 layers of management were the most effective way to manage this sort of an organization. And I believe nothing has changed today in regard to that. The deeper you go in a management structure, and honestly, there were a lot of unionized employees let go too, because as you have significant levels of management structure overgrowth, you probably add union supervisors down at the bottom that are out of whack too.
Okay. So what you're saying, just so I have, again, you said you weren't necessarily on the board. Even though there might have been some history from folks having concerns about City 97, at least when that was happening, your submission is that they were going through the higher levels of management as well. So sort of everyone was sharing in that challenging time back then. Was that fair?
Absolutely, Andrew. And I believe in the early 80s, we went through a similar exercise at that point too. And I believe Lawrence Decore was mayor at that time. And the decree was 4 levels of management. Then we got to the initial union supervisor level. Back in City 97, we went through the exact same exercise again. And here today in 2020, we have 6 and sometimes even 7. And I've been told in one area, 8 levels of management before we get to the union supervisor.
Okay, thank you. And I should note, from what we heard during our first round of questions when the budget was presented, we'll get a better breakdown of the vacant positions in both union and non-union. So it'll be interesting to compare that to the data that you're going to send us tomorrow, which I look forward to seeing there. I think that might be all of my questions. Oh, actually, no, sorry, one more, just as I pull up my list there. So is there a situation, a lot has evolved since that time. Is there a scenario in which there are departments that you would see there being justification to having 5 or 6 or 7 layers? Or do you feel that based off how we currently operate with the specific departments that we have, that there's really no case to be made to having more than 4 layers in any department?
I am never going to say never in regard to that one, Andrew. Looking at individual circumstances in certain areas, there may well be a good argument for a 5th layer. And we've always been willing to be open to discuss that cost. Problem we have quite often is, here we are in 2020. We began a jurisdictional review 2.5 years ago, and I still don't have an up-to-date org chart on this organization.
Okay. I'm out of time, but thank you for all those responses. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol?
Thank you very much. And it's funny you should be mentioning City 97, Councillor Knack. I have a copy of it here for you if you want one, and we pulled it up. And it makes for very good and interesting reading with regards to how they dealt with organizational restructures. And so I've got 2 general questions here. The first, I guess I'll have to, just because I only have 5 minutes here, I'm going to the first question I was trying to get at earlier today was the quality and provision of essential services contracting versus insourcing, which is, I think, is a very important discussion that needs to be carried on. But I want to, I guess, since I have somebody from the union leadership here, the statement is being made by CSU 52 that we could save up to $50 to $75 million with the proper restructuring of upper middle management. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So can you talk me through this? Because it's a big number. And it is, and some people, when I say that number to them, they look at me with a little bit of a question of what the true cost here. And I do see, I've read your papers say constant reorganization, management reclassification, transfers of senior union jobs into management are not helpful, and so on. And simply I asked the question and put it out there. There has been an argument been made out there that some people will say that putting people back into the unions is going to cost us more money, not less.
The argument is David Wilson, Councillor Nickel. It's a false argument that it's going to cost more. You can control the hours of work of union employees. You can control the overtime. But we've got clear evidence that at both EPS and the city, where management jobs have been created from senior union positions, and when you look at salaries and benefits, the added salary and benefits is up to $25,000 and in some cases $30,000 a year. From my perspective, when you also look at historically, we used to have half the executive. We used to have fewer branch managers. We had fewer directors, and I can go through several departments where the city has added way more managers than they need or can defend, and yet they don't want to seem to reduce the numbers of managers. So I believe if you look at what would be effective structures with wider spans of controls, much wider than what we've got right now, you could reduce the money and save millions, and those millions would allow you to keep your services such as the arenas and rec centers and services to the handicapped.
So with regards to the question of using a simple span of control number, will that really get us where we want to get to, given the state and nature of our organization? Or are we at risk of doing more harm than good when we just talk about span of control? Because you have talked about union positions being pushed up into management, and that's causing some confusion, if not concern, with what we're going to cut.
Well, there are jobs that when you go through and look at the organization chart, you can sit there and say, if I cut these two managers, well, this director is now going to have 4 supervisors report to it. Whereas what you've got right now is the director with 2 managers, and each of those 2 managers has 2 supervisors, and those supervisors have 2 or 3 or 4 staff. So it doesn't take a genius to figure out that if you flatten the number of levels, you're going to have a broader span of control, and you're going to have jobs that are going to have to work a full schedule every day that they're employed.
Mr. Wilson,
the problem is, yep.
I have 30 seconds left here, and so I want to talk about how you would see, or CSU or any of the other union presidents would examine these sorts of classifications. I've already heard from Greg here from firefighters. He proposed a challenge panel to some of the changes that are happening. In City 97, they also talked about a proper review with labor of these positions. What do you guys propose?
Well, I think you could have a challenge panel or a review panel, but I also think we could jointly go to the Labor Relations Board to get some decisions made that would then guide the rest of the review of the organization. But I also believe that your people that are doing this professionally on the management side already know which jobs should come to the union. They just don't have any support at the executive level, because I think your executive level is somewhat anti-union.
Thank you.
Councillor Henderson?
Just a question. I don't know, Ms. Dunn, whether or not you can answer this, but if you can't, then I suspect we don't have the data or the information. I'm interested, and I apologize if you did mention this in your presentation and I missed it. I'm interested in the kind of larger cumulative effects that we think may happen by getting rid of the COAG. How many, you have a sense from the, and obviously there are organizations that aren't part of yours that are
also would end up being cut. But a sense of how whether it's largely that we'd be jeopardizing programming or a scale of how many organizations at their essence we would be imperiling.
So 300 organisations are currently funded through the CIOG grant, and I think that what's important to remember here, and we have some data coming out, Edmonton-specific data, that is not statistically representative, but is a moment in time that tells us what many of our non-profits here in Edmonton are struggling with. And so organisations are reporting an 82% dip in their ability to earn income and 61% dip in donations from individuals. We've got organisations with 52% of organisations reporting that one of the ways that they are trying to handle these reductions are both permanent and temporary layoff of staff. So we're seeing 52% of organisations reporting that, and 40% of organisations saying that they've had to use their reserves to get them through this COVID time. So when you sort of like put that into the bigger picture, we don't have like the actual data to answer your question, Councillor Henderson, but what we can assume is that there are reduced revenues coming into organisations through AGLC because tables are closed, and there is also a lack of transparency around when tables are going to be reopened, and so organisations are unable to plan. And so what we're seeing is like a catastrophic funding deficit in the non-profit sector, knowing that so what we can see is that many of the organisations that get the CIOG funding, it's operational funding, so it doesn't have to be attached to any specific program. But what we're hearing from organisations is that that funding enables them to serve more clients. And so what we would see through a broad cut is that there will be less programs to most of our most vulnerable Edmontonians. And I think it's important to note that, the CIOG is for social services, multicultural and sport and rec, and that both arts and heritage manage their own community investment operating grants. So we're seeing that many social services, multicultural and sports and rec are going to be the organisations that are most impacted by this cut.
Great, thanks. So, I just trying to get a sense of how much we may actually be putting, the long-term existence of some of these organizations at risk, but we don't really know, we can't know that right now, I suspect.
No, we don't have like the actual figures. I mean, in that survey as well, what we heard is 45% of organizations said that they were going to be unable to sustain themselves for more than 1 year. In the current financial situation that they've got.
And this is another kick to the teeth then when they're already down. Great. Mr. Barnard, I apologize again if I missed it, because I understood what you were talking about as a program, but I wasn't quite sure how it related back to a budget ask, or it related back to this budget. So can you just fill that in for me about how those two things go together? What you're talking about makes an awful lot of sense to me. I'm just not sure from a budget point of view how it links.
Sure. Well, you hear me, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. It just, we've seen that the economic and environmental sustainability branch is being cut. And we just want to ensure that the Green Links program continues, that funding for it continues moving forward. There was no way we've reached out to administration to try and find out whether or not the program, they're going to propose cuts directly to our program, and we haven't heard. And so we just wanted to use this opportunity to come in.
Absolutely. I just wanted to make that link in my own mind because I wasn't aware if there, as you are, of anything being proposed as a cut. So I just thought I would do that check-in, and I'm going to be out of time in 8 seconds, so I'll stop now. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Esslinger is next.
Thank you. I'll just start with Ms. Dunn. I think you said there was 300 organizations that would receive the CIOG, and most are vulnerable. Are there some large ones and some small ones, or are they all very small?
So it's a mix. The criteria is you have to have a budget under 2 million, I think that there is flexibility for us to discuss that with administration to make it smaller. But in our reach out as the Chamber to many of the non-profits that are funded under this, many are small, community-based run organisations, especially in the multicultural and the social services space.
Okay, thank you. Being involved in a nonprofit in my former life, I understand it is the lifeblood and it is hard to get unattached dollars. Thank you. Now I'll go to EFCL, to Laura. Just a couple of questions. Is your greatest concern for community leagues at this point the infrastructure grants only? Is that your biggest concern?
You know, I think that's the biggest concern with this budget, correct? So the budget right now identified the cut for the CLIP, and we want to make sure that our leagues are supported in as many ways as possible financially. And so that was a concern. I think that we do see some concern in supporting leagues to reach out further to their neighbors, to engage that membership, and to essentially kind of continue on that work. And so I have spoken as well about the opportunities that perhaps EFCL can do additional work in that area.
Would this be in replacement of city work or in addition to city work? I'm just trying to understand what you mean by that.
I think that there's an opportunity for EFCL to do a lot of the work alongside leagues, specifically around membership engagement, animation of the halls, animation of the league, reaching further into the neighborhood to people that don't normally see themselves involved in the league. And I think the EFCL is very interested in helping to do that. So I do believe that there are some staff at the city that touch on this, and I think that there's an opportunity for us to do more with that.
So I'm thinking of abundant communities and some of that other work. Is that what you're talking about?
I think that's a place that aligns quite closely with the work that we would do, yes.
So are you in conversation with the city how that might work, or?
We have been in beginning conversations with the city about how that could work, yes.
Well, we heard this morning a number of speakers talked about the Green Shack, and often that is something that community leagues value and treasure in their communities. And normally I think there's a combination of who pays for that. What is your thoughts on the Green Shack if we didn't have that next year? Like, have you heard anything from leagues?
Oh, absolutely. I think it was definitely a resource that was missed last summer. We did try to support something very similar. The EFCL was much smaller budget. But I think leagues really missed that opportunity to have their kids come to a safe place and to have some activities. So definitely we support that the Green Shack remains, and we know that that's an important piece. I do understand the other speakers' concerns around the Orange Shacks and different year-round opportunities that have had to be cut, but for us, I think leagues feel most aligned with the Green Shack program and support that.
Okay then, thank you. My other questions have been asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zadig.
Thank you very much. So I don't have any questions for the people talking about Scona Pool or the other facilities, but I just want to say I hear you. I appreciate hearing your perspectives. To the union presidents and the union representatives that showed up, thank you for making your submissions. You made specific comments, and I think that was all well received by myself. But together as a chorus, you made sort of a statement that I think is an interesting perspective for us all to hear. So sort of one of the cases where hearing from you all and at the same time provided some interesting perspectives. So I have a few questions, and already burned through 40 seconds of my 5 minutes. But I guess probably to John Mervyn first, just your thoughts on contracting out. Does it lead to better outcomes, or would you take a different approach?
I would say the contracting out is a reduction in service, and it has to do with the contracting process and the fact that you're dealing with private businesses who are in there for profit. So 2 quick examples for you. Litter collection from the ETS bus stations. The company goes out, they empty them when they're full, and they don't empty them before that, versus the ones on the city streets. Our members go out, they empty them every time so that they very rarely get full. But when they get full, garbage falls onto the ground, and then our city guys are going out to the ETS bus stations and cleaning up the stuff around the ground because it's not there, versus the other guys doing it. Also with waste collection, which half is privatized and half isn't, from a safety point of view, Our city vehicles have to have 2 or more people in them to provide somebody to check for people inside the bins so they're not being tossed up into it, and to watch when they're backing up, and to watch for overhead power lines. But the contractors aren't required to have that same level of service and safety going in, and you can see a higher incidence of accidents and stuff. So it's very, very hard. And I think too that this city employees take pride in what they're doing. They do the work right the first time. I've experienced a carpenter building a sauna for the city, and it took him a little longer than the other facility I was working at, but the sauna lasted twice as long. Because the contractor knows that if it doesn't do it right, it's going to get called back again to fix it, and it's going to be billable hours again, because they're in it for profit. So there's a big difference.
Thanks for that. To Greg with the firefighters, I found your suggestion of a challenge panel interesting. I know that the review you're talking about hasn't yet commenced, or if it has, it hasn't done so in earnest. But just to be clear, did you propose a challenge panel and that got rejected, or are you just suggesting that that's the type of union involvement that you would want to see?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Zadek. The program and service review was started with the fire service back in 2017 and 18. And program and services reviews were all over the city of Edmonton, or happened in every department, or a lot of departments, pardon me, in the city of Edmonton. The requirement was to have a challenge panel for each of those program and service reviews. During the program and service review for fire rescue services, it was paused, and KPMG was hired. At that point in time, that challenge panel was identified from subject matter experts around North America that would take a look at the report coming out of KPMG. The program and service review was then rolled into the Reimagine work. The components of the Reimagine work were then no challenge panels, and that the unions would not receive draft copies of the reports for feedback and comment prior to moving forward to the next step. That is our concern. So that challenge panel in regards to our fire rescue services, again, was subject matter experts from all across North America, from different services as well.
Okay, thanks. I was also going to ask you, and might not have enough time, and I have another question, but there's 2 fire stations that are slated for some improvements. Obviously, you would want the best of stations for the firefighters, but do you see that as a absolute priority right now, or could that wait a year or so?
Yeah, the rehabilitation of our fire stations is very important. I would, venture to guess that the rehabilitations that are scheduled are probably 3 to 4 years behind schedule already. And there's, it's critical infrastructure for the citizens of Edmonton.
Okay, great. I understand. So you made that clear. Thanks. Just 10 seconds. Several union representatives talked about the audit and saying that they had some critique with the process. I just want to know, are you ever consulted by the auditor when a department is being audited to get the union perspective? Anyone can answer that.
No.
No.
Okay.
No. But we did have an opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you very much. And let's kind of pick up on there a little bit. John Mervyn, I guess this question is maybe more appropriate for you. This has real implications on our budget process here, and what we're really trying to suss out here is value for dollar, right? Just being the most prudent with every cent we can. And so I'm thinking about how we contract services out, and one thing that I've been sort of looking at lately is waste management contracts. And so I'm just wondering, do you think that we can actually get more bang for our buck, basically, by looking into our city capacity rather than continuing to contract out operation of waste, for example? We've got a contract coming up for the MRF, for example. I'm just wondering if you can speak to that.
Most definitely. I think that the city employees can do a better job. They've got a good understanding of what it is. And when you're dealing with contractors, you get exactly what you contracted. When you're dealing with the city employees, they do what needs to be done to get the system up and running. So some of the problems with the MRF had been identified, but then you have to go through a contract process to try and get that stuff fixed. If it had been managed or run by the city, they just would have brought people out to get it fixed and up and running.
Okay, but what we're being told over and over again is we don't have capacity in the organization, that we have to contract out.
Which is a choice by the city. They have not filled positions. You hear about all these vacancies, but we do have some of the capacities, but there's definitely a trend to try and contract out some of the work. And a lot of times it's just because it's easier. They don't have to manage the staff. They just do the contract and off it goes. And it's easier for them to do, but the work takes a lot longer. And so you're losing production out of stuff, and you don't have a lot of control over that final product.
Okay, well, I mean, and that's one of the things I'm wondering about, like, just the use of city equipment by contractors. I've heard some stories there, and I can't say one way or the other, but maybe you have some insight on that.
I find that anytime you're using somebody else's equipment, you don't necessarily respect as much as if it's your equipment. Right. So the city workers know that they have to come in and use this stuff all of the time. They understand the budget restrictions, et cetera. But when you're dealing with contractors, they just use everything up and then they leave it for the city, is my experience. And specifically dealing with the EWMC and around the MRF as well.
Yeah, because we've seen maintenance being missed, and then who ultimately pays for that?
That would be the city ends up paying for it, because the loss of if we're talking structural related stuff, right, it's going to end up costing the city. And part of why the maintenance gets missed is because it wasn't on the list for the contractor to check.
Okay.
They're not paid to do it.
Yeah, and this, I mean, again, it just gets down to where are we getting value for dollar? And I guess my concern is that from hearing your submission today, because when we contract out, there necessarily has to be a profit. That means that is not going back into the city economy. It's not going back to the people of Edmonton. Usually these are multinationals, and a lot of that money is being filtered right out of our local economy. Is this sort of the contention that you're bringing forward?
Most definitely. You can see the trend everywhere at the moment, right? We want to shop local. We want to use local. We want to support our citizens. We want to support Edmonton itself. And sending money to contractors from multinational businesses, it just gets packed away and doesn't hit our economy at all.
But on paper, when we contract out services like that and other services that we're contemplating, on paper, it looks like people are paying less because maybe their tax rate goes down.
On paper, it can look less. A lot of times, the numbers can be moved around very easily. So one of the common arguments is, we're only going to pay this guy so much to do this amount of work, but the city pays them this much. But they don't talk about the administrative fees involved with this. They also don't talk about the different levels of service, because with contracting out, the service level is less. As city employees will do everything around that task, versus the contractor does specifically this 1, 2, or 3 things they've been contracted to do.
So what you're saying is that when we contract out, we're giving, not just with employees, but even with taxpayers, I guess, because they have to then maybe pay for services more than they used to, there's actually not any savings realized.
Correct. I think that it would cost the taxpayers a lot more, because the city, when you're doing stuff bulk, you get, sort of that discount thing. But when you're dealing with it as a citizen and contracting things to do here and there, you're paying a higher fee. So in the long run, I think it ends up costing more for the citizen.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair, sir.
So, Mr. Bradshaw, I don't know if you get the latest stats. I haven't had an update for a while, but ridership is still off on account of COVID fairly considerably. Now, we're still in our interest to provide ample service to support spacing on the system and safety for your members and our operators who are doing admirable work on the front line. But I just wanted to ask if you had a sense of what the ridership currently was.
Yes, I do have a good sense of it. It's running, I think, just slightly below 50% of pre-COVID levels. We were moving forward through the summer and into the fall, building on ridership. We were pushing 60% of pre-COVID levels. With the coming of COVID wave 2, that has backed off, and the economy is running a little bit slower right now. People are not moving around as much, and that's costing us ridership.
Yeah, and that's my understanding as well. And so we've asked for that federal aid and provincial aid to support transit and maintain a level of service for essential workers and the distancing on that service, unless or until the vaccine, as quick as it comes, allows everyone to kind of go back to some kind of normal. So what I want to put to you then is, in the context of 40 to 50% reduction in ridership going into next year, and hopefully that'll get better again if case counts come down, restrictions come down again. But, a less than 1% cut in the overall service against what I expect will still be a significant reduction in ridership even out to the end of next year. I guess the question I'll ask you is, if that cut was temporary, could you stomach it if it was temporary?
Yeah, well, thank you for posing that possibility. We'll stomach whatever lousy meal gets thrown at us, if I can sort of follow the metaphor.
Well, thank you for being a team player, because we're all eating a lot of slop these days. So
yeah. So the fact is, there are ways of dealing with a shortfall of budget that don't necessarily have to involve reducing service. I stand by what I said. This is absolutely the wrong time to target transit service. We need to support it, not target it. And part of the temporary reduction is better than a permanent reduction, but it still is an undermining of the trust that I referred to. There was a clear commitment to roll over all of the service hours into the new model, and now here we are saying, and not just
well, respectfully, Steve, that was before this.
But rather, right at the time when we're going to implement the bus network redesign, we're going to roll it back.
I hear you, Steve, but that was assuming we were going to see ridership steady or growth and not have this virus blow a 40 to 50% hole in ridership and a $60 to $80 million hole in revenue. So anyway, that's the unsavory meal I'm having to eat along with my colleagues here, and I appreciate that it's, anyway, I thank you for your perspective and to your colleagues from the coalition for their perspectives as well. But just before I run out of time, I want to ask Ms. Riopel, who's still on the call from this morning. You have asked us many times to go to zero, and here we are, I think, prepared under these circumstances to do our best, in spite of all of the pain that you've heard from the other speakers, to try to get to there. My question to you is actually, will you be also asking the government of Alberta to freeze the education property tax requisition, so that notwithstanding the city's best efforts to get to zero, tax bills will not still go up on account of whatever the province does? They may take your call before they take mine, is why I'm asking.
We are definitely prepared to do that, just as we've been aligned in echoing all kinds of requests that the city has made, in echoing those requests to the provincial and federal governments. We will also support you in this regard.
Well, and thank you for the support in your economic recovery document for many of the economic development and diversification initiatives we're working closely with the business community on, as well as the advocacy around the housing and related social disorder issues that are impediments to business. So I don't have another question for you, just a thank you for that.
Thank you.
I'll return the chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for this panel? Not seeing any. That pretty much takes us to the 3:30 break. So with thanks to all of our presenters, we will start with panel number 3 at 3:45 sharp, please, and carry on from there. So we're in recess until that time. Thank you. All right, I will call us back to order and roll call to establish attendance from members of council first, before welcoming panel number 3. Councillor Esslinger.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Councillor Henderson.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Councillor McKean.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Walters. Come back and check with him in a minute. Councillor Banga.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Katerina.
Yes.
And Councillor Zadek.
Good day.
Thank you. Councillor Walters, are you there? Okay, hopefully he'll be able to join us. Okay, let's check in with our speakers. Rick Fulmer, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, I'm here. Yep.
Good afternoon, welcome. Neil Stevens, are you there?
I'm here.
Thank you, and you may want to take down that backdrop because strictly speaking, no one can campaign at a council meeting, so.
All right, I'll remove it.
Thank you. Don't matter to me because I'm out, but anyway, next up is Elaine Soles. Elaine, are you there?
Oh, yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Lisa Brown?
Here, thank you.
Thank you. Kim Clegg?
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Mike Shiplak?
Present.
Thank you. Eric Flame?
Here, present, thank you.
Thank you. Derek McDonald?
Here, thank you.
Thank you. Ben Penner?
Hello, thank you.
Welcome. Cindy Law?
Yes, I'm here, thank you.
Welcome. Ryan Barber?
Present, thank you.
Thank you. Steve Serdachny?
I'm here, good afternoon.
Thank you. Charles Kelly?
I'm here, thank you.
Welcome, sir. Karen Nelson?
Here, thank you.
Thank you. Alan Clay?
Good afternoon, Mayor, I'm here.
Thank you. Mark Stevens?
Good afternoon, I'm here as well.
Good afternoon. Are one of Todd Janes, Donald Buzik, Kara Bedford, or Vicky Smith here?
Yes, Kara Bedford.
Okay. Thank you. And Ken Crutchfield?
Good afternoon, Mayor Iveson.
Welcome, everyone. So if you missed the briefing at the beginning, you each have 5 minutes. We'll hear from you in sequence. And then at the end, stand by as there may well be follow-up questions from members of council. So, Mr. Fulmer, without further ado, the floor is yours.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to address you today. My name is Rick Fulmer. I'm the general manager of the Granite Curling Club. And I'd like to further address the proposal to eliminate the Community Investment Operating Grant. I'm actually representing 6 different curling clubs today who presently receive this grant. The Granite Club, the Shamrock, the Thistle, the Crestwood Curling Club, Jasper Place, and Ellerslie Curling Clubs. The CIOG is an important funding for Edmonton curling clubs. It provides a vital revenue source, especially this season, with the clubs struggling to survive the impacts of the COVID pandemic, which has caused membership revenues to decrease in our clubs by about 30% overall. This reduction, coupled with the government-imposed shutdowns to sport, is having a devastating effect on our ability to stay financially viable. Admittedly, the CIOG is not one of our largest revenue sources, but it is substantial and one we cannot afford to lose as non-profit organizations that operate on extremely tight revenue and expense margins. The Granite Curling Club, for example, reported an $8,000 deficit last fiscal year, a number that would triple without the CIOG funding. The other Edmonton clubs are reporting very similar results with equally tight margins that they have to operate to. Curling offers exceptional physical and mental benefits to our participants, and this funding helps to allow us to deliver affordable programs for low and fixed income earners such as seniors, people with disabilities, and kids who, without grants like the CIOG, may otherwise not be able to afford to participate, as obviously this loss of revenue would need to be passed along to our members. As well, with curling being a winter sport, the CIOG is a very timely revenue source, as it's delivered in the spring when curling clubs have virtually exhausted their other revenue streams but must continue to cover certain expenses during our off-season summer months. So in summary, on behalf of the Edmonton Curling Clubs, I'd like to respectfully request that the City Council please consider rejecting the proposed elimination of CIOG, as it is critical to helping to ensure the survival of Edmonton's curling clubs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fulmer. Mr. Stevens is next.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First, information I'm hearing from some of the citizens today here is frightening. To get straight to the business at hand, the city auditor has again provided a scathing evaluation of the practices and results of this mayor and council. So in regards to that information, over the last 20 years, city services spending has increased 36% above population growth and inflation. Operating costs have increased from 830 million to 2.5 billion. Salaries and benefits of city employees, and many of these are unnecessary non-union managers, account for approximately 65% of operating costs. We now have a 347% increase in long-term debt per capita, which means our tax-supported debt grew from 83 million to 2.7 billion last year, which, being exacerbated now amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, increases the risk of overburdening the tax base, straining the budget and tax resources even more. Our long-term debt per resident is significantly higher than Ottawa, Calgary, and Winnipeg, and currently sits at $3,124 each. Your response to this information, Mr. Mayor, is a badly worded excuse, and I quote you: "There was a period of rapid growth and catch-up in inflation and aspiration for the city for a period of time, and I don't think it's a decision to discontinue that as of now," unquote. So, like it or not, as a past councillor and current mayor, you must take a great deal of responsibility for our current issues. Interest payments on our ever-rising debt will be our undoing. And you talk about building a city your children would want to live in with a tear in your eye. That's your legacy, Don. So in response, the following solutions are necessary. According to the auditor's report, 1 branch manager, 6 directors, and 29 managers did not supervise any staff at all in 2020. So the city needs to remove all of those positions, and the rest of the non-union management group needs to be cut by 20 to 50%, while the rest need to accept a minimum 5% pay cut. Frontline workers must remain in place and without a pay cut. City Hall staff needs to be cut by 5 to 10%, and the remaining City Hall staff members need to accept a 5% pay cut. Now, Mr. Mayor, while you're laying off city staff, some who will never get their jobs back again, I expect you to take a 10% pay cut like the Premier did, and councillors need to take a 5% pay cut as the MLAs did. Or you'll need to explain your arrogant and self-serving attitude to Edmontonians as to why you and council believe you're above everyone else and should not be subject to the same policy that you have placed upon others. I've sent a letter to Ministers McIver, Taves, and others, as well as Premier Kenney, and I will be discussing the issue with Matt Buffett, manager of transit funding, involving holding back all funds slated for the LRT until after the next election, where wiser minds can prevail. Therefore, I want the city to stop all construction on the LRT until after the next election in October. Also, to help stabilize people's home financing and city finances as a whole, I will be asking the provincial government to change municipal taxing laws so there can no longer be tax increases in the incoming or outgoing years of any sitting municipal government, so that neither act can be used as a ploy to influence voters. The Lewis Estates Rec facility proposal must be delayed and downsized to a cost of only 180 million absolute maximum, so that we can renovate or replace smaller community recreation facilities across the city to realize the so-called 15-minute community. So by delaying the LRT and realigning our financial focus to deal with more community-related issues, we can have a zero tax increase while retaining current frontline employees and still helping with the homeless and other similar concerns across the city. Therefore, going forward, starting now, spending must be reduced greatly and taxation must fall into place after spending is under better control. We need more frontline services and less bureaucracy. The future will require creative spending, appropriate taxation, more in-house services, less outside contracts, proper human resource management, etc. Have a good day.
Thank you, and you missed the tail end of the quote, sir, but we'll leave it at that. Elaine Soles is next.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm trying to get my document up here. It disappeared on me. Okay, here we go. These are challenging times for council and for communities, and recognizing the situation, Friends of Scona Rec is asking council to allocate modest amounts for 2021, continue funding Scona Pool, and provide funding to design the new rec center that has been planned for Rolly Miles District Park that will eventually replace Scona Pool. Keeping the pool open aligns with the 15-minute districts in the city plan. Conversely, closing the pool now moves in the opposite direction. The cost to demolish Scona Pool, $1.2 million, is the same as the cost of operating it for 4 years. Spend the money to provide a valued community amenity, not take it away. Demolishing the pool when the time comes to open the new rec center. The $16.7 million identified in the budget materials as the renewal cost for Scona Pool likely is an accounting convention. This is not real savings because there is no plan or funding to rehabilitate Scona Pool. The pool is reaching the end of its useful life and will eventually close. Rather, there is a plan to replace Scona Pool with a small-scale rec center. The amount to rehab Scona Pool represents more than 20% of the construction cost of that new rec center. We're not asking council for construction funding at this time, though. We're advocating for an allocation of $2.3 million to design the rec center based on the functional program council approved 2 years ago. Designing the rec center is the next step toward making the Scona district a robust 15-minute district. This smaller scale rec center pilot can help create 15-minute districts throughout the city over time. As population grows or older facilities need to be replaced. If design is funded now, it will be available to consider for construction funding in a future capital budget. Friends of Scona Rec has been involved in identifying alternate financing options to be discussed in more detail at committee in the new year. And we've found that several alternatives are feasible and could be used in combination along with city funding. We are supportive of building low to mid-rise residential developments above the parking lots on the park that would support the rec center. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thanks, Elaine. Next is Lisa Brown.
I'll just wait for my presentation to come up. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. I'm speaking on behalf of the Oliver Community League as the Hall and Recreation Director. OCL partnered with Queen Alex and Bellevue Community Leagues and have the support of our surrounding communities to share the message that the city must preserve existing recreation facilities in core neighborhoods. I trust you have reviewed our position document, which Julie presented in the first panel. I will be focusing my presentation on Oliver. Edmonton only has 5 outdoor pools, and we feel these need to operate together to serve all Edmontonians. Edmonton doesn't have beaches or other outdoor swimming. Outdoor pools are an essential recreation amenity for physical and social reasons, and even to keep cool on a hot day. We have looked across Canada to compare Edmonton to other cities. Please note that Edmonton has 1 pool per 200,000 residents. We may be similar to Calgary with 1 pool per 160,000, though Edmontonians are still worse off. Other prairie cities are doing much better than us, all providing an outdoor pool per less than 100,000 residents. Further east, oh, sorry, I should be telling you to advance the slides. Can you go forward like 3 slides? Sorry about that. One more. Perfect, thank you. Further east, Halifax may have 1 outdoor pool per 130,000, but also provides almost 20 supervised public beaches. Toronto has 58 outdoor pools and 152 recreation centers for a population less than 3 million. Montreal uses their 74 outdoor pools to reduce the impacts of heat waves due to climate change. Outdoor pools are more numerous in almost every other major city in Canada. Next slide. We also take issue with the data justifying the closure of Oliver Pool. Outdoor pool use data needs to be calibrated by opening hours, which are impacted by operational choices, weather, and capacity. Oliver Pool has always opened later in the season than all other pools and opens later each day. This lowers user numbers. Anecdotally, the Oliver Pool is full when the weather is good. Outdoor pool user fees should not be the same as sport and leisure centers, which have more amenities. Visits to Oliver Pool more than doubled in 2017, as you can see in the figure here, when outdoor pools were free starting in July, showing latent demand in the neighborhood. High user fees are likely too prohibitive for many lower income residents in Oliver and surrounding areas. User fees for outdoor pools need to be optimized to balance costs with maximizing visitors. Next slide. Oliver Pool is loved by our community. It is the most popular recreation amenity in the whole neighborhood, as well as Oliver Park, as indicated by a survey conducted by OCL in 2019. Notably, the Oliver Arena is the least popular amenity. Next slide. The City of Edmonton had to keep Oliver Pool closed for the entire 2019 season to repair leaks in the pool drainage system. Closing the pool now would be wasting that investment. Next slide. Speaking quickly to the Oliver Arena, the City of Edmonton has been telling OCL for over a decade that the arena will be closed and not replaced once the ice plant fails. OCL feels the arena footprint could be better used for a new community facility, and we have held off for over 3 years now, replacing our hall until we know the fate of the arena. We are confused about this credit being given for avoided renewal cost. We also want to note that our residents get more community skate time at the downtown community arena. Next slide. And next slide. Oliver's population will be doubling in the coming decades, from 20,000 to 40,000. I want to remind you, with this figure that we shared last year, that this council and the previous council has approved 25 tower rezonings in Oliver in the last 8 years, representing an additional 4,500 housing units. More than 99% of us live in apartments. All of this means we need more parks and we need more recreation amenities in Oliver, not less. Less than $200,000 to operate the Oliver Pool is a small price to pay compared to our tax base and to contribute to the quality of life in Edmonton's most dense community. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thanks, Lisa. Next up is Kim Clegg.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you to Council for the opportunity to speak today. It really means a lot, and it's really appreciated. We just wanted to give you a little context on Skona Pool and Rolly Miles that we've gained with a couple of informal surveys that have gone out just over the last couple of weeks. The first one was titled Skona Pool and Tipton Possible Closures, Rolly Miles Rec Center Unfunded. So we've had responses from Strathcona, Park Island, Lander, Ritchie, Pleasant View, Allendale, Granby Heights, Queen Alex, Windsor Park, Hazeldean, Garneau, and many others. So some of the results of the survey was that while almost all people were aware that Skona and Tipton were slated to close, almost half weren't aware that the design of a new rec facility in the area had not been funded. And when asked about the importance of Skona Pool to the community, 92% of respondents marked at least an 8 out of 10 in level of importance, while 90% supported getting Rolly Miles constructed. I just want to give you a few selected comments about, first of all, Skona Pool closing. These are from people that filled out the survey. Our community has become very dense with very many young families. They have moved here because it was easy to access many needs and services, and they want a walkable community. provides invaluable access to swimming for community, high school swim teams, and other groups. We love the Scona Pool, and it would be a great loss to our children to see it closed. And here's a few specific comments about the new Rollie Miles Rec facility. This will be vital for surrounding areas to maintain quality of life and practicing a healthy lifestyle. It will also attract young families and make neighborhoods more vibrant. Maintaining recreation facilities in our neighborhood is of utmost importance. There are many new young families moving into the Queen Alex and Allendale communities. The need is going to grow. The infill in this neighborhood is increasing at an unbelievable rate. We cannot increase this population density in neighborhoods without providing and upgrading facilities. Now, of course, in honesty, there were a few comments about people simply not wanting to get taxed anymore, but the vast majority of responders expressed that a pool in the community and a new facility was very important to them. Another survey went out last week as part of the community's press release. Would you buy an annual membership to Rollie Miles Rec Center? 321 responses, 87% responded they would sign up to buy a pass. That's 72% individuals, 28% of those are user groups. Some of the issues they brought up in the survey was the access to wellness facility with a walking distance for the community, including a pool, is very important. A sense of community around recreation facilities and a way to connect with each other and families. Sports groups using Scona Pool need to have a new home, and a future, as many of the larger facilities are overbooked even before COVID, and they will not be able to get in. So we can see there's a desire and a need for this facility to move forward, and this facility is key to the quality of life in surrounding neighborhoods. There's also a financial side to it. People value amenities and access to them as part of the value of their homes and the amounts they are willing to pay to live in these areas. Reasonable expectations are that Rollie Miles could increase property values to a small degree in the area. This increase in value and therefore taxes collected can be captured and utilized to make the building of a facility a financial win for the city. We've been engaging with the city administration on alternate financing, and as we talked before, we understand the report on that will be presented in February of next year. We feel that multiple funding concepts need to be incorporated in order for Rollie Miles to move forward and to help the city continue to thrive and improve through this financially constrained period. Community contributions from new area developments can make a difference. Over the next 20 years, the total number of buildings going up in this area could make a small but meaningful dent in the build budget. A tax levy in the catchment area could have a huge effect on the feasibility of such a popular and desirable project moving forward. A tiny amount of, say, $50 a year over 20 years times 40,000 households would pull in half of the total budget we need. Other ideas such as property tax, increased levies, partnerships with developers, capitalizing on advertising and air rights could also make a difference. Partnering with provincial and federal funding bodies that promote net zero and sustainable building will also add to the bottom line. It is imperative that we keep the momentum of years and years of thoughtful engagement on this alive and move this project forward into the design phase so that as the city pulls together the funding and the current recession turns around, we're already ready to move forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. Next is Mike Shiplak.
Hello. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. I'm going to be representing Bellevue Community League. We prepared a written statement, which I will read now. So, the Dear Edmonton City Council, 4 times in the last 5 years, the City of Edmonton has threatened to close East Glen Leisure Centre. The first happened in 2015, then again in 2018, and again in 2019. In 2020, it's happening again during a pandemic when your communities are at their most vulnerable. You only gave us less than 3 weeks to organize and prepare this time. The good news is there are other community leagues in Edmonton that are equally concerned with how the fall 2020 supplemental budget adjustment plans to close their public facilities. The recommendation to close East Glen is perplexing, considering the city was consulting and engaging the community about the future of East Glen up until September. This is why we've banded together with a simple message: keep these facilities open. Bellevue, Queen Alexandria, Oliver, and Highlands Community League, among many others, are concerned with the negative impacts that these closures will have on our neighborhoods and to our neighbors. Please refer to the joint statement that was submitted to you on behalf of our community leagues. We are also in support of the Innovate East Glen Working Group led by Joe Hugo and their ideas to implement low-cost options to improve accessibility and plans to innovate East Glen by focusing on health and wellness. This work was first presented at a 2019 public hearing and was included in the recent correspondence sent to you by Mr. Hugo. According to the proposed city plan, the closures of East Glen Leisure Centre, Scona Pool, and Oliver Pool work against this vision to increase the proportion of citywide growth that occurs through redevelopment, resulting in more activity, destination, and different types of development close to home. For example, the outcome 1114 claims to encourage healthy and active living by supporting community-focused recreational, leisure, social, and cultural programs. This outcome has a direct correlation with East Glen's current programs before the facility was shut down in March. This includes creating safe spaces for women, girls, and gender minorities through their women-only swim program. East Glen is also a place for seniors to meet and connect with their neighbors while staying healthy through aquatic exercise programs that are exclusive to the East Glen facility. There's also the free community swim program that provides an affordable way for our members and their families to enjoy the leisure center. Then there is the city's long-term walkability strategy to make Edmonton more accessible by ensuring there are amenities and workspaces available within a 15-minute walk from our homes. According to Google Maps, Commonwealth is exactly a 38-minute walk from East Glen and even further for the Highlands community, and that's according to robots. Well, or Google. But why take all of this away in an attempt to save $1.4 million this year? And more importantly, if you take it away, what are you replacing these facilities with? The city doesn't have a great track record with following through on replacing closed facilities with something that the community will find of value. Simply look no further than the Coliseum and exhibition grounds. By abandoning East Glen, you will be leaving one more empty building for the community to deal with, putting our mature neighborhood at further risk. As a partner in creating strong communities and on behalf of our residents who rely on the health and wellness services provided by the public facility, we ask that the City of Edmonton keeps its promise to keep the East Glen Leisure Centre open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shiplak. Next is Mr. Flame.
Perfect. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. My name's Eric Flame. I'm a private citizen. I'm not affiliated with any particular group or organization. I saw the discussion around the closure of a variety of facilities that I and my family have personally used over the years that we've lived in the city, and I thought I would take the first step into community engagement by coming out and signing up to speak to council. So I've started my timer, and I just want to say thank you for letting me speak. I guess also it was a fairly easy method to sign up, so thank you to the staff at the city for organizing all of this. I thought it was going to be a bureaucratic nightmare to do this. I'm specifically speaking in order to try to save the closures of the Scona Pool, Oliver Pool, East Glen facilities. I've lived in this city for 20 years, 10 years in Oliver, 9 years in Park Allen, and now 1 year in Queen Alex. I love the inner city communities. I've used all of these facilities, both when I was single, then when I got married, and now that I have kids. I find that the suggestion of cutting these facilities is regressive and very short-sighted to communities that generally have lower income people in them, that are generally supportive of the kinds of things that the city has been doing over the years, the redevelopment of downtown, urban transportation, bike lanes. These are all things that I'm personally supportive of. I know the people in the communities I live in are supportive of. So cutting to the heart of what these communities are with these types of facilities just strikes me as wrong in terms of what the city claims to value and what its citizens, as I think a lot of the other speakers here have been very eloquent in putting forward to council, more so than me with very no unprepared notes or anything like that. I think those stories are true. These are facilities that need to be saved because of the connections for the people that live in the communities, the families that use these facilities, the safe spaces that they create within the communities. These are all reasons that it is appalling to think that to save 1.4 million or whatever the number is in a budget as big as it is, that savings can't be found somewhere else, or at least until newer facilities can be brought online for these particular communities. At one point in this whole discussion, the mayor said that somebody picked Edmonton as a great city to live in, and I agree. I moved here 20 years ago after spending my whole life in Toronto. I fell in love here. I got married, had kids. Now my kids are utilizing the services and the city here. My wife's from Calgary. We both fell in love with the city and decided to keep our family here rather than moving anywhere else. So to sense then that these kinds of closures are coming to our communities is not something that I'm in favor of. And while I hope that I could have some magical words to convince all the councillors that cutting these facilities is not a good idea, I'm realistic to realize that that isn't going to be something that I can personally do. But I would just urge you, please do not close these inner city facilities. They serve a vibrant need to these communities. It's incredibly short-sighted for you to be thinking about doing these types of things. So thank you, and I'll yield my last minute of time to another speaker who could probably be more eloquent on saving these types of facilities. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Flame, and I'm glad to hear and would echo your thanks to city staff at the clerk's office who do a great job to make this accessible for folks, especially under these difficult circumstances. So thank you on their behalf for that recognition. Mr. McDonald is next.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I actually don't have any speaking notes prepared here. I'm just here to say that I'm in support of the OCL and the other community leagues joint position on the topic of the closure of the amenities that are within our neighborhoods. And I'm here to answer any questions if they're needed. And our OCL President, Robin Patches, who's in the next group, is also here to be able to answer questions as well. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions that Lisa, Robin, and I can answer on behalf of the OCL. Thank you.
Rock and roll. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Next is Ben Penner then.
Hello. My name is Ben Penner. Like Eric, I guess I'm just a paramedic and citizen for the city. Honestly, I thought there'd be a lot of more of us lay citizens just here with pitchforks, pounding fists. But everyone's been sort of like a legit stakeholder that's been so eloquent and well-informed, which is amazing. It's just ups my level of anxiety, I guess. I'm a resident of Queen Alexandra. I'm here on behalf, I guess, of my family, for whom Scona Pool has been an immeasurably needed utility. Our daughter Abby, who's 9, has taken swimming lessons through the Olympian Minios program at Scona Pool for the last 4 years. The greater portion of our family's recreation is or has been at the Scona Pool. Scona has hosted our family's birthday parties, sleepover activities. We punch out our community league Scona swim card every year. And awaiting and anticipating Scona's safe reopening has been a measure of hope for our family sort of through this isolation. And we've known, and we've sort of lived under the threat that our grip on this much-loved facility is tenuous. So when we heard that a very modest and small-scale replacement in the form of Raleigh Miles was on the table, we were elated. And so I think I'm here, I just wanted to sort of lend my voice to the chorus of sort of passionate and the large community that want to hold on to Scona just a little bit longer until maybe we can cut the ribbon on Raleigh Miles. So that's sort of my, I guess, declared bias. I've never spoken at a government event or a council meeting. It's really intimidating. And I just like to maybe contextualize my appeal in this panel as I'm a huge fan of this municipal government. Like this particular mayor and this particular council, I have time and again admired and been very proud of our council's progressive and socially conscious approach to climate change, systemic racism, creating diversity, public consultation on the River Valley. I am a fan. And so when our community league president sort of did the call out for people who, like my family, who love Scona and are passionate about Raleigh Mills, to speak out, well, I was a little hesitant and intimidated. I'd never done anything like that before. But I was made aware that this may be the only time to speak on behalf of Raleigh Mills, and more specifically, you guys might be the only council to speak to, in that you guys have been with us. You have heard at every iteration the appeals to hold on to Scona, the tenacious fight to build Raleigh Mills. Hell, we have a commemorative picture of you guys in the foyer of the pool to celebrate your support and advocacy. And sort of given the social consciousness of this particular council, When you guys move on or don't pursue re-election next year, the fear for us is, well, who's left? Like, who is sort of like the historical narrative holder of our fight to build Raleigh Mills? Who's going to be left to sort of acknowledge what our community has lost in Scona Pool? So that's what kind of got me here, despite a great deal of apprehension and anxiety. The business case, as I see it, as a layperson, I think you guys built it. In 2019, the Edmonton Social Planning Council and the Edmonton Community Foundation, you guys built and posted for public consumption that vital signs survey, in which you stated that only 49% of Edmontonians participate in active recreation and sport. It's something that we know is inhibitory and counterintuitive for a community and mental health pandemic recovery. And in asking the 51% who do not partake in active recreation, and keep in mind this is 2018, so much different now, or much less now, the critical mass, 32% of citizens stated specifically that it was time and distance to facilities that was the greatest barrier. And this, I believe, is the biggest case to pilot if not many, small-scale community rec facilities. So I guess I'm simply just saying that we just want the retention of our community amenities. We want them ideally to grow with this sort of city proposed core increase in growth. With all due respect, if the city vision and plan is asking us as responsible citizens to live centrally, or rather live and shop locally and commute responsibly, and the majority of our community has moved centrally for that express purpose, it seems like a little bit of a hard bait and switch to start plucking our public amenities and telling us to, well, get your butt in your car and drive out to Terwillegar or Bonnie Doon. And I've asked myself, is it right to come to council in the context of a pandemic and the devastation of this recession, to ask for Raleigh Mills and to hold on to Scona Pool? And I would humbly suggest and challenge that a 0% tax increase for Edmontonians, which is meritorious and decent and awesome, does not have to come at the expense of these very meager public amenities. I think that is a false dichotomy. If I step outside my door and if I look to the left and look to the right, and if the amount of infill construction and high-rise construction, which has gone, mind you, in my committee, unhindered throughout the pandemic and is increasing more so, if that is a slight microcosm of the development within the entire core, and if those infills represent a doubling and sometimes tripling of residential tax revenue and is only going to increase with the additions of things like the Raleigh Mills Rec Center, then I think my block alone is punching well above its weight in sort of covering a 0% tax increase. So that, sorry that got a little preachy and finger wagging. That wasn't my intention. Once again, a huge fan and first time caller. Thank you very much.
It's all right. Thank you, Mr. Penner. Next is Cindy Law.
Good afternoon. Greetings and thank you to Mayor Iveson and our City of Edmonton councils for allowing me the time to speak today, representing the membership from the Derrick Skating Club. I am here today to speak to some of the items on the City Council's supplemental budget adjustment agenda that cause us great concern. We recognize that the city is working through the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, and this may result in cuts or changes to the way the city allocates operational funds. The Derrick Skating Club is a nonprofit organization that has been offering skating lessons to children and youth in South Edmonton communities for more than 50 years. Our club has approximately 1,200 members annually, from learn to skate through figure skating, from beginner skaters to national level athletes. These 1,200 skaters are specific to our club, but we are not alone. The Derrick Skating Club is one of 11 nonprofit figure skating clubs in the city of Edmonton, and this represents a significant number of children and youth in our city that are involved in ice-related programming and sport. And that's not also to mention that there are a number of other ice-related sports in the city of Edmonton. Turning to the agenda items, in the City of Edmonton Fall 2020 Supplemental Budget Adjustment, there is a proposal to close or suspend operations at 5 City of Edmonton ice surfaces, those being Coronation Arena, recommended for permanent removal, Oliver and Tipton Arenas, recommended to be temporarily closed, Collingwood Arenas A and B, scheduled for their life cycle maintenance. The removal of these 5 ice surfaces out of a total of 31 available surfaces in the same year represents a loss of 16% of ice inventory. Existing arena users already struggle with a shortage of ice, and although our user groups have worked together to creatively make ice available and work as efficiently as possible, there is still an undeniable ice shortage in our city. Arena users are typically only allocated 60 to 85% of their entitled ice due to the inventory shortage. The last new sheets of ice that were added to city inventory was Meadows Arena in 2014. With no new ice inventory and user groups already under-allocated, to lose an additional 16% of ice inventory at one time would only serve to penalize Edmonton children and youth. We have all endured the past 9 months of ongoing cycles of restrictions and lockdowns, loss of contact with family and friends, and especially important, loss of organized sport and activities. Currently, all of our grades 7 to 12 students are out of school and learning at home with limited outlets for their mental and physical health. Their organizations, clubs, and activities are closed or operating with strict limitations. Some are on hold and possibly only being offered online again. None of us being sure when these cycles of restrictions will end and when the resumption of normalcy will begin. A quick Google search on the importance of sport for kids is evident that it is a vital part of their physical, social, mental, and emotional development. Kids who participate in sport are active and engaged. They are connected to their peers. They are focused on development. They have access to coaches and leaders who mentor and guide them. They are learning, growing, and developing healthy habits that will carry them into their adult years. If the city reduces these 5 ice surfaces, 16% more children and youth may not be able to participate in skating activities next year, as the program spaces to accommodate them will simply not be there. Secondly, the city is looking at a reduction in the grants available to support programs like ours, including ending the CIOG grant and the CGPCF grant. While the organizations can work to cover the short-term financial losses of these grants, we would hope that the city would remain very aware that the permanent removal of grant programs such as these can be devastating to the survival of nonprofit organizations that are improving the quality of life for the citizens of our city. At the end of the day, we are all very aware of the impact COVID-19 has had. It has forever changed us as a city, a country, and a society. We have adapted, become flexible in our planning, open-minded to changes, and found new and creative ways to keep connected while keeping each other safe. We understand that City Council will face some difficult decisions in the days ahead. It is not a position that is envied. But as we look to find balance in our lives between restrictions and activities, health and safety, and taking care of each other, we hope that the mayor and city councillors will remember that our kids matter. We ask that you to consider alternative adjustments that will be less harmful to our children and our youth. When we stand up to protect sports and activities for our children and youth, we are giving them the best opportunity to become our next generation of healthy, resourceful, smart, and caring citizens. Thank you for your time today, and good luck as you deliberate in the days ahead.
Thank you. Next is Ryan Barber. Oh, I think you're still muted.
Oh, sorry about that.
There we go.
Thank you, Your Worship, Mayor Iveson, council members, neighbors, and members of our Community League movement who you've had an opportunity to hear today. Many passionate voices. I'm so very proud of each and every one of them. You also heard from our Executive Director, Laura Cunningham-Chapelet, who has effectively articulated the concerns of our organization and its membership. So my name is Ryan Barber. I am the president of the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. I want to thank you for permitting me the opportunity to speak this afternoon on behalf of our board, and by extension, our membership representing 160 plus community leagues and thousands of league volunteers across our beautiful city. Our organization understands the difficult place council has been put in as a result of the ongoing pandemic. I also know as civic leaders, and many of you as former league people, you understand just how important it is right now to ensure communities thrive within our city. So as I've shared previously, I'm pleased and encouraged by our inclusion in the City of Edmonton's new city plan that will guide growth over the next 45 years. You know, as I've shared before in front of the Community and Public Services Committee, it's generally accepted that the Spanish flu, the last great pandemic prior to COVID-19, ended around April 1920. A very short time later, the EFCL was born. We're entering our 100th year soon. And it's not lost on me that at the time, an explosion of citizen interest in local community jump-started an organization such as ours, and a movement that would have profound effects on countless generations of Edmontonians. But we know communities need adequate facilities for folks to gather and experience community life together. We've heard from a number of concerned Community League volunteers about important recreational facilities in their areas, and you know how important this is to them and to us. Now, the Community League Infrastructure Program, better known as CLIP, is a vitally important grant for Community League infrastructure. While it's my understanding that existing infrastructure will continue, there may be a cut to funding for new builds for community leagues. So we as a city are growing, and so are the number of community leagues. Currently, our newer community leagues, often where newcomers and new families live, will take the brunt of any cut to clip funding, is my understanding. Raising finances is already very restrictive. I'd submit almost prohibitive. And losing funding for new builds will affect the ability of Edmontonians in these new areas to gather and move forward as a community as we enter COVID-19 recovery and beyond. I've heard from our membership in these areas about how crucial this funding is. Hope is a powerful thing, as you understand right now, and removing this funding will unduly hurt these communities. But I don't think it has to be this way. I've heard from many folks within our membership about alternative financing models that may help new builds get off the ground. We know that having a CL building, a community league building on leased land, creates a whole host of restrictions around lending and financing. As I've shared with administration, this is a new age, and alternative financing opportunities likely exist and could be deployed to provide a win-win for both the city and community leagues who are looking to build a new hall. I don't believe any work has been done to explore this alternative to date. We stand by our volunteers who'd be pleased to work with the city to see where there may be an opportunity for alternative financing or lending to address new builds. I asked the city if we can work together to explore opportunities for alternative financing through a working group, whether that be a committee or another mechanism the city feels would be appropriate. I'd also like to share the FCL's new vision statement: vibrant community leagues, vibrant city. We know that when community leagues thrive, so too does the city. The FCL is committed to an increased engagement, reach, and diversity. You heard earlier our executive director talk about abundant communities, and it's fit potentially within the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. This is something our board is interested in having that conversation with the city moving forward. So I look forward to any questions you may have later on. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ryan. It's a great reminder of the pent-up demand for community after the last pandemic. Next is Steve Serdachny, and please correct me if I've got the pronunciation wrong. Steve?
I see that someone is on with the screen name Steve S. I suspect that that's who we're looking for, but they are muted.
Okay, well, what I'm going to do is go ahead to Charles Kelly, and let's see if we can connect with Steve offline to get him back online here. So, Mr. Kelly, are you ready to go?
I am, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
I'm speaking today on behalf of ETSAP regarding the changes being proposed for transit as a result of budget considerations. While we understand the need for significant budget adjustments under the city's current circumstances, we are concerned that those proposed for transit may have a negative impact on the service. The bus network redesign resulted from years of planning and consideration by Council and Transit Administration, with a view to improving the service that, among other things, it will result in more faith in the efficacy of the system, and therefore encourage an increase in the number of Edmontonians using it. One of the new attractive features is the increased frequency of buses on busy routes. But this, according to the proposal, would be reversed in some areas at the very time when the new service is being introduced. We recognise, furthermore, that even according to the most optimistic predictions, we will be dealing with the COVID pandemic for most of the year. Research dealing with transit during the pandemic indicates that it can be a safe option as long as certain criteria are employed. These include wearing masks, good air exchange on the vehicles, adequate distancing, enhanced cleaning, and avoiding crowding of vehicles. ETSAP is currently preparing a report on that subject, by the way, and we hope to be presenting that to a committee of council early in the new year. With all of this in mind, it would appear that reducing the number of buses could well result in either crowding of vehicles or a reluctance on the part of some passengers to use the service. In summary, we would suggest that at a time when we are continuing to deal with the pandemic and when we are introducing a revitalized transit service, this would not be a good occasion for service reduction. As mentioned, we do recognise the difficulties faced by council as you try to deal with the budget, but hope that reduction can be found in areas other than transit, which for many is very much an essential service. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Sudakny, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry about that. First, Mr. Mayor, Iverson, and all of council, this is difficult times, and I want to say thank you very much for your continued service to our city. Council members, to all of you as well. The selfless service and hard work keeping Edmonton to be the greatest city in the world is difficult. These are difficult times that take difficult decisions. I'm very appreciative for the opportunity to speak, as are many of the citizens of Edmonton. During this last year, it's been very difficult on our community and your families and our city as a whole. I specifically want to talk to you about recreation facilities, specifically ice. It's the lifeblood of our city. The proposed budget changes, and I do understand the fiscal responsibility. This isn't a question about what you have to do, because you do have to make some really tough decisions to make our city the best that it possibly can be. What I am asking for is, in these difficult times, is that these 5 arenas that we're talking about closing, and specifically Tipton Arena, Oliver Arena, Coronation, as well as the maintenance cycle of the other arenas, these are the lifeblood of our community. They're not just the 15 minutes or the generalized community. They service the city year-round. We already have an extreme shortage of ice and ice sports for kids, may it be in power skating, may it be in hockey, may it be in figure skating, may it be in adult user groups. These are vital in the climate and in the city, and it's what really makes Edmonton possible. What I would like to ask for in consideration is, we feel your pain, we understand what you're trying to accomplish. From building new facilities to working together, we as ICE Group share workers that use the facility 355 days out of 365, we want these facilities to stay open for Edmontonians and for citizens and for all users. Now, we do understand lifespans and the need for new facilities, but we have to work with what we have right now. And if the city can open up and collaborate and be willing to work with us, that's with the minor sport groups, with power skating, with hockey, with all the groups, I believe we can keep these facilities open. Very similar to, rather than getting something new, we do need new facilities, but this is what we have for now. And I feel that they can be operated revenue neutral. I'm not talking about concept, I'm talking about reality and action. And myself, including many groups within this city, if the city doesn't want to operate or have the financial responsibility of these facilities, we are willing to work with you. We are willing to, if you want us to lease them and operate them so they're guaranteed revenue neutral and not your responsibility, but still open to all the citizens and our things, we're willing to do that. If we're able to purchase them and work with the city in a P3, very similar to how Kinsman Arena has operated successfully for 25 years, where we can collaborate and our citizens can use these facilities. We need these rinks. Yes, they are older, but they're 100% functional. And if they're operated, and I think there's an opportunity of groups beyond the city, if they don't want the responsibility, we want to collaborate with you and work together towards that. In regards to facility closures and maintenance cycles, I think that we could collaborate and work together with the main users that utilize the facilities for 360 days. We can make them work and plan schedules that don't affect hockey and figure skating and power skating, and picking times when this maintenance can be done. We do understand you have to make tough decisions in a lot of areas, but we want to help you make this decision easy. We can take it off your table. We can collaborate. We can lease. We can purchase. I'm not alone in these thoughts, and I know we want to keep these arenas open, at least for the next 5 to 10 years, till we can come up with a strategy so that we can build structures that are functional, maybe a little bit more cost effective. They don't have to be super recreation centers. We already have an extreme shortage of ice in this city. The ice that we have currently open right now doesn't meet the demand at all. And plus there's more demand. And in our climate, ice sports citywide are critical to the well-being of our youth, both mentally and physically, as well as our adult population. So all I'm asking is we want to collaborate. I don't want a concept. We will lease and run these facilities, myself included, and I know there's other groups, Tipton Arena and all these different arenas. We will operate them and work with the city so the citizens have access. We need the opportunity to keep these open. And we also need to work together and collaborating with their users. And I 100% believe that this could be revenue neutral, and we're ready to progress with this tomorrow and make this happen. I appreciate your time and your energy, but we need these ice surfaces, not just for the communities surrounding them, but for the entire city year round. And they're not perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Serdachny. I think we hear you loud and clear. Sorry to stop you, but just in the interest of trying to make sure we fit everyone in today, I'll move now to Karen Nelson.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to City Council today. I'm a board member and volunteer with a local group called Voice for Animals Society. Years ago, we began to field many more phone calls regarding cats. So to get involved in the humane trapping, rescue, and rehoming of cats. The stray and feral cat population continues to be at a crisis level, with all rescue organizations being full and overwhelmed. There is no indication that it's going to slow down. I'm speaking today primarily on how a funding cut would impact cats. Please do not cut the funding to the spay and neuter program, as it plays a vital role for animals in the city and is such a relatively small amount of the total budget. Cutting this program would be an absolute disaster in terms of the stray and feral cat population levels. The numbers started to escalate pre-COVID, so it's not solely linked to this latest societal challenge. We live in a city and a society that loves animals, and this is evidenced in the number of households in Edmonton who have companion animals. As of August 2016, there were more pets living in Edmonton than kids. There were over 195,000 cats and dogs in the city, which is more than the 189,500 people living under the age of 19 who call Edmonton home. Currently, animals are suffering, and we have a moral obligation to do better. The spay and neuter program is the absolute minimum needed to do the right thing for animals and citizens here. Stray and feral cats can be a noise nuisance and a disease vector. They decimate bird populations, and they suffer greatly in our climate. They are also subject to starvation, abuse, predation, and disease when trying to survive in the city. Rescue organizations are seeing that people are very concerned about the welfare of these animals left to fend for themselves and who struggle to exist. With some bylaw changes and enhancements in how the city-run Animal Care and Control Center functions, there can be some huge improvements on how service is delivered and what can be done for animals. We just need the political will and also council members willing to support changes going forward. Going forward, I'll refer to Animal Care and Control as ACC. If the spay and neuter program ends, the stray and feral cat population will continue to spiral out of control, and one impact will be the continued and increased attraction of coyotes to urban areas. This is a natural predator-prey relationship, and coyotes are very adaptable. If cats continue to be available as a food source, coyotes will continue to learn to live and thrive in our midst. The city is currently looking to amend the bylaws regarding the feeding of wildlife, due in part to the increased coyote activity, and cutting funding to a program that strives to limit cat numbers would work in direct opposition to this new bylaw. The city will be creating coyote food by ending the spay and neuter program, essentially. That said, lethal management for all animals in Edmonton must not be considered an option ever. Some other changes that would improve the current Animal Care and Control program within the current funding model would include creating a task force made up of animal rescues, volunteers, cat owners, engaged citizens, and city employees. Bylaw amendment: all owned cats must be spayed, neutered, and microchipped. Bylaws regarding roaming cats must be enforced.
Breeding and selling of cats must be banned and a continuing education program regarding cat adoption and responsible cat ownership is ongoingly needed. With the continuation of the spay and neuter program, there are also opportunities that come up for job creation and education partnering. The feral cat program needs to be reinstated and actually enhanced. It was active and being administered under the current funding model. I'm not sure why it was stopped. Animal care and control must make some personnel available to help citizens trap and transport cats to the shelter. And ACC currently is advising residents to leave stray and feral cats where they are and let nature take its course. Many of these cats are sexually unaltered and so are adding to the population. Council should be aware that the current model for cat control is broken and animal care and control is not the easiest, friendliest, or most compassionate organization to deal with. This has been my personal experience and experience of many residents who call V4A for help. Going forward, maintenance of current funding and some program delivery changes are desperately needed if we want the best for animals.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. I got to stop you there, but appreciate that. I'm sure there'll be some questions for you. Next is Alan Clay from the Edmonton Down Syndrome Society.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for spending your day today listening to the more than 80 agencies advocating on behalf of thousands of Edmontonians. My name is Alan Clay and I'm the Executive Director of the Edmonton Down Syndrome Society. As a former municipal administrator in Hamilton and Regina, I understand the difficult challenges you face as leaders, trying to strike that delicate balance between affordability and service delivery. In fact, affordable service delivery. On behalf of the Edmonton Down Syndrome Society, we are grateful to the city for the $13,000 we received in fiscal 2019 as part of the Community Investment Operating Grant. We receive no other government funding for the programs and services we provide our families and rely on fundraising and donors to run our organization. Like many organizations over the past 10 months, this pandemic has had a devastating impact on our operating revenues from lost businesses and income opportunities. As was pointed out in the opening by administration, the City of Edmonton has a 12% unemployment rate. I joined EDSS a year ago yesterday, and it's been an amazing journey working with families and those passionate about inspiring the potential of those individuals born with Down syndrome. As I mentioned in my brief I shared with you, our 2020-2021 operating and capital budget is $553,710, with a forecast deficit of approximately $121,000. All our financial information can be found on our website. We are transparent in all our financial reporting. We operate a 4,100 square foot family center in Edmonton, where we offer on-site therapy programs like speech language, behavioral, occupational, and physical therapy, family resources and counseling, lifestyle and learning programs, musical theater, social groups, and the coordination of our visiting parents team and recreational programs like outdoor fitness, now virtual, bowling, basketball, and hockey. Our center is also home to the Joey Moss Literacy Center for Excellence, opened in 2019 thanks to the financial support of a legacy grant from the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation. Literacy is an essential life skill that will resonate throughout the lives of individuals born with Down syndrome. The Joey Moss Literacy Center for Excellence provides our families, health providers, educators, and other professionals with access to services and resources that optimize the literacy development of all children born with Down syndrome. We also recognize the need for our families to participate in physical fitness, and with the closure of many city recreational facilities, we launched in July an outdoor fitness program at Harlech Park. Through social distancing, our families were able to see one another again for the first time in months, and it got people active outdoors. We have since taken this popular program to virtual sessions. As we've moved through 2020, all agencies have faced financial challenges competing for revenue, either through government assistance programs or reimagined fundraising initiatives. As an organization, our mandate is supporting families with children born with Down syndrome, and we have made a conscious decision not to seek government assistance where those dollars make a difference in someone having something to eat or somewhere safe to overnight. Our space in providing family supports is very important to the development and future opportunities of individuals born with Down syndrome. But we also recognize we have a shared responsibility in society to look out for our sisters and brothers in need. Mayor Iverson and City Councillors, times like these show the strength of character in Albertans, our political leaders, our business community, our social service agencies, and our neighbours. We wish you well in your difficult budget deliberations, and we will stand behind you in the decisions you make in the best interests of citizens. Please stay safe. Season's greetings to everyone, and may we all look forward to a happy, healthy, and prosperous 2021. Thank you very much.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Clay. Mark Stevens is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a presentation. Hopefully we can put that on the screen.
Yeah, we'll just give the clerks a moment to get that up. They're pulling it up right now, and we won't start your time until it's up.
Appreciate it.
There it is. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. So as billed, my name is Mark Stevens. I'm a resident of McKernan, and today I'm representing the McKernan and Garneau for All Coalition, a group that I will elaborate on shortly. I just want to say we very much appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and hats off to those that made the process of getting signed up as easy as it was. Someone else made that comment, I echo that. It was surprisingly painless. We are taking this opportunity today to propose a cost-saving alternative to the dedicated bike lane currently planned for 110th Street north of 76th Avenue, which is part of the Garneau neighborhood renewal plan scheduled for implementation starting next year. Next slide, please. Right, so the McKernan and Garneau for All Coalition is a group of more than 100 area residents that are advocating for a neighborhood commuting and living place accessibility plan that addresses the diverse needs of families and individuals of all ages and abilities. We are supportive of expanded bicycle use and of the development of the necessary supporting infrastructure. However, we are seeking a balanced approach that fairly addresses the sometimes conflicting needs and desires of commuters and residents. And as taxpayers, we are certainly well aware of the financial burden that COVID-19 has placed on the city of Edmonton. Next slide, please. The issue we wish to address today relates specifically to the redevelopment plan for 110th Street, which as proposed would include a two-way bike lane separated from car traffic by a raised concrete median, with car traffic converted to one-way northbound and all street parking eliminated. And in a nutshell, our concern is that this street redesign presents significant resident, visitor, and home support service accessibility concerns. Next slide, please. Our proposed alternative is to operate 110th Street as a shared use street, a concept that's already been tried out on this street and others in the city in response to the pandemic. So the intent would be that pedestrians and cyclists would use the street for travel in both directions. Cars would be restricted to northbound travel only, and loading and specific access zones would be designated, and street parking would remain on one side of the street. Now, to achieve this, we are proposing some fairly simple changes, and in fact, some deletions to the current street renewal plan, including not installing the median curb separating the bike lanes from the traffic lane, not installing the new sidewalks on both sides of the street, and installing some simple traffic calming measures like speed humps to target a speed not greater than 20 kilometers an hour. Now, given the reality of where we live, we would obviously need snow removal to be prioritized. In this regard, we acknowledge that we've been told that clearing the snow would be problematic. However, our research and the feedback that we have received from people with expertise and experience with snow clearing measures in Edmonton suggests that options do exist that would prevent this issue from scuttling the plan. The key being when the snow is cleared, not how it is cleared. And lastly, to the extent that what we are proposing is somewhat untested, we are also proposing that the performance of this alternative street operation plan be reevaluated after 2 years. And if operation has proved to be successful, great, leave it as is. And if not, then install the sidewalks, the raised separation median, remove the street parking, and install the required signage as originally planned. Last slide, please. So the advantages of this proposed alternative configuration for 110th Street are enhanced livability for the area and lower redevelopment costs. All neighborhood living and workplace accessibility and street interaction concerns would be fully addressed, and the significant cost of the concrete separation median and sidewalks would be saved or at least deferred. And in closing, I would like to note that while this specific proposal may appear to some to have a relatively narrow focus with favorable impact on only a few, I would argue that saving money now is a good thing. I heard today of a lot of things that some extra money could be well spent on. And last, but perhaps not least, is the value associated with successful implementation and demonstration of a year-round shared use street concept. This would provide the city with another option to consider in future development and redevelopment planning exercises. And with that, I will thank you in advance for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Next up is Kara Bedford.
Hello, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Council. Today, I'm representing the tenants of the Orange Hub. I am the marketing coordinator for Gateway Chorus. We're a performing arts group, predominantly for women, that has served this community for over 60 years. The Orange Hub has a vision to create a space where social agencies, business groups, educational institutions, and arts-related organizations work side by side and collaborate together to build our community. If COVID can have any positives, I would say that I have seen the tenants of the Orange Hub work symbiotically, very in tune to creating that city's vision in a way that we have never thought possible before. We are working together on 3 committees to outline the needs for the tenant members and address the growing concerns with the long-winded hand that COVID has played for the nonprofit sector in the city. We are groups that span different cultures, operating over decades in the community, and some support some of our most vulnerable. However, as this dark year comes to a close and we continue to talk together as tenants, we see we are facing a crisis. We have conducted an initial survey. COVID has negatively impacted all current tenants in the hub. We are seeing 20% who are going to have to give their notice this month to leave the Orange Hub. 40% will find themselves in a precarious situation and will need to decide in the first part of 2021 if they will also be leaving. And the building will start to empty if no actions are taken in terms of negotiating with the city. We want to work together with the administration at the hub to solve this. However, due to the constraints imposed on them, we simply can't. The current cost recovery formula, including space rental and building charges, prevents any creative discussion and possible survival tactics and strategies for the tenants currently residing in the Orange Hub. We want to work with the administration to protect the investment that the city has made in the Orange Hub. And in normal circumstances, all tenants are financially viable with long-standing support of the community and the groups that they serve. The city vetted us in a very long tenant selection process. Gateways itself was over a year. But these are not normal times, and we need help to get through them. There's not a one-size-fits-all solution to this either. Each organization is facing their own unique challenges. Some will need significant help, others very little. So it will require a number of individual dialogues to come up with a plan. But if we don't do anything, we lose these organizations, and they're going to be very hard to replace. It will take time, leaving deserted spaces, generating no social benefit and no income. Our ask to council today is a very simple one. We want you to empower the administration to come forward with a report. At this moment, we don't have enough detail to present a viable proposal to get through both the pandemic and the recovery phase. So we need to work with administration on developing that. And we ask you to request administration to create a report with building recommendations that will support the survival of all the organizations currently in the hub and see them return to doing their best work by this time next year. That's all.
Thanks, Kara. And last but not least on this panel is Ken Crutchfield.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Iverson, councillors, and fellow presenters. I'm currently the chair of the Adult Ice User Committee, and I serve as a representative on the City of Edmonton Arena User Committee, where I've served since 2011. I had earlier provided a handout to council of the 2019 profile I provided on the adult winter hockey user community, and that can be referenced for detail. For the purposes of today's discussion, I would highlight the following. There are approximately over 13,000 adult participants involved in winter hockey. This does not take into consideration adults, those over 18, who are involved in playing on minor sport allocations for ringette, power skating, and figure skating. Nor does it consider the community ice use of approximately 50 teams or the summer adult use. Of the 13,000 participants, only about 3,000 use City of Edmonton Arena ice time. There's approximately 10,000 other participants that are involved in 6 men's and 1 women's league. They use principally private facilities in Edmonton and region. I'm speaking today because in my opinion, city administration has missed an opportunity to involve the Arena User Committee in formulating recommendations for council on city arena builds, operation, and closures. I fully expect council should have the benefit of good advice from administration, the community, and arena users. When administration says they are meeting 85% of the arena needs, they are only speaking to what has been made available through city arenas. It does not reflect the overall needs. Those needs greatly exceed supply. A majority of adults playing hockey in Edmonton utilize private ice surfaces at rental costs higher than that charged by the City of Edmonton. Adult users pay full cost recovery in City of Edmonton operations. There is no subsidy for adult use. Senior city administration speaks to relying on public consultation, yet aside from the City of Edmonton staff immediately involved in ice allocation, and they are great, there has been no clear consultation on how to mitigate the impact of the proposed closures on a diverse user community involving minors and adults. Similarly, aside from the request for updates, there has been no involvement of the arena users in defining arena builds. Not to be forgotten is the fact that arenas provide year-round recreation space. There is an acute shortage of winter ice. The Arena User Committee has been an integral member of the City of Edmonton arena allocation process, yet remains overlooked in addressing arena build and closures. The proposed closure of Oliver and Tipton arenas, combined with the closure of Coronation Arena to accommodate the Coronation Velodrome, and planned maintenance closures would result in almost 60% loss of arena capacity in the near future. In conclusion, time is not on anyone's side to resolve near-term issues surrounding arena build, operation, and closures. Budget decisions need to be made. However, going forward, there is a critical need for council to provide explicit direction to administration to work much more closely with the user committee on the build and operation of arenas. That interaction should come with a clear focus on 4 key areas going forward. They are: 1, the staging and design of new and replacement arenas. 2, the formulation of closure plans. 3, examination of alternative uses for closed arenas. And 4, accountability to report directly to council on the progress of interactions with the arena user group. I thank you very much for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Crutchfield. Let's open the speakers list for councillors wishing to ask questions of this panel.
The list is open, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Knack is first on
Oh,
it.
super.
We're just working
Okay.
to get it displayed.
Go ahead, Councillor Knack.
I don't know how I got on it. They were great presentations, but actually no questions. So I will not ask questions. Thank you.
Fair enough. Councillor McKean.
It's a rare day, isn't it? Thank you very much.
It's almost Christmas.
Sorry, Andrew. Sorry. Ms. Brown and Mr. McDonald, you looked at the numbers on Oliver Pool, and it is your argument, is it that they mislead? That in fact the attendance numbers or the usage numbers look low for a reason?
I mean, the data that we received data from the city for 2016, 17, and 18. As I said, 19, the pool was closed. So 2016 was when there were user fees in place for all outdoor pools. And starting in 2017, council had voted to make outdoor pools free. And so because the user numbers more than doubled in that time frame, we induce from that data that there is that latent demand, and that a user fee of almost $6 for an adult drop-in is probably too cost prohibitive for many of our lower income residents.
Right. How important, let me start this way. We asked administration to begin the work on a longer term recreation plan for Oliver. Where are you at with that?
So I believe the city is intending to deliver the final report with their recommendations next year. What we don't understand is where this document that very realistically could sit on a shelf and collect dust, where we go from this document to essentially a master plan with money committed to design and build a new recreation facility or smaller recreation amenities around the community instead of having something like a center in the middle of the community.
Right. When we talked the other day, you were a little more frustrated. You're very measured today. Congratulations. Your frustration is around an equity argument I think you make around Oliver. This is fundamentally the Oliver Arena and Pool are the recreation facilities for a community of 20,000 people. Am I missing anything?
No, that is correct. Yeah.
And that was part of your frustration is my point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're definitely very underserved in this community. And it may not be that we need a fully blown physical recreation center, but we definitely need to look at those more social recreation opportunities, library programming, et cetera, to be able to support the diverse residents in our community.
Yeah, because the other thing we're hearing, and I know you mentioned this the other day too, is that I think it was your argument that the city talks out of both sides of its mouth when it talks about 15-minute neighborhoods. And yet Oliver would be losing an opportunity to walk to local rec facilities.
Yes, and the way that the message that we're receiving right now is that a 15-minute community for 20,000 going on 40,000 people in Oliver is that we all have to drive for 15 minutes to access anything.
Right. Mr. McDonald, I just want to make sure, was there anything you wanted to add? You always make my day with your countenance. Anything you wanted to add to this?
I think Lisa said it all, Scott. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I thank you. I thank you for everybody for your presentations today. You've all given us a lot to think about, so greatly appreciate it. And thanks, Derek and Lisa. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Maybe I'll go to Ms. Bedford first, just to get some clarity around this, because we had a chance, Councillor Knack and I and some people from administration had a chance to meet with you last week on this issue.
Absolutely.
So the concern right now, your organization is one of them, is there's some real immediate crisis for some organizations, others are fine. But it's one-time support. This is not a kind of ongoing request. You need a way to get through the next year.
Correct.
In terms of your rent. And if you move out, we're not going to get the rent anyway, and I'm guessing we're not going to be able to get anybody to backfill for you.
That's exactly it. We're trying to protect the investment that the city made originally to the hub.
Just so we understand, because I think having you here is great, because we'll have to bring something forward. It's not ongoing support you're looking for, but we need a one-time response for the few people that are in there that actually are in crisis mode.
Right.
but we don't know what the exact dollar figure is yet because that's work that needs to be done.
Correct.
But on the other hand, you probably can't wait till spring. We're going to have to be able to at least park something in the meantime to be able to answer some very immediate needs, like your own organizations.
That's correct. And when we met, just to put some context to everyone else on the call, there are, like we said, 20% that will be handing in notice with probably in the next 30 days. So we do need to work on how can we symbiotically, and I use that word because it makes sense to me, work with city administration to be able to create survival tactics to those that want to stay. Because they want to.
So this is an opportunity for us to park a mechanism and then buy some time to come up with the work to understand what the specific need is, but we need something in this process in order to be able to deal with that. Waiting till spring is not going to cut it.
No, it is not. We would lose too many tenants.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll have a chance to ask administration something tomorrow. Thanks for coming today, because I think it was important for everybody to understand the conversation that Councillor Nackbert and I were able to have with you, and we'll have a chance to talk next week with administration on that. Mr. Fulmer, you and I have had a chance to talk about this in the past too. But just to get a sense of where you're at, and I'm guessing it's the other clubs are in the same place, but you're because of COVID, you're shut down right now, correct? You were operating up until a couple of weeks ago, but you've been shut down again, correct?
That's correct. We've been shut down, well, basically initially for 2 weeks and now the 3-week extension. So we're shut down till Christmas and with no real idea on whether it's going to go any longer.
Whether you're going to be able to open. And that included the end of last year as well, I suspect, for a number of clubs. Your expenses don't go away, though, do they, with it being shut down right now?
They do not. I mean, we've got a few things we can do with turning things back a bit to save a little bit on utilities, which is one of our huge expenses. But for the most part, no, we're still got most of the same expenses going whether we're open or not at this point of the year.
And already, because of COVID, the regular turnout was not what it has been in the past. And I'm guessing that's across all the clubs as well. I know that's true of your club. It was about 50%, right?
Overall, we're down about 30%, and I think 25 to 30% is pretty much the standard across all the clubs.
Yeah. So losing the CROG money on top of that is just exacerbating what's probably already a critical problem, I suspect, for a lot of these long-standing clubs. I mean, granted, it's 100 years old this year, right?
That's correct. We were 100 years old in 2020, and yeah, for sure, it's certainly, we're in a tough spot, and this is definitely going to make that worse, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. Well, thanks for coming in, because I thought it was important for people to hear that story. Mr. Clegg, or Ms. Solez, just really quickly, I think, because it's really unfortunate we weren't able to get that report around the kind of other ways of funding something like this before these deliberations. But your feeling, I'm thinking from what you're saying, is that there are some ways that go beyond the traditional ways that some of these kind of smaller centers could be funded, and that was basically what you would have shared with administration in putting that report together, correct?
That's correct, and we haven't seen the report in draft, so we don't know exactly what's in it, but we certainly know the things we've talked about, and Kim mentioned quite a few of them. He had time to do that, and I just highlighted one that was a bit different from the typical alternatives. Okay,
but timing begins to be of essence if we're not going to push this off another 5 years. Is that fair to say?
The design money is very important, so we can get right now all we have is a site plan. We need the design for the building so that then we can start work toward the construction and for the next capital plan. Yes.
Great, thanks. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Cartmel is next.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone for the presentations today, and that goes for all three panels. Lots of good information to chew on. My questions, first off, are for Mr. Serdachny. Are you still with us, Steve? Mr. Serdachny?
Is he still on the call?
Okay, perhaps I'll circle back if he pops on. I'm going to move then to Mr. Clegg. I'll just kind of reverse the order here. So, Mr. Clegg, I appreciate your presentation today and those of all of your colleagues and your community residents, your neighbors. Here's the conundrum, or at least one of the conundrums, if you will, and that is that we have a bit of a pecking order. We have Coronation lined up, and then behind that, Lewis Farms, and then behind that, a few other open areas that are expecting mega rec centers. I guess, first of all, do you feel like you've been kind of left out of that order with respect to Rollie Miles?
Well, I mean, as being discussed, we have been coming to you, not me, but many other people for decades, and so we feel like, and of course, with the current climate of COVID, what we're worried is that our dream is going to be snuffed out, like so many things that have been snuffed out over the last year, and so our biggest concern is that. We don't get lost in the shuffle, even though we're a smaller facility. And this is why we feel like the design funding could, in a way, make sure that we are eventually going to find our place in line and we're not just the can kicked down the road for the 7th time. And I understand exactly what you're saying, but, as we've discussed, the city, it has to be run like a business, but it is not a business. And so sometimes you have to take your decisions and overlay them with a different moral vision that does not necessarily make financial sense. But I think, as we've discussed, the pressure on these inner city communities or central communities for increased density, I think lends a certain urgency to this. This has to get going, because I think we have to look at several facilities in the smaller neighborhoods that need to get done. And I think Rollie Miles is a really good example of something that could be very successful for you. But as you said, there's so many decisions.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clegg, I've only got a few seconds.
I'm sorry, yeah.
A couple of other questions.
No problem.
I get what you're saying, and I have had conversations with some of my colleagues about, the significant investment that some of these mega projects require, as opposed to, the smaller investments that might be more easy to contemplate, on the scale of a Rollie Miles. Mr. Serdachny talked about, the more cost-effective structures. I guess where I'm going with this is, are you familiar with the Kinsman Arena, the Twin Arena down on 19th Avenue that is run by the YMCA?
No, I'm not personally, no.
Not especially, okay. I guess where I was going with that is, we contemplate these giant, very expensive buildings, and I'm just wondering what you would feel about something that might be, not unlike the old Southside Arena. A big square building that's got a couple of sheets of ice in it and a fitness center attached, just to be kind of glib about it.
Yeah,
Is that as well as, these big glossy rec centers?
No, I think the thing about the Rollie Miles that we have come up with in terms of some of the design planning, not design, but sort of fundamental concept planning, is that it will be obviously much less expensive, but also we're not looking for something fancy and it's going to serve everyone, and we're just looking for something relatively cost effective and flexible, and we're not going to try and be everything to everyone, but we are going to try and continue what has been really good about Scona Pool in the area, and perhaps just expand on it a little bit. And perhaps this smaller scale concept might be just the tonic for the situation the city is finding itself in with these mega complexes, where it's just this little bit added, and they just become so enormous that the numbers are frightening. And I think the design budget, the budget for the Rollie Miles that we came up, that is being quoted like for 80 million, I think that is more. I don't think it. I mean, a lot of people have said that we've talked to, said that's probably more than you're actually going to need if you keep it simple and keep it basic. And that's all we're looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. That's my time. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Caterina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to this panel as well too. So a couple of questions. I'd like to start with Mr. Shibak. You're still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, Mike, it's been a presentation before you. I think we've got sort of the gist on the value of these small centers and East Glen being particular in your area. But I want you to speak for a moment on what you've experienced or what it's been like, because you haven't come forward alone, and Oliver hasn't come forward alone, and Scona hasn't come forward alone. And Lisa, I'll get you to maybe speak about that. What's it been like to actually go through this process now, working with and cooperating or advocating, not just for your needs, but for others' needs as well? If you could maybe just put some context around that.
I mean, we had a pretty short window to try to organize and coordinate, and because of that short window, I feel that that's kind of pushed us to try to reach out to other community leagues to try to get that type of support. For me, this is sort of my first kick at the municipal can, so it's been a bit of a learning curve in trying to get everyone coordinated and organized, but I think we've had a lot of success. There's been a lot of groundwork that's already been done with the work of Joe Huco, specifically to East Glen. And so what was interesting was that because every single community has been fighting this fight for years and years, we're sort of, it sounds like a lot of people have their notes ready to go, as it were. So for us, it was just a matter of leveraging those messages and trying to update them. One frustrating piece, I would argue, was trying to find the right information, most up-to-date information, more from an administrative standpoint in terms of how they justify closing certain facilities. Even like there's not even a warning system in place saying like if you don't reach this sort of amount of threshold, we're going to close your facilities. Like there's none of that. It's mostly just roll of the dice, surprise, you're on the list again, chopping block kind of scenario. So.
Well, I want to commend all three communities for coming together and advocating together on this because they're all important, even though they have different reasons. And I wanted to get your take as well, too, and maybe there's someone else. Lisa mentioned the growth in Oliver and the number of development applications that have come forward in that. And something that I didn't hear, and I think that it's in the same sort of vein, not towers, but an increase in density is with what you're dealing with as well too at Bellevue. You're right in this middle of the expo or the exhibition lands redevelopment, 160 acres that will really densify that community and the ones around it, and putting that into context of how important East Glen facility is to that growing population that we're anticipating going there, along with Lisa's anticipation of the growth in Oliver as well too, and Scona.
Yep.
How do you feel about that being thrown into the mix of challenges that you're probably going to be looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I can't necessarily speak on behalf of the Bellevue Community League at this point. I'm just the communications guy, but as a citizen, I can certainly speak to it. It was an exciting project, the exhibition lands development. A bit disappointing that I feel like they consulted, but then didn't really make any adjustments to what they proposed. Also, one thing to consider as we're sort of talking about this debate about the dollars and cents of how much these facilities cost, there's not a lot of consideration to the social circumstances that you're sort of putting onto community leagues when you're introducing things like the Bridge Housing Project, for example. I'm personally all in favor for protecting the city's most vulnerable, and homelessness should be sort of distributed out equally amongst all the communities in terms of that type of support. But to see these sort of projects come up and then sort of have the public facilities like East Glen Pool sort of be taken away within the same budget year makes it a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow, especially after seeing sort of the increase of crime, unfortunately, with the expo lands. I mean, I could look out my window and there are complaints of needles in parks and that sort of thing, right? So I mean, it's a difficult situation to sort of I'm not necessarily for the Expo, but Expo Lands projects at this point. But I see what you're trying to do, and I can definitely like to support the city in trying harder to support all public facilities.
So thanks for that, Mike. And Lisa, I'd like your take on working together with the other communities. But prior to that, you have the information, the $1.4 million. When you say it just like that without splitting it up, it sounds a lot more money than. So you have the information. Oliver, to operate that is so much out of the 1.4. East Glen is so much of the 1.4, and Scona is so much of the 1.4. Correct?
Correct, and I believe the asphalt plant is included in that 1.4 million as well.
Well, see, I didn't realize that, because I certainly want to, keep asphalt on the ground. But so when you put them all together, it sounds more, and that's in context. The 1.4 is very small, has been identified in the overall budget, very minuscule. But then if you break that down even more into these important facilities, that number is even lower yet. That's a fact.
Correct, yes.
That's the Lisa. And the asphalt plant, I don't think anybody's spoken yet today about it. All right, my time is up. Thank you for that, but hopefully the experience working with other communities has been beneficial to you as well.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina.
Yes, it was excellent.
Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Thanks to each and every one of the speakers today for coming out and almost spending the whole day with us. And my questions are for first one for Mr. Fulmer. When you said your revenues are reduced by 30%, were they due to ice time, or were they due to the refreshment shop?
Well, it reflects from both, right? It's the number of people who actually want to get out and curl. I think there's a lot of fear, obviously, with going out to public places with the COVID-19 going on right now. So we're reduced in the number of people who have come to curl to join the leagues again, as well. Then that's reflected in the lounge area as well, with less people in that area as well.
Sorry, I don't really know any other curling clubs in Ellerslie. And when you said you guys support seniors and children, could you be able to just give me an idea of what would be the percentage dedicated to seniors and children of ice time?
Yeah, so there's senior programs at every club. So I'm going to say it's probably about 15% or so is seniors. Probably a similar number of kids as well. And then there's most clubs either have some other type of curling. Like we have the Edmonton blind community who curl out of our club. I know other clubs have the wheelchair curling. So there's that component of it as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Crutchfield, you seem like a numbers guy. And would you be able to tell me, with the current ice conditions, what would be the percentage of ice that is available to, all the ice groups, and as compared to the need?
What we have here is the city of Edmonton operates 31 ice sheets, and they make that ice available, and then they ask every user group to identify how many participants they have, and they work out there is a formula that says there's good, fair, and marginal ice, and the ice is then divvied up amongst the user groups. And when I'm talking about the number of adults that are playing in the leagues, they are playing with individuals that run not-for-profit leagues, and the adults there pay upwards in the order of about $1,000 an adult to play hockey, and in the majority of instances that ice is rented in private facilities in Edmonton and surrounding community.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, you said reducing frequency will get overcrowding. Could you tell me, with the reduction of service, we are already suffering, I guess, ridership challenges, but how do these two sit together?
Yes, I understand your question, Councillor. By the time the bus network redesign is introduced, hopefully the user numbers will be increased again, as it was in the late summer and early fall before we got into the second wave of COVID. Because when we got into the second wave of COVID, again, it came from about 60% of pre-pandemic level down to under 50%, closer to 45%. With the introduction of the vaccine in the early part of the year, hopefully by the time the bus network redesign is introduced in late April, maybe a third to a half of the citizens hopefully will be vaccinated. That will give people a bit more confidence in getting out and about. Possibly it will have more people going to and from work as a result of the lessening of restrictions. But even then, there's still going to be a need for social distancing because not everybody will have received vaccination. So I would hope that by then we will see an increase in the numbers, but again, we need still to be concerned about overcrowding of the system.
Thank you. That's all my questions. With my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this panel? Not seeing any, then with gratitude to each of you for your time today, we really thank you. You can continue to tune in for the rest of the proceedings at edmonton.ca/meetings, and also follow the debate next week to see where we wind up on all this. But your input is really helpful. Thank you. So to members of council, we would normally break now for 90 minutes, but I gather there's some appetite to shorten that break to 60 so that we could come back perhaps at 6:30. Could I get a motion to amend orders?
I'll move that.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Seconded by Councillor Nickel. I understand that there's one conflict for Councillor Essinger, who's got a stakeholder meeting, so she might be a few minutes late coming back, but she's okay with us carrying on without her, and she'll join us as soon as she's able. Any other conflicts that folks want to identify? Not hearing any, then I'll just seek unanimous consent. Is there any objection to changing orders to shorten the break? Not hearing any, then if we can just make sure to send out a clarifying note to the members of Panel 4 and Panel 5, but especially Panel 4, that we will start up with them at 6:30 sharp. All right, thank you everyone. We're in recess until then. Good evening and welcome back to the continuation of our budget public hearing. I'll start with a roll call of members of council here, starting this time with Councillor Hamilton.
Present. Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Henderson? Right, Councillor Henderson said he...
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
yeah.
There he is. He made it. Right on. Councillor Knack?
Good evening.
Thank you. Councillor McKean?
Good evening.
Hello. Councillor Nickel?
Good evening.
Thank you. Councillor Briquette? Councillor Walters? How about Councillor Banga?
Right here, sir.
I see you there, sir. Thank you. Councillor Carmel?
Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Katarina?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Zadig?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Esslinger had mentioned that she would not be able to join us right away because she had a conflict in the ward, but she would, and was on council business, but will rejoin us as quickly as she can. I'll just check one more time. Councillor Paquette?
Yes, I was here, sorry. Just didn't unmute fast enough.
No worries. Councillor Walters? Well, 11 ain't bad, so let's get going with panel number 4. So I'm just going to take attendance for this, make sure we can hear folks okay. Chris Goss?
Here.
Welcome. Joe Huco? I can see you there, Joe, but I can't hear you. Joe Huco, are you there?
He is muted. He may just need to use the microphone icon along the bottom of his screen.
Just got to unmute yourself, Joe, just to make sure we can hear you okay.
He may not be able to hear us. I'll have our office reach out to him.
Okay. John Strickwerda? Is John Strickwerda there? How about Mona Marshall?
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome, Mona. How about Elvira Falconer?
Hello, I'm here.
Welcome. Jacqueline Misiak? Okay. How about Joshua Semchuk?
Hello, Mr. Mayor, I'm here.
Welcome. Jesus Gonzalez? I see Christy Moore in there.
Here.
Evening. Amanda Nielsen?
She's feeding her little one. She said she'll be running a little late, Mayor.
Okay, fair enough. Jessica Vandenberg?
She also sent regrets. She's hoping that Tori Dance will speak in her place, so she's trying to hustle through, trying to figure it out.
Okay. Glynis Lieb?
I'm present.
Welcome. Clinton Carew, or Carew?
Carew.
Carew. Welcome. Randall Fraser?
Hello, Mr. Mayor, I'm here.
Welcome. Mark Henderson?
Here.
Welcome. Gaetan Benoit?
Yes, hello, Mr. Mayor, I'm here.
Welcome. Nathan Carroll? And Robin Patches.
Robin had indicated.
Hi, yeah. Hi, Mr. Mayor. Robin Patches here. You may remove me from the panel. I was here to answer questions as a member with my colleagues on panel 3.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Robin. Maybe I'll check to see right now if Amy Nugent, was it Amy?
It was Amy, Mr. Mayor. I believe that Joe may be unmuted now. I heard his phone ring.
This is okay.
Yes, we can hear you now, Joe. Thanks. Okay, now if you can all mute yourselves again, just to make sure that we don't have any background noise, that'd be great. We've still got a handful of folks for panel 5, which will come to you in an hour and a half, give or take, depending on how quickly panel 4 goes. We're short a few people, so it may go a little bit faster, and then we'll stay until we're done. But without further ado, just a reminder to all of you on panel 4, you each have 5 minutes, and I'll enforce that fairly rigorously, and then stay on the line for questions. So, Mr. Goss, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here to thank you for listening to my concerns. I'm speaking on my own behalf as a member of the Edmonton Whitewater Paddlers. I'm an active member and the youth coach. I've interacted with the city in rental time and planning programs in the pools. And I fear the ripple effect that the closure of city pools will have on sports groups. We've already had a change to Kinsman Sports Facility to a high performance center. This has caused programs deemed to be non-high performance to be put at the bottom of the list to get pool allocation there. And with the increase in competition events at Kinsman, our normal paddling time was impacted by cancellations at a high rate last year before COVID hit. And trying to find pool time at another facility in the city was not that easy to do. We did finally get some pool time at Glen, but it was not the best time. I say this because we had a lack of uptake in our program to this pool. We don't know how it would have went this year since COVID closed the pool. With the implementation of high performance programs at Kinsman, sports groups normally using Kinsman are forced to look at other facilities in the city to get time, as they do not meet the high performance standards. This, coupled with the closure of the NAIT pool, will increase the demand for pool rental spots. I fear the closing of more pool space will increase the difficulty in getting any pool rental time for sports community groups. I have heard mention of turning the pools over to second parties to operate, and some great discussion of that earlier today. If second parties can run pools for profit or even break even, so the question I have is there a failure of the operation model by the city that make these facilities unprofitable, such as the city implementing the need to keep public swim lanes open for public use in the pools through most of the day? Would a more targeted public uses process be better, or group rentals given a higher priority at these pools to help cover the shortfalls, help alleviate the pain of the shortfalls in these pools? And I would suggest a mixed use process with more rentals and more focus time for community uses be implemented to increase the revenue stream. You could designate a day or 2 days a week for rentals, and you could still have the rest of that pool time for public usage, and that's way better than closing the pools altogether. Kinsman is converted from 50-meter lanes to 25-meter format twice a week, so a demand for 25-meter swim lanes is needed in the city. Might not some of these smaller pools be used to alleviate this need, preserving the 50-meter pools for more suitable activities not achievable in the smaller pools? So in conclusion, we do not have an overabundance of pools, but a lack of flexibility in the model for the usage of these pools. In your deliberations, are you going to take into account the increased pool rental time needed by the closure of the NAIT pool? And onto that, we're going to add the increase of more need for pool time if you close more city pools. Organizations like the school and nonprofit clubs that can currently rent time in these pools, as there is not a lot of free pool rental time available in the city as is. And I'd like to conclude by saying thank you to the city staff for all the work they've done in this hard time of COVID and getting the pools open and running and trying to get some of our programs you started. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goss. Mr. Huco, you're next. Joe? Mr. Huco?
We can have our office reach out to Mr. Hugo.
Yeah, it looks like we've got 4 folks here in the, oh, Joe, okay, you're
okay,
off
can you hear me?
Yes,
can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, well, on behalf of Innovate East Glen, I'm Joe Hugo, a resident of, sorry? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Proceed.
I'm Joe Hugh. Yes, can you hear me?
I think there may be some lag in your connection, Joe. What I'm going to suggest is that you turn your video off so that it's just the audio. And since we're looking at your slides here anyway, just let us know when you want us to advance the slides.
Okay, is it fine? Is it? Are you okay now if I continue?
Yes.
Okay, resident of Bellevue, where East Glen is located. Thank you. I can hear you.
Three, two, one, go.
Okay. Okay, I've clicked on turning the video off. Is it?
Mr. Mayor, if I may offer, there's also a phone-in
Okay,
option.
I've turned the video off, so let's try this. I'm Joe Hugo, a resident of Bellevue, where East Glen is located. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again in support of East Glen. When I developed the financial okay, you already know the intro. When I developed the financial management, this is still a lag. I'll start again. When I developed, is it still? When I developed the financial management for managers course collaboratively with the, I'm getting all kinds of feedback. It's just not working.
Okay, Joe, what we're going to do is the clerks are going to give you a phone number to phone into, and we'll try that.
Okay. I'm ready.
Mr. Hugo, it is a phone number and a PIN, so I'm going to have someone from our office give you a call with that information so that you can write it down rather than reading it in here through the record here.
Okay, what I'm going to do is skip ahead to Jacqueline Misiak.
Okay.
And then we'll come back to you once we've got these glitches sorted out for the Innovate East Glen group. So, Jacqueline, are you there?
I am.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
As a longtime homeowner in both the Bellevue and Highlands communities, I have major concerns about the proposed closure of East Glen Leisure Centre. This amenity, one of the few saltwater pools in Edmonton, is greatly valued by the constituents and has served as a cornerstone of health and community building in the surrounding neighborhoods, including Bellevue, Highlands, Montrose, Eastwood, Parkdale, Newton, and Beverly Heights. Before the closure, I attended the facility 3 to 4 times weekly and observed a noticeable percentage of more senior patrons. For an aging population, increased and regular physical activity is likely to increase general health and life expectancy while reducing the need to enter long-term care. During the pandemic, much negative press has documented many issues with seniors' residences. The East Glen facility has provided countless benefits to many over the decades. Access to the center was instrumental to my recovery after surgery. For many seniors patrons, this resource does not just enhance physical health, but also social benefits resulting from interaction year-round in a safe and welcoming environment. I've lived in the neighborhood for over 40 years and find great value in the center's nearby access to this very pool. I have issues with the statement that the pool is underutilized. It is unfair to compare East Glen to a full-service fitness center such as Commonwealth or Terwilliger, which also offer wide-ranging activities such as weight rooms, climbing walls, etc. If East Glen has a generally calmer atmosphere, it provides important access to health building and athletic amenities for a variety of citizens. For the East Glen High School Swim Club, who swim their mornings, for groups of special needs youth and their care persons, for young adults training in lifeguarding, for parents enrolling kids in swim lessons, etc., etc., etc. Considering expenditures such as the $1 million art project on the new bus barns, which I have not yet had the opportunity to view, but I don't feel would enhance my life, such an art installation is irrelevant when compared to the ongoing and health-giving benefits of a much-valued amenity. Another example of a lack of cost-effective planning is the $1.5 million annual cost to the taxpayer for security and maintenance of the now-closed Coliseum, which underscores the need for critical thinking by council with respect to budget cuts. The statement that larger recreation centers are easily to maintain falls flat. Providing services to promote health, both physical and psychological, should not be about the ease of maintenance. One size does not fit all. When the city supports $300 million mega recreation centers in new areas, which the taxpayers in mature areas subsidize annually, it is egregious to cite relatively minor maintenance costs to justify closure. Further, a statement that the Commonwealth Leisure Centre is literally just down the street appears incongruous with the city's support of green policies and reducing the carbon footprint. Driving to attend other facilities over time would certainly not aid in that goal, and don't forget, many people do not drive. Taking public transit to other pool locations, especially when accounting for the proposed ETS route reductions, could result in decreased accessibility and further costs for attendees. Bike travel and or walking to Commonwealth is not a possibility for many due to climate and or individual accessibility needs. Being able to walk a reasonable distance to a fitness center is of incalculable worth and further enhances healthy practices while supporting the city's 15-minute neighborhood philosophy. Another concern I have is the timing of this proposed closure. Due to the ongoing pandemic conditions, access to information regarding these proceedings has been hindered. How many people in the community even know about the proposed shutdown of East Glen Pool? Many passerbys and neighbors I've spoken to are either unaware of the situation or lack the computer access to attend this online council meeting, yet all have stated they are opposed to the closure. It is egregious that this monumental decision is being pushed through at a time when public awareness is somewhat obstructed. I would request at the very least that no decisions for these facilities be made until the pandemic is under control and the facility has a chance to reopen so that all users can be properly informed. Currently, a Touch the Water project is being touted for the downtown area. Although city information indicates that nothing has been budgeted, there are certainly current costs for consultation, design, etc. to the taxpayer. After reviewing the design proposal, it appears that the cost to the taxpayer would be substantial. To this, I conclude, if I want to touch the water, I want to do it at East Glen Pool. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yak. Have we got Mr. Hugo on the line?
I am here.
Super. Okay, thank you, sir. We can hear you clearly. If you want to offer your prepared comments, we'll advance the slides at your direction.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, you've heard my name. I'm a resident of Bellevue, where East Glen is located. And thank you for the opportunity to speak again in support of East Glen. A bit of history. When I developed the Financial Management for Managers course collaboratively with the U of A Faculty of Extension, we asked attendees an opening question, which was, why talk numbers? We concluded the session with a response that if one understands the numbers will talk. So let's advance to the next slide. Yeah, so that kind of brings us to, let's explore what some of the city budget numbers say and what they mean. Next slide, please. Slide 2, this compares the proposed operations-based expense reductions to the 2019 annual report, equivalent operating expenses. And here's what the numbers say. Efficiency, which is in yellow highlighted, reduction is only 0.5% of the total expenses. That also is making the statement that the city has 99.5% operating efficiency. Mr. Laughlin's statement that hundreds of employees were asked for operating efficiency ideas, and the budget statement that the city follows a continuous improvement program should have yielded more savings.
A mere additional 0.5% would yield $8 million more. That seems to corroborate, as was stated in 2018, that the program and service review had little, if any, efficiency review, thereby leaving much money on the table. That review was stated as being the foundation for the current closure recommendation. According to Mr. Smythe in 2018, the review team's mandate is fairly narrow and looks at the hard numbers of expenses and revenue. Let's switch to facility closure costs, that is in the blue highlight. That net of revenues is a mere 0.1%, or 0.001 of total expenses. Each one is 40%, or 0.0006 of that total expense. By all accounts, the numbers say that is rounding. The hard number, i.e. cost recovery, was stated as the main performance metric, but it presumes equality instead of equity, with equity being included in the city's Healthy City strategic goal and Connect Edmonton. To illustrate, Bonnie Doon has the adjacent Vinnie Ridge Sports Academy that supports it. East Glen has a special needs youth that attend and cherish the pool. Their teacher advised it would be impractical to bus them elsewhere, as just getting everyone through the connecting tunnel can be challenging. East Glen is also the most adaptable and economical to providing for cultural needs of the female-only program. Wouldn't council agree that this is something we should actually be proud of? To treat both facilities equally, which is the case now, means to not recognize these differences that created the cost recovery measures. To be treated equitably, who does council feel needs more financial support? Next slide, please. We talked about equity. This shows the equity-related factors, which are simply ignored in the cost recovery numbers and ratios. These factors include, but are not limited to, socioeconomic characteristics, demographics, major amenity differences, major and scheduled amenity outages, admission subsidies, structural integrity, overall facility program management. The branch manager's recent message to community committee members that centers will be reopened on the basis of cost recovery increases this inequity. Organizations which truly practice continuous improvement perform what they call a root cause analysis to understand their operational performance. John Strickwerder will provide more examples of that from city administration and our equitable handling of East Glen. Switching to considering the absolute dollar level of tax levy support, in 2016, the range of neighborhood leisure centers, the tax level support was 1.1 to 2 million. The recreation centers, the larger ones, the range was 2.6 to 5.5. East Glen was the lowest dollar amount of tax levy support. It's the absolute number that affects the tax levy, not the ratio. So I don't have current numbers. They weren't provided as I requested. Next slide, please. Yeah, it looks like there's something wrong with this slide, and there is. I received no response either in 2018 or now from Mr. Smythe to present a financial schedule of tax levy support for each city public service facility, not just recreation centers, regardless of whether or not they have cost recovery. Transit is obvious. Less obvious are dog parks, the funiculars, bike lanes, and like many others, and probably many others. Licenses or license increases could be an option for increasing some revenue. And there are sure many other revenue or closure opportunities that would help obviate the need to cut vital health and wellness services and likely still yield net savings with community pools remaining open. I'd be pleased to answer questions related to my presentation, the overall budget, funding model, programming services, exhibition lands, or even the F4 franchise fee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hugo. Next up is John Strudwerka. John Strudwerka.
There.
Yes, go ahead.
Good. Had to unmute myself. Thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss these issues, and particularly one relative to the East Glen Pool. A significant part of the recent history of East Glen Pool has been a lack of reinvestment on the part of the city. Around the year 2000, an East Glen staff proposal with drawings was submitted to head office asking for a federal provincial grant application to be made. There was no response. Further, city staff advised advised that fitness centers add significantly to attendees with minimal investment or operating expenses. A number of other facilities were enhanced with fitness centers, but not East Glen. To assess the numbers game fairly, one needs to address what the city has done for this facility and what improvements have been made to other facilities. The answer would show that precious little has been done at East Glen. As an example, the hot tub has been out of service for months at various times. To compare East Glen to other facilities which provide more services is grossly unfair. Apples to oranges comes to mind. Financial markets find management performance often explains superior or inferior financial performance. For East Glen, city administration decisions, actions, or absence of positive actions can't avoid being considered as major causes of East Glen's unfairly perceived low attendance and financial performance. All factors considered, East Glen is doing very well. In 2018, a master plan was prioritized. This involved significant investment in time and money, including an architect. It was submitted by Citizen Services and rejected by the budget department. This launched closure overtures and continued in 2019 and to this day. In February 2019, an innovative wellness rebranding was proposed. There was no interest expressed by city management. It was only upon the return of the director, Leisure Centers, that the idea received recognition and planning started. Unfortunately, the COVID pandemic interrupted this project. Had the concept been embraced earlier, the city may have expanded their capability by having a health and wellness model. As stated by the interim city manager on November 25th this year, there is also a conversation of physical health and mental health, and if done properly, we can still offer that service. Several potential program innovations were proposed at East Glen Engagement Committee meetings. Stand-up paddle yoga was one suggestion that was vaguely responded to and subsequently found its way to the Kinsman Center without mention to the committee. The Aquamat, which tremendously improves balance, was initially rejected. However, it did appear at the pool unannounced a short time later, but high initial demand and the city declining to adopt suggestions for better meeting patron needs resulted in a decline in attendance. Throughout a 4-year period, one informal email and only 2 quarterly newsletters were issued to patrons. The newsletter was deferred and ostensibly dropped due to FOIP considerations, which was never substantiated. The Engagement Committee status via terms of reference reduced its function to one of advisory rather than one of collaboration. The structure was seen to be top-down rather than community members actually having a say in the well-being of the facility and its programs for its patrons. The lack of accountability on the part of administration made working towards shared goals impossible. A final note regarding the fight we've had to keep this wonderful facility open to the public. Some 5 years ago, a secretive proposal surfaced which would have leased the facility to a private organization to the exclusion of its base patrons. We fought hard to retain the services intact, and thankfully, council agreed. There has been an obvious desire within city management to close East Glen. If return on investment is the primary consideration, one needs to ask what revenue is generated by dog parks, bike lanes, and libraries. Surely the health and wellness of East Glen users is at least as important as dogs, cyclists, and readers. These are services which the city provides. East Glen is an equally important service. It is also bewildering why city administration has proposed closing East Glen Pool when literally just down the street, Highlands Junior High is in the midst of expanding to a state-of-the-art K to grade 9 facility. It will be a magnet for young families, further fueling aquatic facility demands, together with infill and many young families moving into the area. I very, very strongly encourage council to keep this pool going for all of the people that want it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Mona Marshall.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
My name is Mona and I'm here yet again on behalf of the East Glen Pool. This battle has been going on for over 5 years with the ongoing theme of money versus health. People go to East Glen because of the comfortable, accepting, and non-judgmental environment. A recent statement indicated that Commonwealth is a suitable option just down the street. The distance between the two is over 3 kilometers one way. Given Edmonton's climate, a round trip of over 6 kilometers isn't always walkable. This is especially true for children and seniors. As parents or grandparents, would you feel comfortable with your children or other family members walking across the Gretzky, past the Stadium LRT and into the surrounding area? Please take a moment and visualize that. East Glen is criticized for lacking accessibility. There is room for improvement, but to label it inaccessible is inaccurate. I was able to access East Glen in order to do daily physio following 2 knee replacements and breaking my right femur and my right tibia in separate instances. Being able to attend East Glen, I was also able to put off having knee replacements for 5 years, and that was due to activity in the water. In spite of being on crutches with my swim bag on my back, East Glen was the best option out of all city pools. Clairview and Commonwealth were tiresome, treacherous, and overwhelming to navigate. With limited mobility, the distance from accessible parking to the entrance of both those facilities is unacceptable. Maneuvering from the entrance to the change rooms and eventually into the water is equally difficult. That, combined with inadequate city snow removal last year, made for a dangerous combination. East Glen has already made progress. More doors have been automated, and a solid handrail has been installed along the walkway from the handicap parking towards the entrance. Because the building has been well maintained and is of sound structure, there are several other reasonable options that would make moving throughout the building easier. Putting staff offices up above the cashier desk would create necessary space to expand the main floor change room, or installing an elevator could provide inclusive access to the basement. With COVID measures in place, one large universal change room would allow for smoother travel entering and exiting the building. This would also free up space downstairs for larger meeting and activity rooms. Making a few manageable changes would allow the engagement committee to move forward with innovative plans. The intent is to create a health and wellness center that will keep Edmontonians moving, rehabilitating, socializing, and thriving. In today's world, looking after our physical, emotional, and mental health is more important than ever. In order to be a healthy Edmonton, our focus and priorities need to change. East Glen is an excellent place to start. Recreation and leisure are important, but not essential. Focusing on health and wellness, on the other hand, is vital. The committee has pages of input from pool patrons and community members detailing their needs. A unique aspect of East Glen is the women's only swim times. These times allow women of all ages and cultures to relax, exercise, learn to swim, and socialize. This is another reason East Glen is the perfect place for a pilot project. I am confident that with infill projects and expanding schools in the area, the attendance at East Glen will naturally increase. Rather than focusing on the cost to run East Glen, we need to invest in health. The money being saved on the other side by keeping people out of surgery, requiring less medical attention, less medications, less trips to physio, etc. should be taken seriously. In the water, people don't have to bear full body weight and movements are not jarring or painful. Water is versatile and allows us to work on stamina, cardio, balance, muscle strengthening, and stretching. Let's be preventative. Mayor Iverson, you recently stated that keeping Edmontonians safe will be a priority for your last year in office. It is well known in this pandemic that the healthier we are, the safer we are. Now it's time to walk your talk. And I would just like to close by saying that if Mike Tyson can keep on fighting, surely East Glen can too. Thank you.
Ding, end round 4. Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Next up is Elvira Falconer.
Hi, councillors. My name is Elvira Falconer. I am writing on behalf of the many people who utilize East Glen Pool for their health and wellness, social interaction, and proximity to their neighborhood. I am making a plea to City Council to cease the angst and uncertainty that they have continued to submerge the residents of Bellevue and Highlands and surrounding communities over the last 5 years. We moved into the neighborhood in 2015. A pool, walkable elementary and junior high schools, and its proximity to the river valley were all distinguishing factors that influenced our decision to make a home in Highlands. My 2 children attended and completed all their swim levels and 8 sessions of junior lifeguard with the intention of pursuing a supplemental career as a lifeguard to put them through post-secondary school. I gave up driving, amongst other things, to simplify our lives, leave less of a carbon footprint, and embrace a more sustainable way of living. I swam 5 times a week during the school months every morning and almost every day with the kids during the summer. My kids and their friends in the hood would often go hang out at the pool and play on their own. They are currently 12 and 13 years of age. Living a more sustainable way of life meant that we prioritized the way we lived and commuted. Having the pool a couple of blocks from our house has meant the kids can walk to and from their lessons at the pool independently while I taught my classes. It meant I could walk to and from the pool independently without relying on a vehicle. I could never have done this at Commonwealth, especially in the evening, nor could my children on their own. I have never felt safe biking or walking near Commonwealth, and locking our bikes there was out of the question for fear of theft. Swimming at East Glen Pool was our saving grace during the couple of summers when our outdoor activities were compromised by air pollution caused by the BC wildfires. We have built many relationships through the pool, and I have always expressed gratitude over the diversity of these friendships. It had never been more apparent than during COVID how fortunate we were to have this pool, as it helped extend those swim class and swim lane social interactions outside the pool into the neighborhood, as we all scrambled and embraced an alternate and safer means of exercise, and were able to inquire after one another's health and wellness on a daily basis. COVID changed the character of our social relations. The wellness-oriented strategy was sent this morning to Council and City Administration by Joe is particularly relevant with the continuation of COVID-19, making an investment in health and wellness versus the perception that recreation and leisure are optional would garner much more public support. The Director of Leisure Centres, and Joe, agrees that an overall strategy would contain health and wellness strategies in the short to medium term, and medium to longer term strategies taking the district network approach embraced by the city. It could portray even more innovation and uniqueness by linking together curling, aquatic, and other complementary amenities at the current location of the Thistle Curling Club, the East Glen Leisure Future Health and Wellness and Leisure Centre, and adjoining vacant land. This could be a real complement to the exhibition lands development and increase the desirability of the area for the city's densification strategy. The Highlands School redevelopment described by John will also spur development and demand for services. Mona Marshall also presented some lower investment potential ideas to greatly improve the viability and accessibility prospects for East Glen when funding is affordable. Basing decisions purely on numbers, which are invalid for comparison performance measurement purposes, overlooks important factors that must be understood to truly hear what the numbers are saying. But numbers shouldn't be the primary focus anyway. We are asking for minor funding to continue developing the innovative wellness strategy and to renew our request for quotation to guide the planning process, which was cancelled with the shutdown. Leave East Glen open permanently, along with Scona and Oliver, until the redevelopment proceeds. This amounts to just over $1 million annually. If $1 million must be found, I'm certain that all other aquatic facilities, particularly the larger complexes, would collectively want to find that amount in minor service level adjustments to ensure equity across all facilities. Efficiency gains does not seem to be the much more fruitful source of cost reduction. I am asking City Council to invest in Highlands Bellevue and the neighboring communities to make good on their campaign of walkable and safe communities. Supporting local means supporting your communities. Envision a sustainable future where communities take precedence, take heed and plan with the environment and climate change in mind. Less cars on the road means less emissions. As our neighborhoods become denser from the impacts of climate change and global warming, be more thoughtful and support communities to become stronger, supportive, healthier, and a more sustainable way of living. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can direct them to Joe Hugo. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Joshua Semchuk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I am here with a number of friends of Alberta Avenue, business people, volunteers, artists, community leaders, and I am speaking as Interim Executive Director of the Alberta Avenue Business Association and member of the Volunteer Steering Committee of Alberta Avenue District Council. I would like to request we continue funding Alberta Avenue revitalization on an ongoing basis through direct funding and administrative support while Alberta Avenue works with other communities, passing along our experience, helping them be successful in their revitalization efforts. Thank you, Councillor Katarina, for your input and support for championing this initiative and the Alberta Avenue region. And thank you, Councillor Esslinger, for your input and support. We would not be where we are today without you both and cannot get where we need to go without you all. The Steering Committee District Council, consisting of community leagues, the Business Association, a community newspaper, and a community arts organization, appreciated the opportunity to address Community and Public Services Committee members in October and to present our thoughts around how to move forward, moving the work in our community from vulnerability to sustainability. We see an opportunity to build on all the development and changes in the area, the opportunity to innovate, the opportunity to continue our work on Alberta Avenue as together we build the future. We have been inspired by inputs from conversations with councillors, administration, and from our own community. These conversations have inspired us to build on what has been done while we look to what still needs to be done. Community building and revitalization is still needed across communities. This is work that cannot be done without our partners across the City of Edmonton. The next phase will continue to harness the passion and determination of community residents. As Alberta Avenue Steering Committee District Council moves beyond Revitalization 1.0, the community is proposing the City of Edmonton move the relationship from neighborhood citizens and services in citizen services to working with another department or branch within the city. The move request reflects the new nature of the community building work needing to be done. This is an integrated approach, one focused on economic empowerment, innovative social investment, and Edmonton's visitor economy. Our work builds into and upon the focus the city has taken within the new city plan, regional collaborative planning, the new Edmonton Arts Council plan, and COVID-19 recovery. We are grateful for the support of the neighborhood services team and the relationships we have built, and we believe the opportunity can be bigger. We acknowledge the opportunity offered to Alberta Avenue through Revitalization 1.0 and the progress made as a result, and that other Edmonton communities need the same opportunity. What we are proposing is to bring what we have learned and provide mentoring and guiding for community leaders in neighborhoods such as Belvedere and Inglewood. This will ensure the lessons, knowledge, investment, and trust the city placed in us will be shared across many communities. Now is not the time to undo what we've always done. Instead, now is the time to innovate, create, and move into an uncertain future. Project Launch, Alberta Avenue's next phase for growth and community investment, will propel our community to the next level. What that next level can be will be driven from a concerted effort between Alberta Avenue communities and city administration to recognize year-over-year financial sustainability aligned with social enterprise, business development, community art, strategic planning, and community development. To help ensure the course is maintained, we request the ongoing support of a full-time city team member to plan and implement the project while liaising and linking us to the ongoing broader needs and perspectives of the city. We request ongoing support for our project through the annual $180,000 matching grant program funding, as this supports 7 community leagues, a business association, a community newspaper, and community arts organization providing seed money and investment supporting signature events and programming. In the past, there was money to support a city employee engaged in conducting business and community development and research. We would ask for consideration of a similar position in support of this next phase. This is not the beginning of the end. This is the end of the beginning. Alberta Avenue is excited to step forward into the future. We are excited about impacting communities across Edmonton, supporting community arts groups, assisting community champions in renewing their neighborhoods, and helping grow strong, connected, and bold neighborhoods. The role Alberta Avenue plays will be one of catalyst. Through mentoring and support focus of the community groups across Alberta Avenue, next phase for forward growth will be a catalyzing impact across more communities in Edmonton, and the work locally will be focused on economic development, business retention and renewal, social investment and innovation, and community building. To quote Margaret Mead, "Never doubt a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has." Alberta Avenue is this group of committed citizens. We believe we can change Edmonton and beyond for the better. We look forward to what the future holds. We look forward to building neighborhoods and a city where all feel welcome, empowered, and embraced. Thank you on behalf of Alberta Avenue Steering Committee District Council, and Chag Samayach to all of you starting in a week.
Thank you, Mr. Semchuk. Next up, was Jesus Gonzalez able to join us?
I believe they've withdrawn their request to speak.
Okay.
So we're wondering, Mr. Mayor, if Glenys could speak. She needs to leave right away. So could she take Jesus's spot? Is that possible?
Sure, I think we can move her up. As long as the other folks in your group are, your cohort as it were, are okay with that. Okay, I see thumbs up. Cool, Glenys, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for taking the time so late in the day. I apologize, I'm having bandwidth issues, so I'm going to go take my camera off here and continue speaking. And again, I'm here, as I've been previously, to speak about the continued need for revitalization supports in Alberta Avenue, but in Edmonton too. And I can attest to the impact that the supports provided so far have had in Alberta Avenue as a previous resident who spent almost 6 years there. But everybody can attest to those impacts, we know, and we know that we have to think ahead. And times are tight, and we know that the previous plans that we had held pre-COVID to revisit and revise how revitalization initiatives were run have been turned on their ear by the pandemic. We know also that in that consistent expectations and metrics for measuring outcomes of revitalization initiatives have not yet fully been developed or agreed upon across the board. And so even though I can tell you anecdotally how much of a community Alberta Avenue has become in the past decade, I can't show you that in hard numbers. And I'm a social scientist. I believe in numbers as well. I believe in metrics and knowing what we're looking for and how we can show our outcomes. I also know that there are many communities who are in real needs of supports across this city. There are communities who are visibly struggling. And we know those, and we talk about those, and we talk about the need. There are also communities that we may assume need nothing. Newer communities that have newer suburbs, and that too. But those communities also need development, also need to build sense of community, and also need supports. And so where do we go, and where do you go to figure out how to best support everybody who needs it? I understand that this is extremely difficult, and I understand that it's a painful decision. The idea that council has to choose between communities to fund is not pleasant, and we know the current model isn't working as it is. And as I've stated previously, I don't believe, as much as I love the community I live in now, Alberta Avenue, I don't believe that any community's needs outweigh another community's needs. I'm here today to ask council to consider continuing whatever funding that they can find to allow for revitalization initiatives. And with that, to look at another way of doing so, another more equitable way, another way that is possibly more consistently overseen and supported by city workers that would allow for measured outcomes, and that would include communities, other communities, rather than having to pick one or two at a time. And this is where we need council's help and expertise. We need to determine what would work to help everybody, what alternative model could be better to support the needs of communities, and more extensively spread out what funds and supports can be provided. I know that folks here are continuing to be devoted to the work in the Alberta Avenue area. But I also know that they're happy to look at other models, and they're happy to look at creative partnerships. They've talked about that previously. Opportunities to pair with other organizations or community groups to figure out ways that we can magic what funds and supports are available into activities that can benefit across communities. So today I ask that council consider, instead of discontinuing revitalization monies or undergoing the painful process of picking one or two communities to include and who to exclude, look at the option of an alternate, more equitable and sustainable model to support revitalization activities that help promote self-sufficiency and self-dependence among our communities. And now that we are in the midst of these unprecedented times, things are tough, but we have some time right now to think about and to plan before we have to move back into full gear. But we know that we have to think and plan. We have to think and plan across the city, because not just do we have the needs that communities faced across the city, that the older, more established communities, the communities with lower general socioeconomic status, the newer, less established communities, but we also are going to have to be prepared for the fallout, the social fallout, the financial fallout from this pandemic. And communities are going to need supports. And what that looks like in every community can be a bit different. But I think that if we look at a way of of communicating across communities with members who know what they need, but looking for consistent outcomes across communities, we can find a creative way. And so thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll now go back to Christy Morin.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. Wow, it sort of seems like it's the East Side's time to chat with the East Glen Pool and revitalization. So this is really great, and thank you for taking the time to listen to each one of us. We are also bundled with Jasper Place as well, which is history and a lot of great stories and a lot of hard work that this community has been involved with our council. Councillor Katarina has been with ABBA when it just started in its inception. Councillor Esslinger has been part of our community as well. And it's just been great to see the growth of community. For some of you that don't know, it was interesting hearing the folks from East Glen's area talking about coming across the Gretzky into our neighborhood, because our neighborhood is a neighborhood of need. There definitely is vulnerabilities, and COVID has again magnified that in such a huge way. The need for food has been huge. Us as an organization of artists and artist creatives had to pivot and ended up bringing over 20 dozen loaves of bread into the neighborhood, because when the school closures came, the kids needed food and we needed to find a way to feed our families. So we started connecting with grocery stores and bakeries across the whole entire city, saying, how do we feed our vulnerable community members? We also started realizing that the internet is something that our community does not have as just a regular leisure activity, and that people were disconnected and needed to find ways to be uplifted and to be shared with as well. Our police we have 2 beat teams. I mean, the Problem Properties group that the city has created, we're very, very grateful, because that is a part of the drug culture that is so strongly rooted in our community. And the drug culture is something that takes a very long time to dig out of a community. The roots go extremely deep, and all those things that connect to crime and drugs are unhealthiness, a lot of mental health, a lot of need, a lot of care that needs to happen. So you're going to realize in talking to everybody today that we are a yes in our backyard community. We want to find ways to find health and healing and wholeness in our neighborhoods, and we are committed to doing that. And that is part of what the revitalization was doing with us in the past 12 years. And it sounds like a long time, but when you had boarded up community leagues and people who were not coming out because of gun violence, we have come an extremely long way with you as our partner. We would never have been able to do it without the outstanding support of Rob Smythe, of Susan Coward, of amazing administration coming in together and saying, let's do this. Us now going, communities ready to keep going, and administration saying, let's find a way to exit. We keep going. We want to find sustainability, and we're not there yet. We're still the little kid, and we want to find a way to be able to get to be that older, more mature teenager or adult, and we're not there yet. So when we say exit, when you're driving down a highway and you're going to exit somewhere, you need to sort of know where you're going, because if you're just exiting to take an exit, it's pretty scary for us, because we have done so much work that we know the money and the investment that the city has made is going to go somewhere. It's either going to roll backwards and we're going to end up spending money that's going to have to, be back into ambulance fees and hospital visits and a whole bunch of other things, or it's going to go back into the seed money, the grants, we haven't finished our roadmap. Administration had given our team from revitalization the direction to create a roadmap with us last year, and that roadmap hasn't been completed. And the work that the city has done has created leaders in our neighborhood. We have leaders that have come together and are amazing people. People are moving into our neighborhoods, and we want them to stay, because we want to build people that can grow together and find ways to care for the vulnerable. And that's something that's really special. You don't find anywhere else that I've seen. When we we've gone to speak together to Michaela Jean's Power of the Arts conferences and that type of thing, the people are amazed of how much we love on our community by doing events, by doing accessible activities, by giving, by celebrating, and by creating rituals and traditions together. But we are really concerned that if we don't have a roadmap going somewhere, we're going to get lost in the shuffle. And the vulnerabilities during COVID, when I heard Adam speak this morning about the COVID piece, that's really important, and the whole component of safe and healthy communities, we land in that as well. We're a hybrid. We land in those communities. We really need safety. I mean, when I hear that our neighbors to the east of us are afraid to cross Gretzky, to come into our hood, that really concerns me, because those are the people we want to have economically coming to visit our businesses, and they're going to be walking and biking and cycling and swimming and meeting others in our neighborhoods. So I think we still have a lot of work to do, and we are committed to do it, and we are committed to do it with the city, and we need to find a way to figure out which table we need to sit at, whether it's citizen services or urban forum, to actually create a higher economic growth piece and also a strong community development piece.
Thanks, Christy. Next is Amanda Nielsen.
And Amanda's still with her baby.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll check back in with her after we've heard some other folks. Jessica Vandenberg is next.
Well, Jessica could not stay on. I do have her letter, Mayor. Do you want me to read it to you guys?
I'm afraid we can't do that. As generous an offer as that is, because otherwise people would read lots of letters for lots of people. So, but if you want to send it along to us in council correspondence, so we have it, that would be wonderful. So you can send that to city.clerk@edmonton.ca, and that'll be included and distributed to us. How about Clinton Carew?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. This is the second time I've talked to Council about funding for Alberta Avenue, and the third time that I've been involved in any of the consultations with it, and it always seems to be the same sort of thing where there seems to be an understanding from Council, and there seems to be an understanding from councillors about the great work that's happening here, about what we bring to the community, about the cost effectiveness of this, ridiculously cheap program that is doing so much for one of the still emerging communities in Edmonton. And it seems that every time Council's on side with that, and then the next time that the city administrator gets an opportunity to come up with a program to cut, they're like, we got to get Alberta Avenue off. They think that Alberta Avenue is a cake and that we've been baking for long enough, so it's time to eat or something. But it's not right. It's not close to right. Alberta Avenue is more like a train, and we're getting up to speed, but pulling the tracks right now is incredibly reckless. The faster we are, the more dangerous it is for us to suddenly be just kind of cut off and on our own. When I've spoken to Council and a committee about this before, I've talked about this whole time there's been no metrics in place to measure what happens when a community is revitalized. What does revitalization mean even? And every time I say we need to spend more money, this is the pilot project, and we don't have any numbers from it because we haven't actually managed to even decide what the metrics should be. And if you don't know what the metrics should be, how can you say that a project is finished or even started or in the middle or anything? It's absurd to me. And it's especially absurd that we're talking about a program that's including administrative costs is under 50 cents in Edmontonian. And for the kind of work that Alberta Avenue does when this community is who you look to when you need to build new low-income housing. It's this community, and we welcome it. This is the community that gets it done. And the reason I'm here is to support Alberta Avenue. It's what I've been asked to do. But I've been listening to Council all day, and I have to say it's a pretty heartbreaking day. And I feel for Council having to make these kinds of decisions. But I also feel like this is based on a very unexpected ideological choice, this 0% austerity budget. And here we are pitted against each other, Alberta Avenue against East Glen Pool, against the skating club, against everybody else, begging that our community organizations can continue to operate, sometimes at all. And, you know, earlier today I heard someone talk about making hard choices, and that was hard to hear. Hard choices. We're so sorry that we're going to cut your community's lifeline. It was a hard choice. We're sorry you won't have your job this year. Hopefully it's temporary. It was a hard choice. How can we continue to support you when businesses are hurting? It's a hard choice. And respectfully, I reject this. A hard choice is a nonprofit choosing between firing their administrative staff or keeping their programs going. A hard choice is whether you should fire your inexperienced worker or you should go with the father of three who costs more but brings more knowledge. Hard choice, having to choose between staying in the city you love or being able to continue in your chosen career. What you have, actually, are moral choices. We are in a cash crunch, an unprecedented deficit due to global forces beyond our control, and who will bear the brunt? And you have chosen the poor, emerging communities, artists, and now we will be the ones who will be making the hard choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carew. Next is Randall Fraser.
Thank you very much for allowing us to speak today to these matters, and thank you, Clinton, for kind of pinning the pin on the map for us there. That was really well said. I'm going to try and not repeat a lot of what everybody else has said at this point, although when he was talking about us being an emerging community, that's not actually true. The Alberta Avenue Northeast area is actually one of the older communities in Edmonton. And at one point, it was a relatively affluent, busy place. It was the hub of many cultures. And then, of course, we've had, as a city, we've had several setbacks, or as a province more specifically, or even as a country. But it's places like Alberta Avenue that felt the hit, and it went into a depressed state quite a long time ago now. It's been one of the hoods where you just don't go for a very long time. And when you think about how long it takes to get over something like that, 10 or 12 years is practically nothing. It's not even a full generation after generations of depression. White Avenue is actually a really good example of that. When I was a kid, White Avenue was the place you did not go because of drug dealers and needles and all that kind of stuff. I was 12 and I was not allowed to go up there by myself to go to the corner store. We had to go to a different corner store. And when I moved into the Alberta Avenue Community League, back in, I think it was 2005, my group, the National Stillwalkers of Canada, was the first organization to take up residency there after the new board was formed. And when I moved in, I spent about a week cleaning up needles and bottles and condoms, and it was a mess. It was disgusting. It smelled like old beer and other disgusting things. And today, it's one of the most programmed venues in the city. I can't even book time for my rehearsals anymore. But that's all to say that we've made a lot of progress and we're getting a handle on things. It feels like if White Avenue had stopped building after 12 years of growth and development, it would have slid back to what it was and become another. It's gone in different directions of its own, but it's seen growth in simple things like the value of the properties, and we're just barely starting to see those kinds of changes here. So to echo Clinton to some extent here, it's the train's finally starting to get up to speed and to not to empty the bin and not keep feeding the train so it can keep going seems like a disservice to all the effort that has gone in before. So it seems like we need at least a generation to try and begin to correct the damage that was done for many generations. And that's basically all I want to say is I actually moved into the neighborhood after the community, my organization left the community league because we couldn't book space anymore and we outgrew it. But my wife and I moved into Parkdale Cromdale, and I'm now on that board as well. So the change comes from the people that decide to pull up their straps and keep going. And I think what you see here today by the 80-some people that showed up to speak is there's a lot of really committed people in the region, and especially in this area, that really want to see the growth that they've put in sustain and live and not just die. So, and to echo Christie's, in closing, just to echo Christie, thank you to everybody who's on City Council and City Administration that has contributed to that growth and that change. And let's keep going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Mark Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, everyone who has spoken. Thank you, everyone who could not speak. Thank you to everyone who has contributed to the revitalization of what I believe to be one of the greatest neighborhoods in what I believe to be conceivably the best city in Canada. I don't say that lightly and jingoistically the way that some people will. I shouldn't disparage other people, I know. I've lived in Edmonton my entire life, and a lot of that time I was in total ignorance of 118th Avenue. What the hell is that, I thought. And then I found it was a place with beautiful trees, and I found it was a place with a scary environment, and I found it was a place full of drugs and violence, and I found it was a place full of despair. And I run a small theater company called Theater Prospero, have for 20 years, and now, because of the Avenue Initiative, I run a festival called the Thousand Faces Festival of Mythic Art, which brings together people from all of the cultures that are in Edmonton, South Asian, African, Chinese, Japanese, all flavors of European, to enjoy, to share the stories at the roots of our cultures so that we can find our connection at the root. That's what I do. I do it out of the Alberta Avenue Community League, which I moved into around the same time as Randall Fraser did, and I don't have to repeat what he said about it. It's gone from a hole that everybody thought that I was crazy to move to a place that a lot of people envy, to a place where it's possible one day to have the Society for Creative Anachronism whacking each other with swords, and then a week later it's possible to have a festival with upwards of 60,000 people coming in from all these cultures. And the people who come, they come from all over Edmonton. But here's the thing. Edmonton is this wonderful artsy city. I've known this all of my life. Even when I didn't even know what arts were, I felt the benefit of them living in this city. But here's the thing that's unique about Alberta Avenue is that it gives people who otherwise would not experience what a funky, fun, and beautifully generous and open artistic vibe there is in this city. It gives them an experience of that without leaving their neighborhoods. I talk to people randomly on the street during festivals that I would otherwise never talk to, right? And I think that there's an awful lot to be said for the notion of equity. Effectively speaking, there are more people from underrepresented communities, more people from communities of less affluence who are able to engage in their neighborhood, in this neighborhood, what I'm trying to say, and I'm making it up as I go along, clearly, because I found out about this meeting last night, is that the dollars that are spent relative to the impact that it's had is tremendous, right? People get more artistic and more community experiences out of every dollar that council spends on that here than I think that they may in any other place. Another aspect that the revitalization money has particularly made possible for arts activities on the Avenue is that it has made almost all of them to be completely free. So this means that a lawyer from Mill Woods can come with his family to see rarefied South Asian dance, and so can a hungry kid and his buddies who just happened to see something happening in the yard that drew them into this free festival and feast. This is a very Edmonton thing. I would hazard the statement that Alberta Avenue exemplifies what was richest and highest and best in the Edmonton that I grew up in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And indeed, I've seen businesses and business people and cultural leaders that have left the South Side and they've come to the North Side, and they've sort of reestablished part of that community vibe as the areas to the south have become more gentrified and less accessible. So yay, we've succeeded. And one of the ways that we've succeeded, I'll stop being all from the heart now, and now I'm going to be extremely budgetarily and cynically minded.
I really want to hear what you have to say, sir, but the 5 minutes is up. So I need to be the enforcer there. I apologize.
You will lose out on property taxes, all I have to say.
Okay, I may come back and ask you a question about that, but pause for the moment, and we'll go next to Gaetan Benoit.
Yes, hello. Well, I guess first of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council. It's my first time speaking. It's a council, so it's kind of exciting for me. I'm a member of the Alberta Avenue community. Been in Eastwood for the past 5 years. And I'm speaking very personally as a member of, citizen of the city and of this neighborhood. So I'm going to try to speak from the heart. We've had a lot of great people say some great things. I've been here for 5 years, and I have seen the impact of the revitalization money. I've seen the change in the 5-6 years I've been here, as much in the businesses, on the safety issues on 118th and around 118th. The arts organizations, it's just the vitality in the neighborhood has been amazing. So the revitalization has really worked, and I want to thank council for the efforts, the time, the money that was put into that. As a community member, I have benefited from that work and from those investments, and so has the city of Edmonton, obviously as a whole, with people coming in for our festivals. And seeing, this part of the city that was maybe stigmatized, being transformed in people's minds. And so that investment was a sound and a very good investment. And so I guess this idea of the train, the metaphor of the train that's been brought up a couple times, actually kind of sticks, because the train is running, but the reality is we remain a vulnerable neighborhood. It's what makes us, it's what I love about my neighborhood, the diversity in so many ways. But the reality is revitalization has brought us to a certain level, but we remain vulnerable. And COVID has, in the past 6 months, shown that, those vulnerabilities have been amplified in a lot of ways, in the things that we see in the streets, and in the neighborhood and then the community centers around the neighborhood. And so I guess for me, my message to council today is just that we're kind of on an edge, and it's great that this investment has been put in and that the community is kind of gaining some momentum. But the reality is, if we don't continue investing, if we don't sustain that growth, Alberta Avenue can easily fall back. And that's not what anybody wants, obviously, in our community or for the city of Edmonton. And so all I'm asking council today is to consider moving towards, as I think Joshua said earlier, it's not the end of the beginning. It's not the beginning of the end. It's the end of the beginning. We're moving on to another chapter. And it's just important that council recognizes that if we really want to value the investment that's been put into this community, the reality is we have to find ways of doing that. Maybe not through a revitalization funding, but maybe there's other ways of funding to maintain this growth, and that makes this community so amazing to live in. And so I guess that's pretty much all I have to say for today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Benoit, and you're always welcome. So thanks for taking the plunge here today. Bad choice. Well, no, you're not with East Glen, so.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyway, welcome. Next up is Nathan Carroll.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. I'm Nathan Carroll. I'm the operations manager for the Sarah McLachlan School of Music here in Edmonton. We're a registered charity that exists to strengthen youth and communities through music. And Edmonton is one of 3 sites that the school operates out of, the other 2 being in Vancouver and Surrey. And our primary thing that we do is we offer free after-school music programming to children and youth who have barriers to accessing music education and mentorship in their day-to-day lives. We think that that's really transformational and essential. We've been operating in Edmonton for 5 years. Some would say one of Edmonton's best kept secrets, and part of that is because we have been operating primarily out of some designated space tucked at the very back of East Glen High School, which has been lovely, but COVID has changed that arrangement because of new regulations with community usages of EPSB space. But thankfully, even before we were aware of the pandemic and all that it would entail, we were beginning to foster a partnership with Arts on the Ave and really beginning to envision a long-term home in the Alberta Avenue corridor. And that has spawned a connection with Eastwood Community League and with Gaetan, actually, in particular. It was a first contact there. And we have the privilege now of actually operating our programming out of Eastwood itself, which has been such a thrill to move into a community in which there are many students and families who really are ideally suited for the program that we offer. And in being in the Alberta Avenue area now and in conversation with Christy and Arts on the Ave, in particular, as we've looked towards hopefully being a part of the Arts Common building proposal that is busy being dialogued about right now, we really recognize the Alberta Avenue as a place that is, as has been said by many other speakers on this call, as a beautiful work in progress. And it is a work that we want to be a part of. We recognize that operating out of Alberta Ave puts our school in direct proximity to families that can directly benefit from our program. And we are just so thrilled to be in a community of compassionate organizations that have been creatively and tirelessly investing themselves to make the Ave a thriving enclave within the core of our city. And and as we recognize this work in progress, we recognize that so much of it has been brought together and congealed around the support of the city in the effort that's being discussed right now. And we would just second all that has been said in supporting ongoing investment there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. I'll check back one more time to see if Amanda Nielsen is there. No? Okay. Well, we'll turn now to questions of our panelists here. The list is open, and Councillor Katarina is up first appropriately. Go ahead, Tony.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And first of all, thank you to all the presenters in this panel as well, too. And The presentation from the East Glen Pool group, I think, was really comprehensive, and I think we have the information, so I want to thank them. I want to ask a few questions around Alberta Avenue and the rehab, and maybe, I don't know, Joshua or Christy, if you want to speak to this, and the idea of providing in-kind services from you to help other communities that might be at the start of their revitalization, and maybe saving them years of time and effort to figure it out. Just maybe, Christy, if you want to run through what you guys are prepared to do, and if you've had an opportunity to maybe put it into the context of value compared to what the grant or the revitalization monies comparatively.
I'll take a kick at that. Thanks, Councillor. Yes, definitely. I mean, with the years of experience and learnings that Arts on the Ave, Alberta Ave, Business Association, all the community groups, the arts groups have had, are years of learning and wanting to share with others. We are sort of creating a little expert group of people of working in a vulnerable community in places of weakness and finding ways to be able to do things together. We have resources as well that we've purchased over the years, whether that's sound equipment, whether that's tents, that kind of thing that we have in storage at the Jerry Forbes Center for Arts on the Ave, and others have it at other community league groups or community leagues that would be willing to share with a friendly agreement of sorts, and being able to sort of sit down with the other revitalizations that are just beginning and being able to say, these are our learnings, this is what we would recommend, being able to walk through how you do events, how you bring community together. I mean, that in itself is a lot of work and a lot of learnings. So as far as dollars and cents, I know that when we were looking at it, Joshua actually had crunched the numbers. So Josh, you want to quickly say what your numbers were?
Please.
Yeah, my apologies, Councillor. I don't have those numbers in front of me right now. But
maybe
we had
ballpark.
We had worked it out, sir, to in the neighborhood of between $150 and $200 an hour. But we were difficult. It was difficult for us to try to gauge, and this is where we kept racking our head: is well, how many hours does one put in? And then how do we then equate that to being relevant to the $180,000 that I mentioned earlier when I spoke? Part of it that I kept coming back to myself was the ability to say, we need to have the support of somebody in the city and administration, that full-time equivalent that we keep talking about, to be able to help us navigate that, to be able to bring all of the diverse people, all of the diverse communities together, to be able to understand how to work on it.
Yeah, no, got that. So I guess just to sort of ballpark this, your expertise, the community's expertise, the arts expertise, everything that's gone on since 2004 and 5, when this initiative was sort of stood up or the idea came forward, I would think that a 1 FTE would be equivalent to maybe a portion of what the value of what you could provide other communities that the city themselves would not have to. Christy, am I?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, when we look at the seed money for the matching grant, we have exponentially growth that out. So I think when you look at the 180,000, I think that could easily be matched with time of expertise and time of community development and teachings. Absolutely. And sharing of resources. Absolutely.
Okay, so with saying that, and the idea came forward, have you had an opportunity to speak to the relevant department or people responsible that you would speak to on a daily basis about this? And have you had a reaction to providing that type of expertise and service to other communities?
We've spoken as district council, as our steering committee, and there is definitely energy around that group that they're excited and saying that they would be willing to give some time. Of course, they're volunteers. As far as administration goes, we haven't heard back from many administration folks at all since we were at citizen service when we were at council last time. So it's been pretty quiet.
Okay, but you have spoken to some administration about this idea and still maybe the timing hasn't been right, but you're still waiting to hear back.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. My time is up.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your words today. I've got a question for Dr. Lieb. I know you have a lot of experience building community and capacity in an inclusive way. From your experience, what would you suggest might be the best way forward for partnership building and capacity building in the community? Because really, this should be something that at some point you hope that the community takes over. Did you lose Dr. Lee?
Yeah, I think Glenn has had to go to a meeting, Aaron.
Okay. All right. Well, Christy, I guess that I could ask you that.
Do you want to ask it again? So you're asking what are other ways for us to become sustainable?
Yeah, I mean, just building capacity within the community to start taking over some of these efforts in a way that that doesn't require them to be on basically on life support from the city, like so that you kind of grab that ball and start running with it.
Well, I think we've grabbed that ball with all due respect.
But you know what I'm saying, like without always having this angst and worry about what if you're getting city funding.
Well, I think the amount of growth that is needed is huge. And so, like I said, if you had seen, and I don't know if Aaron, you remember what the neighborhood was 20 years ago.
I do.
Right? So the growth has been immense. And so we don't want to be on life support. We don't even want to be on oxygen support, right? We want to be able to be sustainable, and that's our goal. And that's why we are creating this roadmap. And we're really wanting to do that, to be able to find ways to be sustainable and get out of the vulnerability piece.
So how do we duplicate Christy Morin?
We have, look at all the people that are sitting around the table. They weren't there 5 to 10 years ago. So that's the piece that we're doing, right? Is finding others to come in and build. We have Kevin and Stephen at Parkdale, Cromdale. They couldn't make it. We have Donna at Eastwood that also is with Cape. You look at Alberta Ave and the huge amount of Wellspring there. Westwood is really burgeoning. So, and Eastwood, even little Elmwood Park are doing their own little Christmas stuff, which they never did before. So it's coming.
Okay, and how's it like? Are you building strategies and roadmaps? I guess with other organizations like in the Northeast we've got C5, which is a cooperation of multiple helping organizations, and I know that Bentero is probably on your radar and you're working with them. But are there other organizations where you're sort of tying everyone together to sort of maximize resources and efforts and really everyone sort of marching in the same direction with common vision and goal?
Absolutely. I mean, that's what the Revite coordinator did. And now that we don't have that, it's been really tricky. We've talked about creating district council as being an entity that actually is it has its own bylaws and that kind of stuff, Aaron, and finding some growth there, being able to do some social enterprise pieces out of that group. So we're at that cusp. We're not there yet, but that's the discussions around the table right now. Definitely we work with everybody that's at the table. Engineering with Decency, which is the University of Alberta. Jessica are the dean. Wasn't able to make it today, but they are working with all of the communities and want to find growth that way with Nate McEwen and the U of A. So it's starting and it's finally getting some roots, because before it was just hard to get people to even want to work in the neighborhood that were just only there for 2 months and not be there for long term.
Councillor, it's Joshua from the BIA, if I may, sir. We have also started work with the YEG Ambassador Program. We started that this summer to identify some of the hot spots in graffiti and cleanup. We started working with the Boyle Street Services to give work to those folks to come and help us keep our area clean. That will continue into 2021. And so we are finding the resources locally to be able to help the business part of everything we've been talking about grow.
Yeah, and that's fair. Obviously, I know where you came from. I know where you are now, and everyone hopes for the best for the future. But obviously, this sort of periodic stress about funding, we've got to find a solution for that, right? So, I really appreciate you coming in and all your submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger?
Thank you, and thank you for everyone who shared their passion and their heart. And I guess this question will be for Christy or Joshua. So 1 year of funding will get you that roadmap and get you going. What are you thinking? I just need to understand what you think you need. Is it 1 more year?
You know, Councillor, I'm gonna emphasize the interim in front of my title as Executive Director of the BIA. And looking at it from where I've been sitting for the last 6 months now, I don't believe that 1 more year or 2 more year or 3 more years is going to cut it. I believe that it needs to be sustainable in perpetuity. It's something that should always be there. It should be there so that it continues to grow and thrive, and that resources are there to help all of this stuff that we keep talking about be successful.
When I was hearing Adam at the beginning talking about the COVID special relief funding and extra special support, I mean, we definitely need that in our community to keep things going. But this is different, I think, Councillor Esslinger. I think this is something that we need to see ongoing in a different way. So 2.0 should be different than 1.0. And I think finding ways to help create policy, finding ways to create sustainability, finding ways to take a fragile community and make it stronger are pieces that are not going to happen in 1 year. And we are here for the long term. Like the folks you're hearing, they're here and they're digging in. So we are committed. So I see it as a longer term project.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to hear what you were thinking, because I heard a lot of heart and a lot of people passionate about building. I want to get to sustainable, at one point, that's sustainable funding as well. But we're not there yet. What I keep hearing is you're on the track and you're moving down the track, but you're not ready to get off the train yet. The station has not been built. Or the foundation to grow. And I know there's lots of passionate people around it. So I think that just helps me. Thank you so much. And thank you for everyone that came and shared their heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Well, just to go back, and it's a kind of reminder for me, because this has been such a long-term conversation. If we can't get you the support, specifically, what won't happen that you need to have happen?
Right now, we need the glue to hold us together, Councillor Henderson. So that particular individual that would help us grow and found ways to connect in with city departments quickly and in a nimble way, and have the integrated services team right at the table to make decisions and be able to make support to the community was really helpful. The $180,000 seed money, I mean, that has grown exponentially. Like the amount of events and the amount of projects that have come out of that have really sustained 7-8 different community leagues plus arts organizations, which when you look at it, it's unbelievable how much they've done with it all and what we've done with it. So I think if there's a way for us to sit at a table that would be able to create some seed funding to keep that going, and then also have someone who is glue that brings us together, because right now it's not working with, like, we've been given a city staff that's supposed to be with us, but he's also Macaulay. And I mean, you're in another vulnerable community, right? So you're from vulnerable to vulnerable to vulnerable, and it's really taxing on him. And we don't have him we only have him to talk about matching grants, and that's really it. We've had no meetings. So for us, we need people that will bring us together, to Aaron's point, right? We need that strategy to be able to hold us together and that growth piece to move to the next level. And we don't know ourselves what the next level is, but we are committed to be at the table to hear the experts and figure it out.
So it's the link into the city?
There's a strong link into the city, yeah.
Okay. So that's why the body. That's why it needs to be a body, and your feeling is it needs to be a dedicated body.
Yes.
And then event money to go with that.
Yes. And it's seed funding, so it's not just only for events; it's for projects, right? So maybe it's oh, maybe it's a greenhouse, right? Maybe it's, you know, it meets the certain pillars, right? So it's, you know, whether it's safety, whether it's livability, whether it's, you know, the different things like density, that kind of stuff, zoning, branding, all those different things. So people can apply and they match their volunteer hours to those dollars and do these projects. So we do have some signature events that have, you know, grown out and are still part of it, that are, you know, still receiving support, as well as a lot of young new things coming in. And the old ones are helping the new ones, which is really neat too. So like Eastwood Arts Walk, you know, different things like that that are going into the neighborhoods that were sort of sitting quiet, and now teaching them and helping them along.
Councillor, it's Joshua again with the BIA, if I may, sir. Just expanding on that, like Christy says, it's not just the events. It's the relationships that I built with EPS this year has taught me that the more people that are out and about on the avenue, the lower the crimes of opportunity, the less graffiti. The program that the city brought into place to help expand patios that without fee, with such a simple process of going online. I did it myself for 7 or 8 businesses. It was hugely successful, and I'm deeply appreciative of that. And that more of that kind of support from a beautification perspective, more flowers, more lights on trees that were missing all along from what, Christy, 72nd to 86th or whatever it is, to the Eastwood Hall. Those kinds of program, that kind of funding that helps create a walkable, beautiful space that. And the fees, the money from the Capital City Cleanup that helps with graffiti, that was a constant this summer. But good on them. Whenever we used 311, they were there to do it. But we've run out of that 750. Some of these businesses have run out of it. If it happens again before the end of that next budget cycle, so that kind of stuff in place makes a huge difference for that kind of crimes of opportunity and in business success.
Just to play devil's advocate, because I know this is going to come up. I mean, that same story could be told about a whole bunch of neighborhoods and a whole bunch of business improvement areas, and the other ones are dealing with it in different ways, with sort of more of their own resource, and in some ways, ironically, the case that you bring forward right now with this remarkable upswelling of support and people that you have speaking to this, and the kind of energy that clearly is in the community, suggests that a lot of that momentum is there that may not exist in other communities. So and that's I suspect why we end up having this discussion and conversation. And maybe the answer is we should be able to put this kind of support into every community. But I think that's the challenge that we're under here is that kind of equity argument that was really easy to make when you guys got started, but in some ways you're now a success story. I'm just throwing it out so you guys can respond to that. I don't mean to be hostile about it, but just
No, I think there's no hostility received. Thanks, Councillor. I think for us, being that we're still one of the top vulnerable communities in Edmonton, when you look at the vulnerability index, shows the work that needs to be done and shows the success of people moving in and saying we're here to build and to stick with it. But it's also the work that needs to still happen. I mean, we're painting a rather lovely picture right now, but right now a neighbor down the street had a fellow walk in when her kids were, watching TV, wanting to use their phone, wouldn't leave, was belligerent, out of his mind. We've had people at knife points. We have violent crimes. So we are working and we're moving through. And what you're hearing is a lot of people saying we're here and we're sticking with it. But the vulnerabilities and the violent crime is very scary. So that's still there. And we're one of Edmonton's top most vulnerable communities in the index.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. Henderson, you ran out of time there, but I think the point you were going to make was that there is an ROI to revitalization, which is redevelopment, both residential and commercial, in the revitalization areas that ought to pay for the ongoing costs of revitalization. That's where you were going?
That's absolutely where I was going. We've talked about there not being metrics, and I've suggested this before to council, and I don't know for sure the answer, but I'd be willing to bet a lot of money that if you looked at the increase in property taxes in Alberta Avenue relative to the increase in property taxes in other vulnerable communities over the years of the revitalization period, you would see, we're talking about $180,000 a year. That's $100 in taxes from 1,800 houses pays for that, right? So, I don't know. I haven't crunched the numbers. I've been busy trying to keep a festival and a theater company alive in the middle of a pandemic.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking you to do the exercise,
yeah.
but I.
Respectfully, what I'm saying is that somebody needs to. It perhaps takes us out of a paradigm where we are thinking about it in terms of hard choices that have to be made, binaries, zero-sum games. Because if you do indeed put this kind of investment into multiple vulnerable communities, I would bet a lot of money that you would find that it would pay off financially. The coffers would actually be more full.
I think that's the premise of the investment in the first place, and I think being able to trace that. I don't know, Christy, where are we at in terms of, has there been formal tracking of that?
Not yet. We've been asking for it, and I think it's very difficult at this point, so we have not had any tracking that's been presented to us in community. It looks like Tony has an answer on that one, and just to your, go ahead, Tony.
He can. I'll ask him about it. I'll follow up with him about it. And I know Councillor Nicol has helpfully suggested we need BIA metrics, and so some of those metrics would give us some of those indications of what's happened, at least along the Avenue part of it. Though clearly this goes beyond the Avenue itself. So anyway, I want to shift gears. I think there's still the question of at what point do you declare victory, and I think I hear loud and clear from you folks that we're not there yet. I think underlying message. So just to acknowledge that. But I want to switch to Mr. Strickwerda because you and some of your colleagues from Innovate East Glen were suggesting that the pool hasn't really been given a chance to prove its numbers yet because it needs, if I understood correctly, and while you were talking, I was thinking about schools that come up for closure and then communities that get organized and open childcare and really double down on the catchment, market the school as an asset to the community, and then in essence save the school by repopulating it through a series of measures. And I was reminded of those kinds of efforts for keeping schools open and what you were talking about, but that you haven't felt like you were really enabled or empowered to drive the kind of attendance to demonstrate the sustainability of the pool in terms of growing usership base. And so would that be a fair assessment? And what do you think is missing?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Yes, that is one of the major problems in that, insofar as the acceptability, I guess, of the powers that be to look at alternative programs that could entice more users into the facility on a regular basis. That hasn't been very well received or very well dealt with in administration, and maybe it's a lack of communications on the part of us or on the part of of everyone. I'm not sure, but there were two examples that I gave that were potentially quite a bit of numbers that could increase in the pool, and they both went by the way. And I appreciate your comment about schools. I mean, we're going to have Mount Royal School empty pretty soon when the Highlands one goes up, and I'm hoping to build a seniors complex there so I can move in there. But it's definitely a numbers game, and I honestly believe that East Glen can win that numbers game, given a number of other amenities which other centers have. The room is there, the potential is there. There's no reason why that pool can't be as successful as any pool in the city.
Thanks. I'm out of time.
I'll give you more time if you want to talk about metrics some more.
Well, the one that matters is I'm 59 seconds over, so I'll take the chair back and just double check to see if there are any other members of council that want to ask questions. If not, then our thanks to this panel. We appreciate you sticking with us through the long hours here. So you're welcome to stick around and observe if you'd like. There is one more panel, and of course, if you want to tune in, we'll pick up deliberations on this on the 9th of December at 9:30 a.m. So panel number 5, I will, and maybe just first checking into the clerks, do we have any more spillovers of folks from previous panels who wish to join us?
Not that I'm aware of. I am waiting for confirmation that Amy Nugent still wishes to speak, and I have 3 names that I don't believe we've heard from.
Oh, okay. Do you have those handy?
I do. Chris Galloway, Stephanie Smith, and Amanda Nielsen.
Right.
Although Amanda Nielsen, it was indicated that she may not be able to rejoin.
Right. Sorry, that was Chris Galloway.
And Stephanie Smith, I believe.
Okay, well, I'll call them and we'll see if we can include them on here, and Amy Nugent as well. Okay, Carrie Diot, are you there? For panel number 5?
Let me just unmute. Is that microphone working okay?
Yes, we can hear you okay.
Excellent.
Not very often people want to come back to budget public hearings, but welcome back.
Something wrong there, I'll tell you. So should I just launch in? Are you?
No,
I'm
I'm just taking attendance here to make sure we can hear everyone clearly on the panel. So you'll be first up though, so stand by.
Perfect.
And we'll come right back to you. Sean Waddingham.
Yes, I'm here. Thanks.
Welcome. Andrew Ritchie.
I'm here.
Welcome. Thanks. Christine Kowalczyk.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. Matthew Broussard.
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome. Herb Flewelling.
I'm here.
Welcome. Amy Nugent. Chris Galloway. Stephanie Smith. Amanda Nielsen.
And Mr. Mayor, I'm aware of 2 additional speakers. Apologies, that must have missed in our clerk's team transition, but Fraser Porter with Oliver School Council and Raquel Farrow as well.
Okay, so then speaker number 7 on this panel will be Fraser Porter. Fraser, are you there?
You bet, thanks.
Welcome, and Rocky Farrow will have the last word. Speaker number 8. I saw you there on the screen there earlier, Rocky.
Yep, here, thanks.
Okay. All right, Mr. Diot.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm Kerry Diot, the Member of Parliament for Edmonton-Griesbach. So as many of you know, I'm a former city councillor and journalist. And in fact, Councillor McKean and I wrote competing columns when back in the day, and for competing newspapers. He was basically my competition, and he was pretty good some days. It's safe to say I've had a long, keen interest in civic affairs, and but really I'm not here just because of my interest in civic politics. The main reason I'm here is to represent my federal constituents. Now, in my opinion, it's vital that politicians reach out to people they serve and ask what's important to them. After all, they pay our salaries, they're our bosses, and they can fire us in the next election, and we politicians never want to see that happen. So I do reach out to a lot of constituents. I mail material to all households in my riding just about every month, and every one of those mailouts contains a survey asking for feedback. I also get feedback from people who read my weekly newsletter and also on social media. So before I mention the feedback on civic issues I've heard, I just wanted to say that I think we all realize these are special times. They're very trying times. Because of COVID, our lives are very different, and I appreciate how hard it is for you, City Council members, to make budget decisions this year. You've got hard jobs, I know that, and I appreciate the work you do for our city. The overarching feedback I'm hearing from folks isn't really surprising. They say that with COVID and a bad economy, spending needs to be reined in. People are telling me things like the city needs to stick to core services, hold the line on taxes, no more vanity projects, hold off on the huge vision projects. A lot of this is common sense. We know the city is strapped for cash, as is the province, as are the feds. We haven't even had a federal budget in 20 months. So you know that the city can't count on much of anything when it comes to other governments. Most of my constituents tell me they want to see cuts in several areas, so I'm glad to see that council will be considering action on that front. I believe it's necessary to really ask, is this item a want or is this a need? Is this an absolute necessity or is it something that would be nice to have? Given the financial dire straits we're in, those nice to haves have to go by the wayside. Now, people in my Edmonton-Griesbach riding and elsewhere are hurting in this COVID world. We've got the highest unemployment rate of any major city in Canada, 12%, I think it was mentioned earlier. And it also doesn't help that our oil and gas sector is suffering and having to constantly battle against people who would prefer to shut it down permanently. People have lost their jobs. Many are living on government programs like unemployment insurance, and those programs are running out. So folks are in tough times. Some can no longer afford their mortgages or their rent. So for their sake, I really hope you'll dissect this budget and look at every way to rein in spending while still maintaining the core services that people deserve. Core services like well-maintained streets, summer and winter, good transit, clean streets, and well-kept parks. I also hope people will resist pushes by administration to do anything drastic in these COVID times by cutting access to recreation or closing pools such as the East Glen Leisure Center. You've heard about that. People need recreation now more than ever, especially in their communities. As well, the one core service I've had a lot of feedback on, not surprisingly, is policing. And community safety is vitally important to my constituents. Almost every survey I've done basically says that folks want more police, not fewer police. They don't agree with reducing police budgets. And they tell me that they would like City Council to revisit the decision that will move millions of dollars out of the police budget only to spend it elsewhere for the sake of community safety. And I really hope that council will reconsider that in some manner. I believe we politicians have a lot of work to do when it comes to stretching dollars in these tough times. So now more than ever might be the time to look at new ways to operate cities. It could be time to explore alternate ways to deliver services, to question what services the city should be providing in the first place, to partner with other entities to provide services or facilities. It's a different world, so we need different solutions. Now, I recognize you've all got a big job ahead with this budget, and I hope that you'll take these views into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Waddingham.
Excellent. Thanks so much. So I guess I'll start off by saying thanks for holding a consultation like this. I've been tuning in and out throughout the day, and I think it's been really productive based on the comments that I've heard. So my name is Sean Waddingham. I'm the chair of the Edmonton Student Alliance. We represent pretty much all 8 post-secondary institutions in Edmonton. It's around 100,000 students. And I'm also the president of the Students Association of MacEwan University. And the next thing I want to say is I definitely recognize, as many people have said, the extreme difficulty of this year and this budget. And obviously it's a very unusual type of year. And this is an extraordinarily challenging thing that you'll have to do. It's hard enough being a student union president at this time. I can't imagine what it's like being a city councilor dealing with these kind of problems. But I think we should be careful with kind of where the funding reductions are happening and careful with kind of where we place the cuts, because I'm concerned because I think we shouldn't allow funding reductions to threaten aspects of the city plan. And I think that now is the time to dedicate resources to the crucial components of the plan that make its realization possible. I'm excited about the city plan, and I think for youth and for students, it has a lot of huge upsides. So on that note, I want to make 2 points in my comments that kind of relate to the city plan. One is on the proposed transit cuts, and one is on the bigger issue about retaining youth in the city in general into the future. So first, the transit issue. So when I talk about transit cuts, I'm referring to the proposed reduced frequency of bus routes as compared to the originally proposed bus network redesign. I think, to give a bit of context, I think it's important to mention that students are a massive proportion of transit users. In 2018, for example, 32.6% of ETS trips were taken by UPass holders, the university subsidized transit pass. So of course, any reductions to ETS funding will disproportionately affect students. And of course, like the actual dollar amount and the impact that I've read that could happen to bus routes is relatively small. And overall, the bus network redesign is being upheld, which is exciting, and that's great. But I think it's a matter of principle. And I think it's a bit ominous in terms of what to expect in future years when alterations are happening to the bus network redesign before it's even been rolled out. So on the transit piece, I think it's something that's very important to students in Edmonton. A commitment to maintaining the originally proposed bus network frequencies would show some level of follow-through on the long-term vision of what Edmonton could be. And then on the bigger issue, retaining youth in the city and in the province, really, this is something I've been thinking about a lot recently, and I think it's something that we have to be cognizant of, because I think there's a greater risk now than ever of losing young people to other cities and other provinces. And I think this is a niche that, from what I heard today in the comments, hasn't quite been brought up or emphasized too much. So there's two aspects to this, in my opinion. I think the obvious one is the economic considerations, because we've heard a few times the employment rate mentioned today, and across Alberta, it's roughly 11% overall, but for youth, it's approximately 23% as of October 2020. I mean, that's remarkable. It's devastating in terms of the employment opportunities that youth have today. And not to mention, even before COVID, I mean, wages hadn't kept up with inflation over the years. So the plight of young people economically is very significant. I mean, tuition, housing, groceries, other essentials, they're all a far larger percentage of our monthly expenses than they were for our parents' generation. I mean, the situation, like I said, it was already bad, but recent economic conditions and the pandemic have made it worse. And so, like one main budgeting strategy is reducing the amount of vehicles a household uses, or reducing the frequency of driving, or completely avoiding owning a personal vehicle altogether. And that's why I love the 15-minute community idea that's in the city plan. And investments in facilities like recreation facilities and in transit can make that possible. I think the community hubs idea is excellent. And so I mentioned the economic side, which is obvious, but I also think in the last 20 seconds here, I'll touch on the intangibles. I think long commutes can be, frankly, soul-crushing. I think community hubs can create a sense of community. And I think that a commitment to walk or bike or rideability reduces carbon emissions, which young people care about deeply. So I think that prioritizing transit and the 15-minute community idea in the city plan are fantastic things that we should be funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waddingham. Andrew Ritchie is next.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. I'm Andrew Ritchie, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the board of Paths for People, a nonprofit focused on safer, more livable streets. We face many difficult decisions as a community this year. What we're hearing through these discussions from more and more Edmontonians is that now is the time to allocate the resources we have in investments that catalyze the city envisioned within the city plan. This means building 15-minute communities, places where all Edmontonians can have their daily needs met within a 15-minute walk, roll, bike, or transit ride. If we want to work towards this goal, we need to continue investing in the transportation network that would provide for the 15-minute commutes by foot, bike, or mobility device. As an active transportation advocacy group, we recognize that many active transportation-related projects are not funded this year. This is extremely concerning since we know that the current state of our active transportation network, disconnected and deteriorating in many places, is a result of this pattern of limited investment in infrastructure over time. In times like these, Paths for People advocates that the city focuses on low cost and high impact active transportation projects. The Missing Links campaign we completed over the 2018-2019 year indicated that there was no shortage of these low cost and high impact projects that would greatly improve the connectivity of our active transportation network. The city has made progress over the past few years on this. However, failing to fund the city's sidewalk missing connections line item and reducing funding going towards neighborhood renewal would be a step backwards. Both of these programs act as a pragmatic way of filling the missing links in our transportation network. The safer, more livable streets that these initiatives create support vibrant main streets and the local economy, healthier choices that make it easier to lead active lives, and also the city plan's vision for 15-minute communities. Our engagement campaign for the Missing Links project showed that Edmontonians saw great value and positive impact in these small fixes. They told us that better connections make all Edmontonians' lives better. Sufficiently funding city sidewalk missing connections and neighborhood renewal projects are smart, strategic moves. These are relatively small line items within the budget that have a big impact. Our experience this summer with the reallocated roadways also showed us that our streets can work differently than they currently do, and that rethinking our streets can achieve huge amounts of savings. With pylons and signage narrowing many main streets in Edmonton, they still functioned well and produced a safer, more inviting environment for all users. As traffic patterns returned to normal over the summer, those who chose to drive had a few minutes added to their commute or selected different routes. Those who chose to walk or bike had more space to safely do so. If we redesigned streets to reflect our experience with reallocated roadways, we could achieve huge savings on infrastructure maintenance and renewal. Edmonton has over 11,000 kilometers of roadway, but we know that we don't need that many. There are many places we can find savings by reducing capacity and investing in options. Paths for People identified one small opportunity to save costs along Saskatchewan Drive. Although rebuilding Duggan Bridge to a narrower width may not be feasible due to the project timelines, that shouldn't keep us from searching for these small savings all over the city. We can save so much if we shift our roadway capacity philosophy. Within the scope of today's discussion, Paths for People urges Council to be strategic about investing in its transportation network. It is imperative that we funnel our limited resources into low-cost and high-impact projects that would show the city cares about Edmontonians throughout our community, and also works towards the broader strategic goals we have set for ourselves. And in the long term, we must chart a course for future savings through building a more efficient transportation network that focuses on moving people efficiently. We look forward to working with you to create the city, and thank you very much for providing the opportunity to speak on the budget this year.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Christine Kowalczyk is next.
All right, thank you. Excellent. There's my presentation. My name is Christine Kowalczyk, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition. The ERVCC is, you will be happy to hear, not here to ask for money. Instead, we have 3 recommendations on areas related to River Valley planning and operations in which we think the city might shift funding to achieve both better ecological stewardship and cost savings. Slide, please. Firstly, we recommend that the city redirect the $2.9 million proposed for the Northeast Pedestrian Bridge towards an entirely city-controlled River Valley Fund rather than the River Valley Alliance. We want to ensure that all projects in the River Valley go through a proper planning process that is part of an overarching plan, considers cumulative impacts, and respects the River Valley bylaw. Next slide, please. In fact, it is actually questionable that the city could directly fund this project now. The River Valley bylaw clearly states that a project requires an EIA and site location study and must be deemed essential before funding can be allocated for it. This has not yet happened. And as Alberta Transportation's Fish Habitat Manual notes, sections of the river in Northeast Edmonton contain Class A fish habitat. Thus, following the proper process as per the River Valley bylaw is also critical to avoid provincial or even federal transgression. More generally, however, in these times of fiscal restraint, the ERVCC would like City Council to reevaluate its partnership with the River Valley Alliance overall, and its alignment, both strategically and fiscally, with the goals of the city plan. The RVA's focus on building infrastructure in our River Valley often means tension with our River Valley bylaw. It also means massive costs. Next slide, please. According to its strategic plan, the RVA is requesting $34 million from Edmonton and area municipalities for Phase 2 of its plan. Consider what Phase 1 has cost Edmontonians. The RVA's 2018 and 2019 annual reports revealed that each year it paid around $500,000 in salaries to 5 people, 2 of whom are listed as coordinators. How much, therefore, does the executive director make? Next slide, please. Each year, the RVA also paid over $150,000 in general and administration costs, communications and branding, and professional fees. The RVA's projects cost the city millions of dollars in capital expenses and increase the city's operational cost burden. The funicular alone now costs the city around $750,000 per year in maintenance. The new trails and boat docks also increase the city's operational costs. As we can't afford to maintain the trails we already have, why would we continue to give money to the RVA to build more? We need to bring all River Valley projects and planning in-house. Next slide, please. In place of the RVA, and this is our second recommendation, the ERVCC would like to see the city create an Office of Natural Areas, Biodiversity, and Climate Change. This office could consist of people already working in various city departments, and it aligns with the city's Climate Resilient Edmonton plan to create an integrated ecosystem services team. The city had this office and an associated advisory committee in the past. In this time of ecological crisis, we need them back. These groups would enable the holistic environmental thinking our city needs to make ecologically sound planning decisions. The office would also save the city money by performing environmental impact assessments and monitoring in-house, and by applying for provincial and federal grants directly, rather than having them funneled through the RVA, thereby giving the city more control over how those grants are spent. Next slide, please. And the third opportunity the ERVCC sees for cost savings is to reduce unnecessary mechanized maintenance in River Valley and Parks operations and shift toward allowing a more naturalized landscape, which is lower maintenance and reduces our carbon emissions. Practically, this means cutting back on both mowing and spraying, as well as increasing tree planting. Likewise, golf courses could be rewilded like Scottish Links and American Organic courses. This is not a step down, it's a step up. Organic courses are some of the most prestigious in the world. These are all changes the ERVCC would enthusiastically support, as would others. Next slide, please. We note that the budget documents do mention renaturalization. However, they also suggest losing the Root for Trees program, which we do not support, as increasing our urban canopy enables greater ecosystem services such as sequestering carbon, cooling the city, and preventing drought and flooding. This program aligns with this budget's aim of preparing for long-term resiliency. Nor do we support increased spraying, which causes ecological and human health impacts, the last thing we need right now. Savings through naturalization could be redirected toward hiring more outreach workers and maintenance workers through Boyle Street Enterprises for the River Valley, which would in turn help provide wraparound support for recently housed people and enable much needed litter cleanup. A litter-free park full of grasses and wildflowers is a lot more beautiful and healthier than a mowed park full of garbage.
Thank you.
Generally,
I'm sorry, Christine, that's the 5 minutes has elapsed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Broussard.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the proposed budget. My name is Matthew Broussard, and I am the HSL's rep on the City of Edmonton Arena Users Committee. The HSL is a youth hockey league in the City of Edmonton, and we play across the province of Alberta and into British Columbia. In February 2016, the issue of aging arena infrastructure, citywide demand for arena time, and continued capacity challenges were flagged. I'm not clear how many times these issues have been raised since, but at the time it was noted that 6 Edmonton rinks were reaching the end of their life expectancy and should be decommissioned or infrastructure renewal investments made to keep them viable. I recall at some point that Northlands was proposed as an alternative that would not only bridge the gap, but also differentiate our city for signature tournaments and world-class events. The proposed completion date for this timely and strategic facility upgrade was 2020. We're now at the end of 2020 and no closer to a solution. In fact, we're in a worse position. Although the City of Edmonton still does not have the ability to meet the demand for ice required by user groups, Council is considering the closure of 3 arenas, Oliver, Tipton, and Coronation, as well as a 9-month maintenance downtime for the Collingwood facility, which is home to 2 sheets of ice. That is a total loss of 5 sheets of ice for the 2020-2021 season. As in 2016, the city continues to only be able to support a fraction of ice time required by arena users with the existing facilities. This requires many associations to seek practice time in costly private facilities or beyond our city limits. If the city moves forward with the current proposal, arena users will be deeply impacted in a negative way. Not only is this proposal disappointing, it doesn't align with early city recreation strategies, which underscore the importance of meeting the recreation and sport needs of a growing population, reducing barriers to participation, responsibly managing current city recreational assets, balancing aging infrastructure priorities with new development, and ensuring equity of access in the downtown core and city center north. It would appear that the process to date has missed the mark by failing to address infrastructure renewal needs that were identified more than 4 years ago, by tabling a proposal to council before consulting with user groups like the Arena Users Committee, and by proposing closure of indoor rec assets without a clear plan for how the existing user needs will be met both in the short and long term. The proposed reduction in services comes at a time when small businesses, volunteer-run organizations, not-for-profits, and most importantly, Edmonton's youth are already suffering from the effects of the pandemic. Closure of these well-used city facilities will further cripple our ability to deliver services and programming. As a not-for-profit hockey program, we already maximize poor and off-peak practice times. Our teams practice Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday mornings before school, with start times as early as 6:15. We also have 11-year-olds ending their ice time as late as 9:15 p.m. on a school night, getting them into bed well past what most parents would consider an optimal time for that age. Young children and growing adolescents require reasonable scheduling and sleep. We simply can't recapture the proposed lost ice without compromising age-appropriate access times to our facilities. Recognizing the difficult task of securing regular ice, our program also schedules practice times in early afternoons on weekdays. This requires parents to make trade-offs to leave work, remove children from their schools early, and shuttle them to practices, often well outside of their neighborhoods. Further, to offer our program, we've had to secure ice at private facilities within and outside the city, as our current city facilities do not have capacity. We understand that closing the 3 identified rinks will help close an operational funding gap within the context of a 0% property tax increase. But this decision would create a ripple effect for years to come, and as my friend Steve from Hockey Edmonton stated this morning, isn't the only option. We simply cannot close the arena facilities when there are viable alternative funding solutions, whether that's third-party operators or an increase in arena user fees. Longer term, we need a realistic transition plan and venues in place to meet not only the existing but growing needs of our community. This includes renewal or replacement of existing facilities in our core to create our 15-minute neighborhoods, as well as new facilities in growth areas. I simply ask that Council direct administration to consult with the Arena Users Committee and together for us to find a viable alternative option to close the funding gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Broussard. Mr. Flewelling. Herb, you're up. Just got to unmute yourself there. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm here. I wasn't sleeping.
No, that's okay. Go for it. Your background's great, by the way. It's just what I need right now, something soothing.
Good evening, Mayor Iveson, city councilors, and fellow Edmontonians. My name is Herb Flewelling, and I'm the technical chair of the Aquatic Council of Edmonton. I would like to speak on two subjects related to the city budget. First, I would like to speak about the permanent elimination of the community investment operating grants to nonprofit social service, sport, and culture groups in Edmonton. This decision would be a false economy. Currently, for $3.7 million per year, this city is receiving more than $100 million in services to our community. This will not just be a 5% reduction in this service. Nonprofit organizations run on a slim margin, break-even basis, and most do not have assets to borrow against. So if a reduction in revenue of 5% occurs, this will have to come from an organization's variable expenses, like service staff, etc., which is typically about half of an organization's budget. Therefore, this would require a 10% cut in the operations budget of an organization. For sport clubs, this would mean a further 10% reduction in income from training fees, which would require an additional 20% reduction in operations and so on until the fixed expenses, such as management positions, have to be cut as well. Many businesses of all types go bankrupt when they reach this spiraling state of decreasing returns. With up to 100,000 citizens affected, this is not a good policy from a service or political point of view. Nonprofits are businesses too, with employees who can lose jobs. This change is the equivalent to a business tax increase. The second subject relates to the fact that in our Edmonton swimming pools, the #1 profit center is pool rentals to competitive aquatic clubs. The revenue received is double the incremental cost of a lifeguard, and all other aquatic programs lose money. An additional revenue to the city of over $1 million per year from these rentals is possible with proper scheduling. However, over the years, the Recreational Facilities Branch has minimized this service to the detriment of taxpayers and of service to our Edmonton youth. For example, between 1978 and 2007, 29 years, not a single City of Edmonton swimming pool was built, and the Recreational Facilities Branch attempted to close all of the outdoor pools. The City of Edmonton grew 50% during this period. When there's a shortage of swimming pool space, aquatic clubs rentals get squeezed out by swimming lessons, fitness swimming, and public recreational swimming. During this period, aquatic clubs who were previously ranked #1 in the country diminished in numbers and consequently national champions and Olympians. The current number of registered competitive swimmers in Calgary is double the number in Edmonton. When proposals to expand the number and size of pools at Terwillegar, Meadows, Clairview, and Lewis Farms were made, the administration argued vehemently against including adequate space for competitive aquatic training. All attempts to convince members of the administration of the value to citizens was dismissed with comments like doubling the size of the Terwillegar training pool will result in it being an unused white elephant. That's a quote. When the Terwillegar pool opened with its double-sized Olympic pool championed by late Councillor Brian Anderson, it was completely booked with competitive aquatic rental groups from day one. The Terwillegar Sports Centre revenues exceed their operating expenses each year. Now that we no longer have Councillor Brian Anderson to fight for us, we request that the Recreational Facilities Branch have a permanent oversight committee made up of city councillors, members of the general public, and representatives of the sport community. This committee will ensure that factual, transparent discussions will happen in the best interests of all of our citizens, and serious miscalculation by this branch can be eliminated through open dialogue, which is currently impossible. Thank you.
Thanks, Herb. Next up is Fraser Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all councillors here today to listen to community and making very difficult decisions in a very difficult time. Thank you for your service during this time. And thank you also to all of the members of the public and all of the groups that they represent who have come out today to argue for a better city. I'm here today representing the Oliver School Council. We're an inner city school that is a French immersion program and is also a receiver of culture program because we have an English language learner program located adjacent to Norquest College. And so many newcomers to Edmonton place their children in our school. In addition to the language program, we also have Oliver Center located in our school, which is an early childhood development program. And so our school community is wide and vast. Many are located in the inner city, but we also serve surrounding suburbs and faraway residents. Our families are multicultural and diverse, and they all every single one of our families uses the Oliver School, the Oliver Arena and the Oliver Pool. All of our families appreciate these local amenities that are walkable from their school as well. They appreciate the opportunity to be introduced to winter sports as newcomers to Edmonton and sometimes newcomers to Canada. They appreciate the opportunity to have recreation year-round by virtue of access to a pool and an arena so close by, and that allows for them to maintain a healthy and active lifestyle throughout the entire year. As we all know, we live in a winter city. We're blessed with 6 months of snow a year. The city is tasked with clearing and moving it all, and they do a great job. And our families are tasked with enduring the cold and making the best of it. Our Oliver Pool is close to local amenities, including the Victoria Park Skateway that's been recently developed, local businesses downtown, and also move out further afield to support other local businesses. We are opposed to the closure of not only our park and pool and arena, but also any other small scale recreation facility that serves Edmontonians across our city. It doesn't make sense in these times when we're all forced to be here all year and we need local recreation opportunities. I would also like to turn on the head this notion that an austerity budget is a good budget to bring forth in these times. As we all are aware of record unemployment amounts and local layoffs and national joblessness, it will be a very difficult time to recover economically for all cities and all communities across our country. Now is not the time to be reducing spending based on austerity politics that have no place in a progressive society. Any cuts to services will be on the backs of marginalized communities, low-income families, poor and minority groups who already have borne a large portion of the burden of the COVID-19 pandemic. These are our service workers. They are our frontline workers who have not been laid off. They may also be in addition in receipt of public dollars due to loss in income at some times, but they haven't stopped working. They're still serving our communities. And now our communities have no business taking away amenities that they require in recovery. As families cope with the pandemic and as it drags on, because it's not ending anytime soon, I assure you, they will need opportunities to have recreation that soothes their souls and lifts them up close by. I implore City Council and administration to explore revenue increasing alternatives before closure of any facility. It seems prudent to evaluate the opportunity for certain ratepayers to pay more or other revenue to be generated before automatically going to closure and sell-off. Further to the sell-off conversation, I have concerns with the privatization of facilities that have been built and developed using public dollars. If facilities are sold off for pennies and conferred to for-profit corporations, we are merely privatizing gains and publicizing losses, which means that any assets that we have that we could be generating more revenue from will be handing over to private corporations who won't be bringing those dollars back into our communities. Now, that doesn't seem like
I'm
a
sorry,
good...
Ms. Porter. I'm sorry, we're at the 5 minutes. But thank you for your presentation. Last but not least for today will be Rocky Farrow. It wouldn't be a city council public hearing on something without hearing from Rocky these days, which we appreciate your perspective always. Are you there, Rocky?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, please.
All right. Well, just for that, I'm not going to give you the privilege of seeing me. So I have more questions than, minor questions only, because I'm just not getting some things such as where the proposed accelerated items for the revised Edmonton Community Energy Transition Strategy fit in. So I'm just not really understanding. So this is just a genuine question, and maybe somebody in asking me a question can give me the answers. Because I want to figure out how that sort of supplementary budget for the Community Energy Transition Strategy sort of fits in. Is it a special budget deliberation that doesn't really integrate with this? I'm a bit confused. I'm particularly interested in the 7 accelerated actions that will require additional funding. So on page 5 and 6 of that 6-page document, all the accelerated, near-term accelerated items that they budgeted for about 47 mil. I'm particularly interested in seeing the Climate Innovation Fund funded for $2 million. I think I had said before, and Ben Henderson picked up on the fact that they are a great organization, headed up by Mike Malross, previously of the city, and they seem really well positioned to help partners come together to solve some of our energy transition needs. So I just want to know how that fits into this, because I sort of sense that today's, I'm aligned with everything everybody's saying, maybe with one notable exception. And I really want to see us continue with the 15-minute commute and the complete communities and all the public services like transit, the SIP and the CLIP grants, the micro grants, the seed funding is so important. Green League, so important. The Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, so important. And our local pools, so important. And in my mind, one of the more critical parts of our energy transition strategy, walkable, complete communities. So, I think more than the infrastructure projects, they're important. In fact, the more we fund sort of vanity capital projects, the more we're going to. What you have completed is done. I don't know what that's Rocky. About. It looks like it's Christine Schlemp. So yeah, the more we have these, in my mind, things like the funicular that cost us so much on a yearly basis are really overbuilt and a little bit sinful when you think about some of the biodiversity and climate change challenges that we face, some of the poverty problems that we face. So I'd really like to see us investing more in complete communities and in solutions that can be offered by nature. So but I do want to know how this budget sort of integrates with the accelerated items for the community energy transition strategy. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Rocky. Did we hear back from Chris Galloway, Stephanie Smith, or Amy Nugent, or Amanda Nielsen?
No, we have not. I'm just double checking our email here, and no, we have not.
And have we had any other registrations?
No.
Going once, going twice? Sold. Okay, so now we're on to questions of the last panel. Councillor Walters.
Yeah, thanks everybody for taking the time to come. My first question is for Mr. Brassard. You had said you're with the HSL, the Hockey Super League.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so you guys have a pretty good collaboration these days with Edmonton Minor Hockey and through the Arena Users Committee. You all work together pretty well.
Yeah, had an opportunity to sit down with Steve Hoggle just after he started. Yeah, good relationship building going on there. And so I'm working with Dave Lindman, who's their ice allocator for the last 6 months. So certainly relationships are improving.
Good, and your league is growing exponentially in the last few years. It's very popular.
It has, yeah.
And so I guess what I'm getting at is just about capacity. So if it was some sort of collaboration, whether it be Edmonton Minor Hockey or Edmonton Minor Hockey and yourselves, you feel like you have capacity as an organization to contribute to the operations and maintenance of a couple arenas here and there?
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of interest. If that operating model becomes an option for us, I think we'd certainly be able to collaborate and find a solution working together with all of the arena users.
Right. Okay, so definitely worth the conversation for sure. Since you're here with us tonight, MP Diot, I thought I'd ask you a question, if you're still there. Guess he's not. No matter. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Other questions for this panel? Councillor Henderson?
Well, it was actually, I had a question for the MP as well, but he's not here. That's all right. But I do feel it to try and weigh in and answer Dr. Farrell's question, which I'm not sure I can, but I think it's a good question. I think part of the problem is we don't have that final report yet. What we received was interim, and it would have been way better to have it before budget, but we don't. So that's going to be an ongoing challenge, and I think it's a good question that we just need to keep on asking. So that's my best attempt at answering it. However, that having been said, there is money already in that program in the budget that is still usable, so and can be adjusted and moved around and moved for the future. So it doesn't stop; it's not waiting. But for some of the additional pieces we need to look at, I think the hope is also that there'll be some money that will come from other government sources that will help us do some of that work. So, not really a question. Hope it gives you part of an answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Nicol, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair.
So, Ms. Porter, you and a few others have characterized this as an austerity budget, and I'm just curious, I think that's probably a spectrum, because I'm not sure I would agree that it is austere in the draconian sense of the word, and I don't sense that you were using it that way either, but on a spectrum from austere to reckless, where would you position this in the context of the times that we're in? How would you define austerity, I guess?
Thank you for your question. I'm not an economist, so I'll shy away from specifically defining austerity. However, I would like to speak to the fact that so many community and arts organizations who serve hundreds of thousands, if not 500,000 Edmontonians across our city are here today defending good public facilities, but we'll see investment in annexation of lands around Leduc and development of freeways across our city that may or may not serve the same number of population. So I do think it's austere for communities. I certainly do. I think there begs the question of what's good for all versus what's good for people with privilege. And I do wish that it be considered tolling roads before you close public schools, because it seems to be a little bit more prudent for people who live far away and whose suburbs cost hundreds of millions of dollars to develop to come into our city to use it to generate their own economic well-being and living, but then drive home on roads that will be prioritized over pools and rinks that keep low-income families entertained over the course of the entire year. Also, it is interesting to me, this concept of economic recovery. So how will local Edmonton businesses fare under the loss of people moving here? People don't move to cities without recreation. They don't move to cities where it's not livable in the winter when you can only live, outside for 6 months of the year. So I do think it's austere in terms of building a future city. I think that when you strip cities of their recreation facilities, that is an austere future that you're building. It's one without a city, without a living city. Our city is a corporation, no doubt, but municipalities don't exist just to be in business. They exist to serve their ratepayers, and they exist to serve citizens, and they exist to build good places to live. And those good places are characterized by all the people we've seen here today. So you're right, by traditional definition, perhaps it's not an austere budget, but $64 million cut out of the city is approximately $7 per household in tax increase for next year. And it is a brutal cut. It's a brutal cut on the backs of families, and those families are characterized by certain demographics and characteristics, and it is unfair. And so I challenge you to go back to administration and to entertain during your deliberations and considerations all of the incredibly intelligent and fulsome feedback you've received to date, which have included many proposals for revenue generation. And I would challenge you to look to generate revenue prior to shuttering very good, solidly well-built facilities. Yes, that's my response. And thank you for the opportunity to respond, Mr. Mayor.
So you'd be okay to pay to use Oliver Pool if we could get some revenue attached to the use? Because it's been free, so revenue generation, if we're into
It's only
keeping
been
facilities
free for
open.
3 years.
But you'd be okay with us reinstituting the fee as part of?
Please do. Please do.
Okay, that's helpful. Well, I appreciate everybody's points that you've made about where the impacts and the prioritized challenges we're facing fall. That's not lost on any of us, I think. So we appreciate it, and we'll bear all this in mind into the deliberations next week. So I'll take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
And just check one more time to see if there are any other questions from other members of council. Seeing none, then the next motion would be to, is it to refer these to December 9th?
Yeah, well, we can put it up on the screen, but it would be to postpone to December
Postpone.
9th.
Okay, okay. I need someone to move postponement of, thank you, Councillor Nicol.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Knack. To postpone these to December 9th and 11th for further questions and then debate. And again, with gratitude to all of our speakers today, thank you for sticking with us. And I'll just seek unanimous consent on postponement. Not hearing any objections to that. Those are, we'll pick those up next week. I do need to ask if there are any notices of motion or motions without customary notice at this time. Not seeing any. This